Very good morning to you all from International Raceway in Alton, Virginia. This is DriversEye Live and the 2021 World Racing League season. To have everybody's company this morning for the 9th round of the 2021 season. We have a fantastic pair of on the docket for you this weekend. Cars around an iconic American motorsports venue near International Raceway. My name is Brendan, joined as always by Joseph Mudrak. Hello, Joe. JT Tammy will be joining us a little on this morning after done playing pretend race cars to watch some real race cars. Are phenomenal real race. 4 classes, a GT class that is comprised of every GT4s, TC occasional prototype, and 3 action classes that the field just phenomenal, and a point chip to keep an eye on as we come towards the closure of the championship and, of course, the National Championship Racing League. Joseph, we'll get into the championship battle a little later. It is something we're going to have to keep an eye on today, but we'll discuss the track, discuss what we expect to see. My initial impression of VIR, having been here for about a decade, is that still a classic American track. You go to like a Mid-Ohio or a Road Atlanta that's been doctored up a little bit, but this track is sort of rough around the edges. There are big open spaces, places where if you are enough, you can find a tree or something, and it still fires all the commitment in the world.
I had myself muted. Okay, so yeah, it's only been rehabilitated maybe 20 years ago, and since being basically defunct. So, and it hasn't changed a ton since then. To be honest, I think the only thing that's maybe changed is it's had a repave, and I think it's actually I don't even know if it's had a repave, but it's it's had curbing installed in certain places. But that's about it. It's still a pretty, as you say, I guess the cliche is old school racetrack. But it's very technical. It's a lot of undulation, a lot of elevation changes. So there's a lot of places for people to be caught unawares.
This being a multi-class environment, of course, our 4 classes, it's one that, like you said, that commitment and a little light in traffic, not unlike what we Road Atlanta, where we saw one, wouldn't say it was a dull race, but a little more predictable than most World Racing League. But the Sunday race actually delivered. We expect out of the World Racing, and with our 8 hours today and such a range of cars in our 70 plus, it'll be frantic early on. I think to see of not chaos, some challenges early on, okay? and drivers balance between pace and being and mindful in traffic. What that's going to mean is that when to a point later on this afternoon, with 2 or 3 hours to go, we're likely to find the field that cars that are more consistent coming to the and ourselves up for a really nice afternoon around when we get our checkered flag. Again, the DriversEye Live from Virginia International Raceway, the World Racing League 2010 races 9 and points paying finishes 9 and 10 of the World Race League 2 season, the Eastern Championship, and really look forward to this one as Kazmarek and Joseph Mudrak field works its first 2 pace laps around Virginia International Raceway. Speeds will be in our coverage today. I think I've lost, unfortunately, due to signal challenges out here in the boot, Southern Virginia, in North Carolina, actually. We've never or you've got to go into North Carolina, into Virginia, and racetrack. But like we said, this is the American Motorsports venue. Sat up here just before in timing tower, the North Tower. Well, we've got a paddock. Teams or drivers are interested in adding to us here on DriversEye Live stream on the WRL Facebook pages. You are more than welcome to have a chat with us, as always. Just come past the stewards room, the media center. You have kit set up here to talk about your car, again, what your plans look like for two, and certainly for the end of 20 as well. 24 hours of Sebring will be just here on DriversEye Live. We'll be talking a little bit later on because our racing is, for our money, that in the middle of race 1 here from VIR. In the meantime, currently looking at the exit into turn 11 and sends you off down the next straightaway. We're going to be reliant on onboards straightaway, but Joseph, we've iconic a couple of times, and this is just one of those really, I think, blood flowing for the drivers, and certain, watching, able to follow racing and talk about like this is, it really does the same.
Yeah, this is a corner in particular that you had pointed out that I think that the term was high commitment. There's a lot of ways that things can kind of go pear-shaped with mixed class racing, and honestly, even with single class racing, as young Sage Karam found out. But what was that, a couple years ago in the IMSA race. But yeah, I'm really curious to see how this goes. We're starting at 8:30 rather than at the top of an hour, which is what we tend to do. So but the sun hasn't come up really at all. You can see it in that shot. It's still behind the clouds. So it's going to be a pretty chilly track for now. So cars that are dependent on tire temp and track temp are potentially going to have a rougher go at this. And you note that at the head of the field right now is an NP01, which is a lighter car. That's something that we'll talk about later on in the day. But it's a lighter car, and so it's going to be a little driver dependent. It's going to be a little bit dependent on track conditions. It's a little unfortunate because this is the stage of the race where the NP01 would want to try to make hay. They'd want to try to get out in front, and really make up the gap while they had a clear track in front of them. You see they're weaving, coming out of the S's. Coming out of one S's and on their way into another S's, as is often the case with VIR. But weaving on the front straight to get some flexion and get some energy into those tires. So they are aware of it as much as anybody, really. As Brendan said, 2 pace laps here. So it's a puff of smoke. I hope that came off of a tire and not out of an exhaust. But 2 pace laps here, so we'll let everybody file through. Here are the production classes, tail end of the production classes. Miatas and BMWs as far as the eye can see. Alexis thrown in for good measure. There is obviously a class split here, as you see. So the GTO cars will take the green first, and then probably about 10-15 seconds behind them, it'll be the GP 1, 2, and 3 classes. little bit of a lull as we wait for the GTO cars to finish making their way down the back straight, and here they are. Waiting for Brendan to, as he mentioned, you may or may not have been able to hear it, but working through some technical issues at the track, which means, unfortunately for all of you, I get to call the beginning of this Saturday 8-hour race at VIR for the World Racing League. Slow draw up to the start-finish line. Pacing, pacing, pacing. And they are on it. It is a green flag. 8 hours of racing begins. Just a gaggle of cars into turn one. All look like they've made it around basically safely. The NPO1 still out in front. Not the NPO one you're used to, obviously. The Stratus car starting at the back of the field. Already pulling out a little bit of a gap. Let's get the start of the production classes also. That is, they are 4 wide through the kink. That is, congratulations if they can pull it off. And it looks like they have. They've kind of filtered through. Through turns 1, 2, 3, and now 4. Pick up the GTO field, up through the S's. And now on their way to, I'm still going to call it Oak Tree Bend. I don't know if it is still, but I'm going to call it Oak Tree Bend. Imagine, pretend that there's an oak tree there. Huge gap for the NPO1 now in front. So clearly no issues warming up those tires. Basically single file. There is, if you're not familiar with the track, there's a crest and a very fast left-hand kink. Catches many drivers off, and that's going to filter the field into a single file situation. There's a look to the inside from, I think, one of the round 3 cars. Doesn't quite pan out. Now the back part of the circuit, this is where we expect to see a lot of action with cars in different classes overtaking each other, and hopefully cleanly. No contact league, of course, but incidents do happen. And that is already the first lap of competition.
I thank you, Joseph, for taking us through the first lap or so of our first race here from VIR. We're dealing with the normal issues surrounding racetracks that are a little more rural than most, and that's our situation here. I can tell you, Joseph, that the Hammer Motorsports crew down below me here in front of the North Tower is preparing itself for a pit stop very, very early on. And I'm not sure what the issue is. We don't see anything around the track, but everybody is throwing on their fire suits, their balaclavas and their gloves, looking like they're ready to receive one of the team's Audi RS3 TCRs. And I'm not sure what the story is there. Like we said, we don't really have the vision from around the track just at the moment, but if we do get the chance to pick up one of these cars, my guess is we're going to see one of these really beautifully prepared RS3s into the pit lane here very, very shortly. And almost certainly this will be a mechanical related issue for one of these cars. You wouldn't expect to see a car in this early on otherwise. And that was the car, well, the 2 team cars. One finished the first lap there in P12. That was the number 02. The number 01 down at 24th did pick up a couple of positions on that first lap. But at the moment, we'll wait to receive one of those cars. The 542 is in the pit lane in the paddock. That is the DVR car, the Denton Brothers number 542, straight into the paddock after its first lap. Two laps completed now from VIR. Team citation leads to number 555, Sebico NP01, out in front by 1.6 seconds from Kingpin Racing, the number 77 that started up in second. Split Decision Racing in third, the number 484 Pro Sport Competition, the first of the Aston Martin GT4 Vantages. They're in fourth, New Light Motorsports, the number 12. Happy to see them back. I think it's the first time we've seen them in a couple of races, actually. The number 12 in P5. Team ACP Tangerine Associates sits in sixth overall at the moment. Back in GP1, your leader, Moorhead Speedworks, the number 147, 32nd position overall. Edge Autosports, the number 26 in second in class. Those two cars are split by the number 59 Stratus Racing Sebico NP01. Plenty to talk about with that car a little later on as well. Running to a higher power to weight ratio this weekend than it otherwise would, up around 10.5, which is a lot higher than GTO would normally allow, and it started at the back of the grid, so sort of falling into the clutches there of the front of the GP1 runners. Your GP2 class leader, RK Motorsports, the number 87 BMW 330, in 46th overall. Leading the number 21 North Loop Motorsport, ahead of Libre Racing, the number 89 rounding out the current GP2 podium. Your GP3 leader, Craftsman Auto Care, number 407. A name we haven't really seen around the World Racing League, at least while we've been involved here on DriversEye Live. The BMW 330 CI 52nd overall, but class leader ahead of TC Klein Racing, the number 93, who we expect to be awfully competitive, as they always are. Third spot on the podium there at the moment is the number 55 AOA Motorsports. I'm sorry, no, it's the Presser Tech car, the number 944, and we'll have a little bit to talk about them as well. The Porsche 944, very conveniently for us. Rounding out the third of the general production classes. Appreciate everybody's patience while we work on these issues here. Ren races into the paddock. That's the number 241 BMW M4. I think that car is the X tons of gas cars, actually. I've seen them before. But, kind of an unfortunate start for those. Straight into the paddock, 3 laps completed. Fastest lap of the race now belongs to number 44 Split Decision Racing BMW. M2 Club Sport, who's taken the second spot away from the 77 Kingpin Porsche. So we'll change there for second overall and second in GTO. Pro Sport Competition, the number 143 in P4. New Light Motorsports sits there in fifth. Team GTO 99, the number 99 BMW M4 GT4, who I think we expect to see the team at Sebring, but not necessarily that car. Maybe bringing the M3 back out for us, but for now, that M4, which did so well on the Sunday race at Run Atlanta last time we were live streaming with the World Racing League, sits there in seventh at the moment, which is higher than we often see at this phase of the race. But invariably, they are very much in contention by the time we get to the checkered flag in the afternoon. Through comes the leader to complete lap number 4. The team citation number 555. The gap has closed. Back to the Split Decision car, who picked up another fastest lap of the race, this time 2:02.493.
We've got an Aston coming into the pits.
No vision at the moment. Oh, the video's, it's picked here. you're following along on YouTube and Facebook. Let's smooth out a little bit, I guess. With 10 minutes gone in our Saturday, 7 hours, 49 minutes to go, I'm confident sooner or later we will get this sorted out. Pressing onwards here, the margin at the front, 550 back to 484, has gone out to 2.8 seconds. Just in one lap there, and I'm not sure if there was traffic involved. It wasn't a particularly slow from split decision. A 2:03.6 team citation does read its PB in the meantime, a 2:02.373. So while the Stratus car, the number 59, is sort of mired back in the ATO field, the team citation number 555 NPR one is picked up right where they've left off. And just run away at the front of the, well, not running away, but certainly got a command on that P position here early on. The 01 Hammer Audi has left the pits, and as it did so, a crew member carried away a very shredded tire. Just had absolutely come apart, and not much left of it. This early on, Joseph, I can't really picture it being anything other than a debris or contact puncture. You can't. It would be unlikely to see a tire failure this early on, especially when temperatures are this cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a particularly high-load racetrack. There are parts where it's a little hairy, I guess. But yeah, there's no. It shouldn't be like a Daytona issue where it's the nature of the track or something is damaging the tires. That's just pure bad luck, I think.
Let's drop that car. Go ahead.
It's worth keeping an eye on, though, because if it can happen to one car, it can happen to any number of cars. So it could be. I don't think there's a piece of gravel on the track. So that's obviously come off of a piece of debris or the inside of a curb somewhere. It's going to be a hazard that any number of cars could run into.
That little excursion there has dropped the 01 all the way to the last car running, the 57th position. One's behind the number 143 Pro Sport competition, which is the Aston Martin that you saw in the pit lane a little earlier on. Now, I don't have very good eyes on the pit lane, but things stand, that car has not reemerged. It's still standing over on racehero.io, which is, of course, your source for live timing this week, as it always is. There's an iOS app, an Android app as well. You can follow along with everything we've got, especially while we sort our production and upload issues, which I think is slowly resolving itself here. Again, thanks for everybody's patience. 133 into the paddock. Just made the hard left-hand turn under my left shoulder here, which I'm actually pretty pleased with. It could give us a pretty consistent bit of cars in and out of the paddock here, which you don't always get from racetracks, but be a little easier to keep an eye on cars we lose and gain throughout the course of the day, such as the nature of endurance racing. 15 minutes gone in our Saturday 8-hour endurance from Virginia International Raceway, DriversEye World Racing League, and 4 really awesome class battles to keep an eye on today. GTO, we've mentioned things be stable up there at the top. Team citation just starting to eke out the gap over the split decision number 484 BMW M2 Club Sport, up to a little over 3 seconds. Moorhead Speedworks leads in G1 by 9.2 seconds that time around, losing a little bit of time back to the number 24 Montgomery Sports BMW, which I think is a new car for them. On good authority. Actually, I think they may be building a new car. That may be the old 1995 BMW. Sits second in GP1 there. Edge Autosports, a beautiful BMW that try and get some eyes on a little bit later on. It's a really nice looking car. Third in GP1. Moment GP2, led by North Loop Motorsports ahead of Ebury Racing and HQ Autosports. That number 21 car, 6.3 seconds out in front of P2 category. The moment Craftsman Auto Care still leads in P3, the number 407. TC Klein Racing in second, Motorsports number 55 there in third. Split decision gaining some time. Number 555 Citation NP01 down to 1.9 seconds. And I think this is about the time we start to see the leaders into traffic. New Light Motorsports up 5th to 3rd in the span of, I think, 1 lap. He's picked both of those spots. No, it's a couple of laps, but still up onto the podium, taking spots away from both pin number 77 and the teammate Tangerine Associates. Number 2. Team GT9 up into P6. That's taking a spot away from the round 3 race for 702. And my turn to carry for a little while Joseph works on some of the technical issues here.
The playlist wasn't looping. That's why it was just sticking on that. While I'm working on my internet, which is a fun thing that I get to do. Carry on as you were.
Yeah, no, unfortunately not for Thunder Bunny, which is back with the World League for the first time in a couple of rounds. Road Atlanta, we saw the new BMW M2 111. You kind of took the place of that 350. Yesterday, all three in practice, the 110, the 111, 350. Nice to see that Nissan back. It's a fairly well-sorted car, at least in terms of it's got a of track time. Unfortunately, it would be the most snake bitten out of the cars table. And once we see that car into the pit lane, and early on here with 6 laps complete, I think. Actually, straight into its box. Motorsports and split decision. No, we can't follow it just at the moment. I'll just the production side. The margin was under a quarter of a second, 484 in the 12. So we've got a all on our hands on track for P2. Just caught the 555 there. Down the run from 6-7, then 484, and I think that's the new light car just in there. That number 12 BMW M4 may have actually gone past. Man, it's a phenomenal just to watch cars go quickly. There doesn't need to be racing or battles. It just naturally flowing. And like we said, very raw and kind of rough around the edges. And just to watch, run quickly or like this is a real 550, 484 across the line. The 12 back a little bit. 484 split decision racing. M2 ECP Tangerine Associate 2. Earth Kingpins come across the line and lost a couple of spots again. This time to that number. Round 3 is picked up 6th spot from the Hitman Racing, the number 34 at the Motorsports, the number 029. We'll slip back a little bit there, and then for 111 we talked about earlier, the WM2 runs out the top. GP at the moment, Speedworks leading in class. Ed 26 is up into second. That spot away from P for 44, which is not something very often this year. That PC race had kind of a stranglehold one, just not just on track and results, but very much in the championship. That a little bit later on, but still plenty of time left to run in this one. And incidentally, for more pro sports is 10 seconds with just 7 left. So it's out of that 147 BMW, of course, formerly racing car. Team LMR P4 at the moment, round 3 race 701 in 5th, but these cars have been a bundle still. For 26 Edge Autosports, BMW, no more than 5 cars stuck within each other. Actually, that battle through 6th. Montgomery, putting myself in their shoes. It's been a couple of races they were back around, but they've been in racing league for as long as we have. Longer than that, I'm sure. I remember our first event, 2017 Endurance Championship down at Circuit. That blue and green W was super competitive in GT1, but in the old classification back when GT wasn't what it is rock solid, but the level of competition series just pushed on bar since instead of being, that continual competitive GP1 and in the it finds itself back in terms of overall position. Now that of course develops and the into the GTO field suffering as it already had, but as the and shake themselves out, I wouldn't be Montgomery car creep up P1, but again in here, just a little effective from them with us here in the World Racing League. It's very much a different than it used to be. In we're almost for this one. Virginia International Raceway, happy company as always, and I think smoothed out a little bit here. Still being led by Team Site Vision Racing in second, New Light in third, covered by less seconds as things stand. Are very actually that may or because what's happened there. At so let's get the situation sorted out at least while Joseph continues to manage our production from somewhere that is not we've lost the 5 citation NP01. So your new lead in racing, 34 leads by half a second. Towards the number 12 teammate, Kingpin in fourth, round 3, a top 5 now, into 6th, seventh, and then car. Since they lost about ago, which I assume is something that's happened out on. This from time to time with it's not necessarily cars ending up ever, but gremlins that will have a roll to a stop, pull code, reset going again. Keeping an eye on where around the field. GP1 lead margins now to 6 seconds, but the PC race MW up into second behind the 147. Team the third, Montgomery, and I think this will cost the number 26 Edge Autosports being. We have 11 laps, so one, and we have not seen or back across. This is the number 350 Thunder Nissan 350 in a race hero, which means that car is across the line and has not been. We continue to push on with our sorting out our technical issues. May have it narrowed down. Need about 2 minutes just to bring back around. If you're listening, of course, we'll stay up EA, but in the meantime, spoke. We one side, and they'll be back up here, and then Joseph works to speak. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we've managed to bring ourselves back here on DriversEye Live, the World Racing League. It's been chaotic this morning for everybody.
Speaking of chaos.
Yeah, the least of which is us. That is a car in North Carolina at Virginia International Raceway, and I think, Joseph, that might have been the PC Racing number 44 BMW. All black, slightly square-looking BMW. No, it's the Montgomery car. It's the number 24 car that I was attempting to speak about a little bit earlier anyway. I don't know if it ever made it out over the internets, but
you could have told me anything.
No, I know it. Huh. Well, that turn 17 cameras paid off already. Yeah, I think we're back in business here. All right. So we got a race we can follow now.
The answer, by the way, everybody, is the answer is power cycle everything.
Well, the answer is hashtag not Spectrum is the answer.
That is always the answer.
They're not sponsoring us, so I have no problems trash talking Spectrum.
If they would like to sponsor me by getting me like a fiber line to mine, that'd be great. I'd be fine with that.
Let's talk about some racing here.
Hey, what happened in the last half hour? Because I don't know.
No, in all honesty, Joseph, I'm not sure I know either. We've sort of been trying to make sense of what I've been able to see out the window here while we don't really have functioning trackside cameras. But that's really hard when all you can see is the front straightaway. So I've been keeping an eye on timing, but even then, the Wi-Fi here at the track dropped down, so I was behind on timing a little bit. I can tell you that GP1 is being led by Moorhead Speedworks, PC Racing in second, Team LMR in third. That is all because the Edge Autosports for 26 that had been second in class went off on lap 11, or it went off, from on track, whether it was off the side of the track or the pit lane or the paddock. I don't know. Didn't catch it out the window here, but in any case, that car is not moving out on circuit, and it's dropped it to the top 3 in GP1. GP2. Still led by North Loop. Fat and Furious and Libre Racing have changed positions a couple of times. The 525 and the number 89. That's sort of finding its rhythm on the podium there in GP2. GP3 is business as usual. Craftsman Auto Care, 32 seconds. After just 35 minutes of racing from VIR, is the lead margin there in GP3. AA Motorsports, number 55 in third. The 85 is in fourth. And the PressureTech 940 slipped back a little bit from P3 to P5. Up at the front, in the meantime, Joseph, if you didn't catch it earlier, the Team Citation NP01 stopped at some stage.
I did catch that. That was like the one piece of information that I actually gleaned.
So did you see it on a camera, or did you just hear me talking about it?
I heard you talking about it. This is a radio broadcast for me.
Yep, no, that's fine. So I don't know, but my commentary on that was, we've seen this from time to time with the MP0 roll-ins. They'll go like gangbusters, and they'll run reasonably, cleanly and very smooth and stable for hours at a time. And then all of a sudden, you'll just get these little issues that creep up the car will grind to a halt out on track. They do the Control-Delete, if you want to call it that, and reset the car, and then it takes off again, and that's it. It's fine. So I don't know if it was a case of driver error or a mechanical issue, but in any case, it left that car losing 30 seconds and dropping from the class overall lead back into P7. 2.4 seconds is that lead up with the 484 and the number 12, and we can kind of pick them out maybe on one of the trackside cameras. We can start to get a sense of who's where, and like I said, make some sense of what we're seeing out the window here. The other,
how about an onboard? The people love onboard.
Now. Yeah. Now that we have internet again, this is the Moorhead.
Now that we have internet again.
Yep. This is the 147. This is so nice. These V-Box cameras. I think we saw one of these from Thunder Bunny down at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, we did.
Phenomenal. The cameras, the telemetry.
You know it's a good camera when...
Really nice.
Yeah, you know it's a good camera when the refresh falls out of sync with headlights, or with taillights. That's how you know.
No, I know. It's really nice. I did decry the move around the outside of the climbing S's up into turn 9 and 10. This car's got pace. I think that'll have been one of the Mustangs.
That definitely was.
Yeah, well, it was definitely a Mustang. I'm just not sure which.
It's a little bit of a I don't know if it's the lens on this thing or the positioning or what, but it was a little deceptive because I thought we were going for a spin around Oak Tree.
This climbing speed all the way down this back straight.
This needs more volume. How about more volume? There we go.
Yeah, since we're down to 1 feed without the clean feed, I do not have volume, but...
Oh, the clean feed should be back, by the way.
Oh, very good. All right, I'll open that up and we can get ourselves some straight 6.
As it were.
Every time I watch onboards from here, it really doesn't matter what class of car, what kind of car it is. It always looks fast, and like faster than you should be going here. I know
it does help. If you want your onboards to look faster, I would recommend a wide-angle lens.
That's true.
And that's what we've got. Ooh, a little bit of counter steer. That's a tricky corner. That's a deceptively tricky corner.
That whole sequence is tricky, Joseph. You're doing everything except going in a straight line.
Yeah, you're braking and turning at the same time, modulating the brake pressure depending on what your brake system is. I mean, if you're on the limit, the rear of the car is constantly trying to kill you, like that the entire time you're coming into that corner. So it looks like a pretty pedestrian. If you're just looking at the track map, you're like, okay, well that's gonna be straightforward-ish. I'm coming out of a slow double apex, and I'm just gonna make my way into this corner. But it's actually really you are fully loaded on the right-hand side, basically, as you come through 3, and so or I guess that's 4. So on the way into 5, it's like, okay, well, one of these tires is probably going to lock if I'm not careful. So you have to be hyper vigilant the entire time you're going through that corner. It looks like it should be nothing, and then the number of people, professionals, that you see just throw it off into the scenery. Yeah,
sure,
it's pretty remarkable.
Isn't it Jan Magnussen in one of the vets actually cracked the bird?
Oh, look at that dive!
Oh,
you can hear the tires are whining the entire.
The other I'll make about that turn 3-4 complex is because you're accelerating all the way from turn 1 up that point of the track. It's not just that you're picking up speed and modulating the throttle and the brake as you come through there, but there's every chance you're going to see a faster class car make a move on the brake into turn 3, and so while you're trying to commit to the racing line, hit your marks, knock up the left front and keep the car really well balanced on the way into the. Now you're having to make room for somebody that's potentially looking to your left or your right to try and avoid losing time through a fairly technical complex where their car is likely to be considerably stronger than yours. On the topic of technical things, the 555 into the pit lane again, and I can only assume this is. I don't want to say related to whatever happened a little earlier with that car, but it didn't appear to have any signs of physical damage, so it would seem to make sense that just 30... Ooh, what are we now? 35 minutes into this one?
Yeah, 35.
Yeah. I think we're 45, Joseph. Check your number there. Post VMix.
Oh, wow. That froze.
Yeah.
Weird.
I was confused myself. But anyway, that 555 in and out of the pit lane, it did come to the paddock entrance just to my left, so should have seen it out to the pit lane exit just a minute or so ago. This will be on board the... this is the Edge car, Joseph?
It is...
Sorry, go ahead.
It's listed as PMW on the YouTube. So I'm just going straight through YouTube.
Oh. First off, let's back up about 10 seconds here.
Yeah, he's backing up. He's losing about 10 seconds in this.
He is. The braking zone into turn 14 up at the top of the hill. He passed 2 or 3 cars. Oh, right. Let's move. Put that 170 into the paddock, 19 into the paddock, front and back. 170 is not healthy. Got plenty of red dirt and around the front end, which I think suggests that car has been off track for one reason or another. The 18 was slow behind it, but that was largely as a result of the 170 being really off pace in front of it. More action down in the lane. The new light crew is prepping for a stop and has its pit board ready. The Hammer Motorsports Audi crew also, we're code 30, that'll be why, is also putting itself for a pit stop. So something has happened out on track. And for the first time this week, we get to see our code 35. Now, JT is a big fan of the Barber.
The teams not so much, it has to be said. The complaint that the teams had, as I understood it, was that it was maybe at Barber in particular, was that it was that it was easy to game? I forget what exactly it was.
It's just you know, it's one thing when you got, you know, when you've got of resources, technical resources at disposal to enforce, you know, making sure everybody's going 35 miles all at the same time, and there are series who have that use it to much success. But I think the concern with Code 35 here in the U.S., especially in club and amateur racing circles, that you really have no way to guarantee other than lying that everybody is going the same speed. You can really only enforce that with a full lap under Code 35. It's not always guaranteed. On top of that, you have issues where some cars are going to have the opportunity to, some may not. And I know that they're made to ensure that everybody has the same opportunity, but like I said, not always the case. So we did see swings at Barber where it was nothing malicious, but you had cars, you know, they're gaining 15 or 20 seconds for one reason or another. I think that is maybe the argument against it. That said, it's a long racetrack here, over 3 miles, which wasn't the case at Barber. The idea is to avoid having to queue up a safety car and losing 2 or 3 laps to just getting the under control. You know, this is a much more predictable and consistent way of getting the field control and neutralized in a way that allows the hard work to be done, which is, you know, let's go pick up a or you know, resolve it, whatever the case might actually be. While I've been getting that anyway, have we? What's caused all this?
I haven't. I've got my eyes are all sorts of crisscrossed right now. So,
I thought I saw maybe something off to the left at 15 and 16 way through a roller coaster at the end of the lap, but I don't know. Part of the issue, I didn't realize this until yesterday. It's been so long since I've seen VIR. From normal angles, it looks like there's runoff everywhere. In person, almost every runoff area here is off camber. Actually, up at that turn 12, 13, 14 area, I'm sorry, 13, 14 area, it's it really slopes the further left you go. And I think here at 16 or 7. And you can lose sight very easily of, you know, whatever the incident actually is. On top of that, we've got these runoffs around the front half of the circuit. So very hard to pick out, you know, what might have happened, especially an onboard camera streaming at 720p AT&T.
Is that
a handful of?
Hold on,
that
looks
ahead.
like a recovery vehicle to the right here, which would be on the back part of the circuit. Is that right? Oh no. Okay, so I'll stay on board the Montgomery car because this seems like it's going to be early on the back straight.
It is. That'll be at the south pit lane. Like you out in the back straight. That is the one place I'm able to get any cameras just because the foot and media rules here. Might be able to work something, but at least not able to get any eyes. Need these onboards is. Yeah, you know what, Joseph? I think they use those lights as sort of in lights. Trackside.
Yeah. Okay. I'm still not sure what the issue is though, because I think we've gone around the whole track. I don't think we've seen a car off.
Yeah.
I don't see a recovery vehicle or anything, so I wonder if maybe there's a technical problem. There's a race control issue, maybe. Obviously, wildly speculating, but.
Yeah, this is very interesting.
Do we have anything in
control log?
Yeah, that was exactly where I was going to point you.
Yes, still in beta, but been used much success throughout the beginning of the year. We're 1 lines. Nope, I've overestimated there. 27.
Oh, hold on. Look to the. Okay, all right. I'll be able to. I don't know how they got there, but I think I'll be able to. It's early on the lap. It's coming out of the S's, and here it is.
Oh no! Is that the? That was your leader. That was the 44 Racing BMW M2, first while leader, on the back of...
What happened?
Off drivers left and continue after contact. Nope, no contact. Only one car number there, so that was at turn 5. Another really have a camera. We've got a camera and one at 6. Not one that can really see 5. The green flag waves again. The 46 takes off clusters here in front of me. The round 3 guys out a little bit. 02 has just come in and started fueling. Gets back up to racing speed out back. 02 Porsche Boxster remain. All right. I think he'll have come by at least once. 107 with damage to the right side behind the right-hand door. SNP01 is and out. Very hilly. 35 miles. 9 GTR is in and out. Who this I think is going to be a little bit here. The 02 and I think the new light car that was in early on. As soon as the full course yellow code 35 refer to it as soon as that we're able to get in cars that were able to get a pit started and completed before we went back to being many coming out of the pit lane now that we've gone back to green flag. Forget the 4 bits issues. We're going gains here from the 0 and from the number. Team ACP going to fall into that category as well. Again, behind the new, and as we await, sort of represent lag times. Of how everything's actually on board the 140 speed works. Back, there we go. Thanks sent in onboard link, and we're slowly getting rated here. We've seen 147, and we think it was number 72. Loads of Sentinel cameras here, and but the 01, the Porsche Box 3 Racing, has moved away a little bit from its Haggerty. It's carrying Sentinel, the Ken Products camera system that's taken the world storm here as its test bed. Really come into its own, and James has done a really managing the product, and it is who's it stable, and if there's burned in my time motorsports, it's that I'll be happy to sign on to something. There's really no for them. They'll just set something up in the shop. Once you get to the racetrack, it can the dust on the outside of turn. Let a car go straight on there. Way turn 1. The teams are did that. Turn the camera or turn the comes on, start streaming. That's exactly what's sent. It's the ideal endurance. We're not paid to say that. It's the really nice product. This is a super nice guy. Be frank. We'll wait. Log to some ice. Happened. Number 1. anything as yet. We're pick up a car number of off to the side one, or did that look off and on?
Speaking of Sentinel cameras, this is actually on board with Montgomery.
Okay, and that's number 24 BMW, correct?
That should be. All right, now we're not. Oh, okay. Are we gonna catch up? Are we gonna do one of those things where we just fast forward through? No. Okay.
Spoiler alert, we're 2 laps behind.
Are we actually?
No,
Oh,
I
okay.
don't think so. I believe the number 24 Montgomery Motorsports is currently sitting 7th in GP1 right now. It's pretty crazy mid-pack right now. A lot of the cars, GTO, GP1, and GP2 are all bunched together. So things are changing pretty quick right now, and we can see from the onboard just how close some of these cars are running together right now. I believe that Porsche ahead is the number 944 from Pressure Tech, currently sitting 5th in GP3. That should be the 55 Mazda directly in front, battling for position for 4th in class.
I've been on the struggle bus all day, so I will take your word for it. We're an hour down, but it feels like it's been 8 already. We'll figure it out.
Still 7 hours to go on Saturday.
The connection issues have sort of migrated their way over to the press box at VIR. So now, whereas we appear to be fine, knock on wood, Brendan now is having issues getting his audio up into to Columbus. So,
yeah,
working on as soon as we get issue A figured out, issue B rears its head.
Yeah, the audio from the cameras tends to be pretty good. You know, the cars were sounding fine. That audio was good. It's just, for whatever reason, up in the commentary booth, it was a little bit different.
I blame Discord.
There we go.
God, I didn't think there was going to be room for the Moorhead 147 to sneak through there on that lap traffic, but...
Made it work.
Yeah, seems to have.
All right, then I believe the Toyota directly ahead is from Libre Racing, the number 89. I believe they're 6th in GP2 right now.
Yeah, well, what are the close battle? Obviously, we haven't gone through a real pit stop rotation. Some of the cars will have pitted during that code. I don't know. I want to call it a code 60, but it's a code 35. It's 60 kph, but it would be, but 35 mph. So we're kind of all out of sorts at the moment because some cars would have taken advantage of that situation. A lot of them won't have. So we won't really have a good idea of the actual running order really until probably about halfway through this race, I wouldn't think.
Yeah, once things start to stretch out and, the classes start to sort themselves in terms of, gaps, and their paces start to make things a bit easier to read.
I think I've made it back, guys.
You sound clear.
What did you do?
Shut down everything and bring it back.
What is it? Did we have like a solar flare in the middle of the night? What happened?
I don't know.
Although if we had a solar flare in the middle of the night, we'd be all right.
That's true. I think there may have been just maybe some internet issues here. Oddly enough, it was terrible, and then as soon as I started a speed test where it pushed a bunch of data consistently, it came back fine. So I don't know.
I think what it is, I think ISPs know when someone's pushing the speed test and like, all right, yeah, open up the valve.
That's
The
probably
data's gonna come through.
I wanted to make a point because it was the only thing I could understand from you guys. The running order shook up, and you were not really able to decipher why. The 3 cars at the top, the New Light, the ACP, the Hammer.
We figured out why. The issue is going to be that we're not going to have a good sense of like actual pegging order until later in the race because the pit sequences are messed up.
It's not that the sequence is messed up. It was those top 3 cars were able to get their stops done while the whole field was fully under the code 35. Everybody else behind them that made a stop, which I think is everybody, ended up finishing their stop after the field had gone back to green.
By the way, this is a quick PSA. It's still yellow on Race Hero.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Can we not do that?
Yeah, I'm seeing that on the race monitor as well, showing yellow. But yeah, I wanted to bring attention to lead in GP1. The number 147 Moorhead Speedworks car currently has like a 30-second gap over second place in GP1, which should be the number 701 Roundtree Racing Porsche. I think that's because of that whole pit stop sequence there. That or the massive GTOs in between them is really benefiting the BMW.
Thank you for fixing that.
Yeah.
That's very helpful.
Clay's the man. Well, again, I thought we were just going to be able to settle in and follow a race, and we were for a little bit, and then chaos again. But now, we've got JT Tammy. Welcome to the program.
And now everything's gone downhill. That's JT there, in the middle of that shot. It's not JT.
That's not JT. You know, I was a little nervous about using the hill as a way
Well,
to
he's not.
a good... Well, no. Where I put the camera, I realized after I set it up that, this shoots right through a photographer area. But I figured the trade-off is a better angle of the S's, so I'll take that.
That's favor.
That was a Hammer Audi exiting the pits. I'm not sure which one.
It wasn't. It was the number 81.
Oh, okay. Excuse me.
From Ice Driving Canada.
How are you now?
Yeah. Quite. I don't know. I believe that's the first time we've seen them. I certainly don't ever remember saying those 3 words together on a WRL live stream.
Do we... It seems, based off the timing tower, it seems like we might have a little bit of a ding-dong battle going on for the lead of this race.
Yes.
Half a second, Joseph. 12-2. So New Light, the M4 GT4 that has led since we went back to green, still leads, but barely. ACP, and then the Hammer 02 is just a couple of seconds behind them. So we've got the top 3 within 5 seconds of each other now.
That BMW with the yellow back end looks a little slow coming into Oak Tree.
I did not catch a number there.
I didn't either. Snapchat wants me to try a new lens. I'm not interested. I'm also seeing a drone flying around, so that's exciting.
Yes, that started very early this morning.
It's not quite as in our face as it was at Turn 5 at Atlanta, but it's there.
No. After the full course yellow, or the code 35, as I think we'll refer to it here. Actually, while I do that, Joseph, are you capable of queuing up replays this morning?
I'm barely capable of eating breakfast, so let's kind of slow our roll on that.
Okay, no, I'm just pointing you towards some contact and a 4 off from the number 01.
Which is quite rare in WRL.
Well, the contact is, certainly.
Yes.
A 4 off at a place like VIR may be slightly less rare, but about 8 minutes ago, that 01 was going through some stuff. Oh, and then had a 4 off drivers left at turn 1 4 minutes ago. But I think that will have been after the big cloud of dust we saw earlier. It's another 4 off from the car 75, which I think will have been the cloud of dust we saw about 10 minutes ago. Ooh, 3 wide down the front straightaway.
Nice.
Man, that's so nerve-wracking.
You're right there, Brendan.
Yeah,
We're worried for you.
No, I know. Is that our lead battle? That was 3 wide there? I think it might have been. Anyway, I wanted to sort of reset the general production classes after the first full course yellow. As I attempt to do that, the first pit stop from the number 147 Moorhead Speedworks BMW, which had been leading GP1, comes into the pits after 70 minutes.
Should we watch this little this contretemps, Brendan?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So that'll be New Light and the revised Team ACP livery just behind it there. Actually, that's a position change.
I think you just let him go.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Joseph. They got to the end of the run into turn 7 and the climbing S's there, and the head of steam that the number 2 had down the straightaway. It's not really a passing and braking zone, but if you cooperate there, it can be done. And like you said, Joseph, I think he just pulled over and just kind of let it happen.
I believe the phrase is decided discretion was the better part of valor.
Part of valor, yeah. Joseph, just to the left of shot there behind the timing tower. That is the Moorhead Speedworks BMW.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Wow. So what is normally an absolutely bulletproof car, and on a weekly basis, the quickest and most consistent in GP1. Wow, this is
Montgomery wide coming off the back straight. It is a fast old place, but nothing to hit.
No, but look at how rough the runoff is. I mean, it's not just like, oh, you're out in some smooth grass and it's a little bumpy because there's dirt underneath you. It's really rough out there.
Oh yeah, I mean, you can rest assured that no one's done any tilling or leveling out there. It's just ruts upon ruts of cars going off track at that exact same spot.
Yes, and it is, I'm sure, largely down to ruts, because you do get so many cars that end up off in the weeds out there. So, in GP1, anyway, with that Moorhead car now going by the wayside, it's not a pit stop. Round 3, the 701 leads from Ginger Racing, the number 46, hi to JT at home. Big Mission Motorsports in 3rd. The number 134, who I think has an onboard as well. Team LMR into 4th, and then the second of the Big Mission cars, the 336 in P5. Good to see Big Mission here. A lot of times I tend to stick to the Midwest, but nice to see both of those cars out here at VIR. GP2, North Loop still leads, as it has for most of the morning. Just set at the PB, actually, 211.709. Fat and Furious in 2nd. RK Motorsports up into 3rd. The 0-1, I'm getting confirmation from Tim Myers down in the Hammer Motorsports pit. Lost a bunch of time after a tire blowout when it from picking up debris. So that will have been the one first thing this morning. Literally loud.
Does he know? I mean, I assume it was just a piece of sheet metal, so maybe it wasn't anything obvious. But does he have any idea who it came off of or what kind of piece it was?
It may have just been, hey, it didn't get picked up overnight or during the morning. And
yeah.
It's just some bad luck. There goes the leader, and this is the PC car, we think. Is that right?
No. This is Montgomery.
Oh, this is Montgomery. As it slides to the left there, my guess is, sitting in behind it is number 12 New Light BMW M4. And if that's the case, that number 2 has started to really make its escape in the overall and GTO lead. Now, we do have a camera from that number 2. I don't know if you're able to find that on YouTube, Joseph, but I can pull that up.
You keep talking. I'll keep pulling in cameras, because this is a new one. This is Thunder Bunny 110.
Yeah, Thunder Bunny. Yep. This is the old one. Well, it is the 1 Series, BMW 128. Our Ryan West's preferred vehicle in the World Racing League, because somebody decided they wanted to build a BMW 1 Series to go endurance racing, which I am also in favor of.
Absolutely.
I don't care for it. I'm kidding.
Well, yeah. No.
There you go. 2 out of 3 commentators approve.
Hey, that's majority rule.
That's true. 3 out of 4.
Scott, like most things, is probably ambivalent.
Unless
Scott's
it's a
not
pit
big on
stop.
strong opinions.
Alright, so in GP3, we currently have the number 407 Craftsman Auto Care BMW leading. Looks like they're leading by about a lap over the 93 TC Klein BMW. I'm wondering if that's because they have not yet pit. Not sure.
I don't know that anybody has pitted, to be honest with you. At least in GP3, and we have seen that in the other production classes, where this full course yellow, or first full course yellow, came a little bit too early to be useful or relevant for most of those production classes, which are going to go, quite a bit further than GTO. GTO cars are stuck somewhere around an hour 10, and here I think we've got enough flat out, portion of the track and enough time going quickly and very much on throttle that you're going to be on the shorter end of that. But that the first Code 35 will have come less than half a stint for most of those production cars, so not terribly surprising.
All right, we're finding more. We're finding more. Don't worry, everybody.
Hitman has it on board as well, though I think the link we have for them might be up, actually. I did send it in the Discord earlier. I may have to go fishing for it.
Oh god, that is loud. Let's turn that down.
Hitman currently sitting 4th overall and in GTO.
Yes, that is correct. A good run for that 34, actually. They've had good runs in the World Racing League before, but it's especially early on. It's not necessarily due to attrition. Maybe a little bit of the shake with our pit stop cycle as part of the full course yellow, but still a really nice early on run. And Team GTR has benefited from all that as well. Now that car I know for sure was trapped in the pit lane as we went back to green, so they didn't get the same benefit as the top 3 did from the timing of its pit stop. But that is higher than we see that car frequently in the early parts of races. It's always competitive, but its strength, as we've said so many times, is late race consistency. And we haven't really seen that yet. Into the pits and into the paddock, the Valdez Motorsports number 75 Porsche, the 52 is in and out of the pit lane. That'll be the Team AC Tangerine Associates car. 605 is in. It's round 3 racing.
This is we are on board with the 525, courtesy of their YouTube feed or Facebook feed. Excuse me.
This is the Facebook feed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it cut out right exactly what.
It's on Facebook. The feed, it's a Facebook feed, and it's on Facebook. If you like feeds,
So stable.
it's a nice camera. It's a nice mount.
Well, it's camera. I just mean the car. It's just the run out of.
I'm more interested in
one,
the stream
two.
right now, Brendan. I understand your concerns.
Nice pass.
We were just talking about that about 2 minutes ago, were we not?
You know it's a hairy move when you have to downshift coming out of the corner.
Yeah. This is just so. This I don't know how many. I'm the only one. I think. Oh no, Scott and Ryan have been to the track, but this car we don't often see it because we have the board. There's no real arrow on that car. They may have done a little bit to the air dam or around the center, but there's no big honking thing or anything on the back of that car. And yet it's just stable. There's so much traction on throttle. Saw it with the car trailing in behind there through the turn to 3 complex. It got back to the so early, it kept it in tight without sacrificing exit speed or sacrificing grip. It's really, really impressive setup on that car. And of course, it is one of the quicker cars in GP2.
This is a really interesting situation coming down the back straight here, because it's a 555 out in front, I think, and that I believe is a W2W Cayman.
It is, yeah.
We're on board with. Not sure what they're registered at. They are PMW on YouTube, PMW Motorsports. But if memory serves, that is a car that registers as a different name than their organization. Yeah, the reason I was gonna. Okay, great. The reason I was gonna point that out is because I believe they're clearly very different cars. I think this one's even in a different class, but the top end is almost the same, right? The difference, and the reason that this formula, works, is it's power to weight. So it's not really about top speed, because you could all have the same power. But a GP1 car is going to be a little heavier and is obviously going to have modifications for. It's going to have fewer modifications available for performance and cornering improvements, right? So it's. Every single car on the track could have a different top speed, but they'll corner at different speeds.
Yeah.
I think I said that right.
No, and we talk power to weight ratio as being the definition of how these cars work, and it's great for defining top speed versus weight, right? The amount of effort and energy to move a certain weight. So you should equalize roughly on top speed, drag, and downforce not. But it really doesn't do anything for the braking zones in the corner. That down to aero and weight and tires, frankly. But power really has very little with that. So Joseph's point is a one, where you see cars doing something like the same speed at the end of the back straightaway, but the cornering speeds are different. Braking abilities, braking zone lengths, braking efficiency, all that is very, very different. Even within the same class, that's all pushed. It's the same power to weight ratio, upper limit. Our lead battle slipped away a little bit here. Once the Team ACP Team Associates M2 passes the new light BMW M4, it's sort of run away a little bit, but the new light car, than that, has slipped back into the clutches of the Zero Hammer Motorsports Audi.
Yeah, we'll pull up those Hammer onboards briefly. I've got a little bit of a treat. This is a team that I don't think I've seen race in WRL before, and so I'm really excited to pull this in. At least I haven't seen them. That looks like I saw what looked like a slow, maybe round 3 car between the S's.
Hopefully not the 701. That's leading GP1.
Yeah, I'll let you know if I see anything. I think we would have been... past them by now? Maybe not. Yeah. If they'd come to a stop, we would have been past them by now.
Yeah, because they're 16th overall, or they should be.
Yeah, okay.
So you were saying this onboard you were excited about?
Yeah. I'm getting there. Don't worry.
Okay.
It's we're here for a long time, not a good time. What?
So it's interesting on the timing. There's a few cars that, for whatever reason, have not started the race yet. Anyways, currently sitting last and 74th, Low Bar Racing.
Okay, so this is the. Let's pull that down. Oh, that's me.
Ooh, let's see. Is this the Libre Racing?
It.
Number 89?
Yes, it is. And the title of this YouTube feed is En Vivo Dominicanos a VIR 8 horas Carrera 1. So they are a Dominican race team, clearly. And I don't think I've seen them before. So I don't know. It's always exciting to me when I see like a team that I don't think I've ever like clocked their existence.
Yeah, Brendan would be most familiar with these cars in terms of teams that have ran previously.
Yeah, Brendan would have plenty if Brendan connected to the things he needs to. Been said, I think we actually had a little note from a member of this number is 984. Let's take a look here.
We're on board with the 89 right now.
No.
984, is that one of the Will to Win Porsches?
No, it was saying Vamos República de, which means Dominican Republic, I assume.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go. Basically, let's go DR, yeah.
Preparations for pit stop. Consternation in race control. Are we about to head back to code 35?
Well,
You mentioned some time ago car off.
Well, it was
somewhere.
No, it wasn't off in the weeds. They were on the racing surface, but they seemed. Oh, there's somebody definitely is. I'm seeing in a different feed. Hold on, let me see. We'll get on board the 111 because it should be off to driver's left here. I really love the little like logo that they have on the track map, but it should be driver's left here. I believe I thought I saw somebody off. Not that car. Maybe not. Okay, and I don't see any. Did you see something?
No, it's hard to tell if it's a Marshall's poster or not.
It's the little parasols that they have look like flags from a distance.
New light is in. Well, that's from second. And we mentioned was getting ready. They appear to be changing their mind. Or if they sort of anticipate to a code 30.
Oh, he got spun around in turn 1. Do we have that on board we can go back to?
Which on board? Oh, sorry, I missed it.
The previous one, I'm not sure. Can't see if they've got
everybody's
back.
Everybody's moving on my side.
Okay.
So I do. This was in anticipation of the way everybody kind of the 12 actually. Now this car just.
Oh, look at this! Look at this! AOA slow on driver's left, weaving back and forth. Fuel pickup maybe?
We are an hour and a half engine. It wouldn't be working.
Is that the? Do we know which AOA that is?
No,
Because there's another one the exact same color right next to it.
Yeah, the car on your screen is completely unique except for the one next to it, which is identical.
So I believe they have 3 different MX-5s in GP3. this weekend.
Yeah, it's typically I'm used to them bringing the 15, the 55, and the 85.
Yeah, so the 85 was sitting third, the 175 was fifth, and the 15 was, I want to say eighth. I briefly saw on timing a 55 AOA, but it completely disappeared since. I'm hearing that RK Motorsports BMW's on pit lane.
Yeah, everyone's
from GP2.
This must just be time. Yeah, it must just be time. Because there's no code 35 out anywhere. That I'm aware of anyway.
Yeah, we apparently missed our announcement that pit this lap, everyone.
Yeah, this is a mandatory pit stop. That is not true.
46 p.m.
That'll be Ginger Racing?
Yep. They were second in GP1.
So JT and I are just going to talk to each other back and forth. We're just going to have a grand old time while Brendan figures out how to use the internet in Virginia, in Western Virginia. What do you see in JT? Because I'm pulling in onboard still. There's an abundance of onboards.
Yeah, I'm just trying to go through the timing and try to keep track of, you know, what cars are where in each class. Which, of course, now that we're doing pit stop sequences, makes things, you know,
impossible.
Yeah, it gets over well real quick, and it doesn't help that my timing screen can only show, I don't know, like 10 or 11 cars at any given time, and I have to scroll through and...
It'll be alright.
We'll get it fixed for Sebring.
Yeah, that race should be sponsored by Spectrum. And then they can just kind of feed me a gigabit line. That'd be great.
Alright, so, in GP2, number 67, NRG Racing, you know, I believe they've done quite a few rounds this year already. Have they always been in a Subaru BRZ?
Sorry, who is this?
NRG Racing.
Yes, I think so.
Okay. For some reason, I could not remember if that was what they were previously driving.
You could, BRZ is specific enough that sounds right to me. If you'd been like, did they used to drive a Miata? I would have been like, probably. Statistically.
Or BMW?
Yeah.
You have a 1 in 2 chance of driving a BMW WRL, it seems.
Yeah, they're very popular cars. It's,
Absolutely.
And anytime I think of VIR, I just think of Caswell's like Sisyphean effort to fight back the new redesigns of the M4, etc. It's a very polarizing grill.
So I have gone back on my notes, and yes, they have been running the BRZ this season. So
okay.
That's just me at 6:30, 7 a.m.
That's right. Yeah, it should be noted that poor JT is joining us in the Pacific time zone after having done a little bit of virtual racing of his own, as I understand it.
Yeah, 2 a.m.
Yeah. Why did you do that?
Why not?
I can think of a few reasons. One is 2 a.m., and that's also the other reason.
Yes, that is that. All right. Anyways, top of the field, back in GTO, Team ACP, Tangerine Associates, and the BMW they lead, followed by the O2 Hammer Motorsports Audi, which seems to have been dropping back a little bit. That just could be due to which driver's ever in the car. I was watching them earlier. They're about 4 seconds back while Team ACP was battling for the lead. But now that gap is back to 12 seconds. So Team ACP has a nice, comfortable lead right now. The 34 Hitman Racing, which we saw earlier, is currently sitting third in class.
Where the internet is on the struggle bus. That's going to be my word.
Word of the day.
Yeah, I think. He sent me a screenshot of some very unfortunate speed test numbers from VIR. So
3.
yeah, 3 bits. It's actually a carrier pigeon is bringing him each packet, and he's got to send it back, which is why he sounds a little choppy today. So please excuse the issues. We are working on training the pigeons. And I think we're in pretty good shape by this time tomorrow. I think the pigeons will have figured it out.
Yeah, I can assume all the crows were still being used with whatever next Game of Thrones series there is.
The crows are actually being used as pit entry beacons.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah. New onboard. This is obviously the Hammer 02. The one of 2 Hammer rallies in the field. And then maybe I should kill my trackside playlist before I do that.
Okay, so this is the one that's currently second overall right now.
Yeah, and this is, I don't believe it's the AC. What's the gap? I'm going to feel like an idiot if that is the...
I'm showing still
it's 11
seconds.
Yeah. I was going to say, I don't think... ACP tends to run...
They have 2. They have 2 cars. They have the number 2 and number 52, both in GTO.
Yeah, ACP has a habit of running like art car style vinyl wraps, and so it always,
yes.
Whenever I see an interesting looking BMW wrap, I'm like, is that ACP? Did they change it up on us? But no.
Yeah, I really like the design.
We've got
It reminds me a lot. What's up?
I think that was a car slow at Oak Tree.
I think it's off, Joseph. I think it was off in the grass on driver's left.
That was a Porsche of some sort.
Let's go on board with Libre Racing. Coming through the same corner, look to driver's left. Alright, whatever was there is no longer there.
You know, the nice thing about the way this camera is mounted is it actually almost functions like a visor cam.
If he were... if this were a sidecar rider, sure.
He's just very tall and has to cock his head to the side to make it fit underneath the top of the, top of the car.
It's the George Russell driving experience.
Yes.
We have an abundance of onboards. We lost a couple. We've lost, the 555 actually had an onboard briefly. But that has fallen to the wayside. To have
that car's actually been into the pits. It may have gone back into the paddock.
Looks like we're going to go 3 wide down the front straight for Montgomery.
Yes.
4 wide technically with the ACP car in the pits. So is that the ACP car relinquishing the lead?
No, I don't believe so. That might be a different...
It was at the
BMW.
9. It's probably the 9. I assume the 9's here. No, at 52, excuse me. I am all out of sorts today. Is that Glock? Yeah, so if we've got onboard requests, let me hear them, because we've got a honestly pretty solid selection this weekend. I'm happy to report.
That's what we like to see.
Yeah. O2 still unable to get around this BMW. It's not the... I don't think it's the 147. I still show them as... Their onboard's not back up anyway. Yeah, maybe it is 147. Maybe the onboard just didn't come back up.
Lawless Allen on board the 02.
Oh, just kidding. It's not the 147. They are still in the pits. Yeah, there's Lawless Allen, and then it is Ron Doc Hugate in the 01. Although that feed has paused on me, which I'm not a fan of. Brendan, you sound better.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Okay.
Did you see the picture I sent you? With
Oh,
the
yeah.
packet loss?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see my response to you?
Nope.
Okay.
He'll
well,
get it soon.
Yeah.
By the
It's on the way. It's
The
coming.
wind shifted the opposite way, so the pigeon's taking a little bit longer.
Sure.
Did not to bring things back to Lawless Allen as is our wont, but we
Here
should
he is.
come back to it a little bit. Do you know where Lawless Allen was just a night or two ago?
I'm a little afraid to find out.
He was in Bristol, Tennessee. Not
What was he
terribly far from
doing in
here.
Bristol? Because there were some things happening.
Yeah, he was in a truck.
Attaboy.
Yeah, P18 in the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series.
Did he beat Carson Hocevar? That's all I need to know.
I don't know, actually. Carson Hocevar. What did
Sheldon Creed.
No, Hocevar finished 6th, so. he does not
Ah,
have
what a shame.
Although I would suggest that Carson Hocevar probably has more experience in a truck than Lawless Allen does. So
We don't. Who knows? You know, it
Also,
didn't even occur
let's
to me
not-
how close this was to Bristol.
yeah, it's not far.
It's
Also,
probably
let's not lose sight of the fact that Lawless Allen has gone from a two-frame truck at a half-mile high bank short track to a front-wheel drive Audi TCR at VIR.
What do you think feels more intense? Because I don't think I know.
I mean, they are violently different.
I mean, no, yeah, it's apples and
I
oranges.
agree with you. I don't know that you could pick one. I mean, part of me wants to say Bristol a little bit just because of the sensory...
Like, just the
kind of
density. I'm
overload.
just thinking of, like, the track density.
Oh, density-wise? Yeah, I thought you said intensity.
No, but both. But I think they're
Density, yeah.
just so. I think the things in favor of the truck experience is you've got a lot of cars per mile. In that, I think that number's probably what, like 80.
Well, 30-something trucks at half a mile, so you're at 60 per mile. Here, you're at 70 over 3 miles. Ooh, we're gonna look at the inside at Oak Tree.
Can we see the number plate? I don't think so.
It's not the 2, right? That's
No.
gotta
It's
be
definitely not the
52.
2. This is not for a position, which is
No,
gonna
I
be.
think it'll-
It's gonna be incredibly frustrating because he's now, this is obviously getting in the way of his pursuit of the leader.
I think this will be the 52, the team car to the 2, ironically.
Yeah, which is currently 10th. That's
But this will
our
to
suspect.
lap. Yeah, that'll be to lap this car.
Is the
Worth
9
noting, by
here?
the way, I haven't seen it.
I thought I
Yeah,
saw
I'm
it
not
coming
seeing
out of
it
the
coming.
pit. Oh, you know what? It might have been the
91 is
525.
here. 91 is here.
I saw a car that looked suspiciously like the 9, and I was like, I don't think I see the 9 in the timing screen.
Remember, too, that Team ACP and Associates are regular competitors in the Creventic 24-hour series, so it's possible that the 9 is committed away.
It might be the 91 might have the same livery. You're there. I'm not. So you would know.
I mean, it's tough when you've got 70 cars and your head is down because you can't make the internet work. But it's stabilized out now. The 111, by the way, the Thunder Bunny M2, has got a portion of its right rear bumper hanging. Dragging is probably a bridge too far, but it is definitely dangling off of the rest of the bumper cover.
They're currently third in GP1, I believe. Is that correct?
They are. GP1 here on RaceHero.io. Yeah, third in GP1. Just set a PB, 2:11.3. Actually, one of the slower cars in GP1 over a lap. Sorry, that's the 110, JT. The 110, 111 is the car that's got the hanging little corner of the bumper cover there. That's P14 GTO, P14 overall.
Gotcha.
Team LMR is into the GP1 lead, and I have a suspicion that will probably be mostly on pit stops.
Yeah, it's interesting because we saw Ginger Racing drop down quite a bit. I don't know if they had an issue or not.
But no, you know what? They did. They've just pitted for the first time.
Well, they may have, but they're also how many laps down from the LMP from the GP1 lead? Quite a bit.
They never came back out.
Yeah. So LMR inherited the lead. The number 24 Montgomery Motorsports has been working its way back up to the front after having some slight on-track difficulties earlier. Big Mission Motorsports, I believe they already pitted, so they're sitting down 7 and 8th. I believe the round 3 racing 701 Porsche also pitted earlier.
BMW here on the screen. Is this the 5?
I think it is.
Oh, it's the 151.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
BMW. What is happening in GP1?
Oh boy.
Montgomery's just come across the start-finish line, so the margin is 49 seconds, but coming down all the time because that 51 car is not well. We'll be able to pick it up on the camera just a bit. The next series of S's here, the turn 6 area.
And it looks like an GP1, the round 3 racing Porsche got. Oh no, it already got by the CMG.
Yeah, there it is. It's grinding to a halt. Is that a single? God, I mean, most cars will be able to see it. It makes me anxious when I see a car. When I see cars in a line, especially mixed class.
Yeah.
Yeah, you think Daytona and Gidley.
Yeah.
The good news there is the S's sort of force you into single file, which means you'd be less likely to try and duck out there.
The problem is on exit, and you're trying to, a GTO car on a, that's stuck behind a GP3.
Trying to get a jump. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think anyone's. Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to be unsighted. It was before that had gone to a waving yellow that I was like, okay.
Yeah, on the bright side, that Marshall is quite visible. Hopefully.
Again, it looks like at Road Atlanta, the stewards in the room are all looking up at the TV mounted in the top corner with the live stream on it.
I promise I'm doing my job.
No, we're doing well here, but they're all using it to their advantage to make these calls, get eyes on the whole situation, which is of considerable benefit when you're the decision makers who are tasked whether or not to send the race to a code 35 situation, which is exactly what we have.
Yeah.
Okay. So right when the Hammer Motorsports Audi goes by.
So they're preparing.
There's the other one.
Much like they did the first. Now let's remember, the last time we had Code 5, who sort of played the strategy class there at Barber. Certainly on Saturday, it was the Hammer crew, the 02 especially. Really, really good job. And if you're gonna try and pick out somebody who might have an edge in a scenario like this, be the guys. They got it right the first, and some of that might have been down to luck in terms of timing and when they could get into the game. But keep an eye on them. The more 35s we get throughout the day here, because I think it's going to make a difference. It already has. They're a long way from pit, though, so it'll be until they make here.
JT, what are you looking at?
I'm currently looking at GP2 standings. Currently, we have Northloop Motorsports leading BMW, followed by the 525 Fat Furious Motorsports, and running up podium is the 89 Libre Racing Toyota that we had that cool onboard on earlier. I believe quite a few, at least most of the class, I think, already did their pit stop. So we'll try to see who comes in here. But I mean, if you can right now, since we're under yellow, it's a great time to do some advertising.
Who are our sponsors, JT? Who is our sponsor of record, I guess?
I really like Cooper Tires.
Wow, that is crazy. What are the chances?
He is fun.
What a guy.
Can we bring him the Sebring?
You know what? Let's make some calls. Let's figure it out. Let's see if we can get Uncle Cooper on board.
Well, I want to hear from him right now.
Oh, okay. All right, we'll do that.
Hey, your Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie, my niece, your cousin, and Goldie didn't know which tires were right for her. The first ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now.
Back to green flag racing, as you see. 2 hours down, inexplicably. Feels like it could have been 30 minutes, but we are nearly a full 2 hours down. Several cars, obviously, we were clearly caught up a little bit. Oh, that is not the volume that I wanted for that. That is too loud. We'll figure it out.
In GP3, the 407 Craftsman Auto Care BMW has retaken the lead. The 944 Pressure Tech Porsche 944 briefly held the lead there, but as the pit stops cycled through, that's gone and changed now. We have the 175 AOA Motorsports Mazda rounding out in third. Is that a Celica I saw in pit lane?
That should be the 89, right? That should be Libre Racing.
I think so, yeah. I did not. whatever reason, I did not think that would be a Celica. That is great.
Yeah, let's cut back to them actually. Yeah, lots of cars that were seemingly caught out by that. I don't know if I've beat that horse dead enough yet, but a lot of cars that were caught out seemingly by how quick that Code 35 actually was. Cars moved very swiftly, but kind of similar to as we saw the first time around. Because it came out so quick, there were awful lot of teams who ducked into the pits basically at exactly the wrong time.
Yeah, and others had to wait until next lap, and so by the time they come in, oh look, green flag. Yeah, my timing says it's a 2014 Toyota.
Okay, probably not a Celica. 2014? I wonder, huh?
What it says, I'm wondering, maybe it's hard. I have a hard time seeing. Is that the Acura?
Oh, you know what? All right, I would buy that.
That would be the number 65 CMD Motorsports, which was, I believe, 6th in GP1 coming into the pit stop.
And we're gonna get some hate mail. We've confused a Celica and we've confused a Toyota and an Acura.
Anywho, just gonna let that one go.
Just kind of walk out of that. Brendan's gonna do some roaming reporting as we've got a slow car on the way into turn 5.
Looks like a Cayman.
It does look like a Cayman.
Is that one of the round 3?
No, it's on a round 3.
No, it's not.
I've seen. Is that the 9? Or the 7? God, this is atrocious. Yeah, I think it's a 7. I think that's ACI.
Ooh. They're currently 12th overall.
Yeah, they're still slow here.
Oh, don't tell me they're going to come to a stop in the exact same spot.
Exact same spot. That is the designated breakdown lane. Yeah, I'm more comfortable with that location, to be honest.
That is a bit better.
But that will still require another Code 35 to get that car recovered. I don't know if they'll throw it yet, because I don't know if the car that needed to be picked up from the S's the first time around has actually made it back to the paddock yet. So we may not go Code 35 for a minute or so until they can actually scramble the recovery vehicle out there.
Yeah, we're still green as we go 30 wide towards the S's.
Yeah.
We see the MPO1 coming through frame.
One of at least 2.
So, Stratus is one. Who's the other?
The 555. Who at one point was the pole sitter.
Okay, Stratus is currently 18th. They're down a lap and a half, I believe. Still 6 hours to go, so plenty of time, but not the best way to get started today.
No, clearly.
Yeah, the 555 is 12 laps down. Team citation.
So 555, or sorry, rather the Stratus 59 started from the back of the field.
Oh, okay.
Well, started from the back of the GTO field, I guess. But I'm still a little surprised to see them. I guess I'm not that surprised, actually. Okay, so for some background information, most of the paddock probably already knows this, but in case you don't, the 59 is running to, as we go Code 35 again, the 59 is running to a basically a voluntarily reduced power to weight spec. So going from memory, I think the power to weight spec for GTO is typically 9-1, and then weight to power, I guess, spec is 9-1. They're voluntarily running at 10.5-1 this weekend, so they will be slower than the 555. And if you assume that they're roughly equal equipment, they're actually serving as pretty good barometers against each other this weekend. So if you're looking for a fun experiment, those are two cars to take a look at. The reason they're doing that is basically, there's been some frustration, disagreement. I don't know what the right word is, but definitely a lot of chatter about, where do cars like the NP01 fit in WRL, and so Stratus, who is I think leading GTO in the national point standings, is volunteering basically to run at a lower power to weight spec, and then just provide data to the series. They weren't asked to do it. There was no regulation change. They just said, okay, well, we want to run this car next year, and so to make it as fun and as interesting as possible, we're gonna run it basically detuned, or add ballast. I'm not sure what exactly they did to get it to that spec, but we're gonna run it at a lower spec, and help everybody figure out what we need to do for next year. So it's a very interesting thing to keep an eye on, not just for today, but also for next year.
Yeah.
Can I add something to that, Joseph?
You absolutely may.
Yeah, it's not just that Stratus wants to run that car next year. There's seven NP01s that are, have interest in running in the World Racing League, and the goal is not to create a prototype class or anything like that, but to provide a place where cars like that can run up against the guys who are, picking up TCRs and GT4 cars in a way that's competitive and realistic and doesn't box everybody into buying, prototypes or sports racers. So
right,
it's good on Stratus for what they've taken on here, even if it means they're sacrificing their chances at some points here. I mean, they're in a good position in the championship, like you mentioned, but you're still walking away from a considerable number of points at a place you should have been otherwise fairly strong. So we'll see what it means, both this weekend and as we move forward into 2022 for those NP01s.
The number 7 has been pulled into the cut right basically between the S's sections, so we should be going back to green pretty quickly if the last time around is any indication.
Just a quick comment though, Brennan, you sound much better remotely on your phone.
Yeah, the mic quality is hot garbage, but the connection quality is much better. So I don't know what we do with that information.
He's gonna sit on pit wall for the rest of the race.
You know what?
Yeah, I mean, if I had 50 gigs of 5G hotspot data, I would just run the whole thing through my phone, but I don't, so here we are.
I believe we're back to green. That's what that sounds like.
Alright, so it looks like right before going back to green, Team ACP had about a 20-second lead over Hammer Motorsports Audi in second. Gonna keep an eye on that as we...
What was that gap? 20 seconds?
Yeah.
Okay, so that obviously will have been extended because of the obviously the distance would have stayed the same, but the time would have expanded.
Whoa, I'm showing Hitman in the lead.
Can I offer you gentlemen a GP1 update?
You absolutely may.
Moorhead Speedworks, the 147 that we would have expected to be very much your leading contender in class. Just talked to somebody at the team. They are working at the front end of that car.
I believe that from what I've seen.
Yeah, the front subframe failed.
Oh,
That's not... to borrow a phrase from Ryan, that's not what you want to see.
No. They think it went up over an apex curb a little aggressively or hit something kind of square on at the front, and when it did, the subframe literally just failed.
If I may, would that happen to be an E36?
36 or 46. Check the entry. I'm not sure.
I don't have the entry that shows it, but I would hazard a guess to say that is an E36, 1994 to like 1998 body.
We've got an Aston coming out of the pits, making a green flag pit stop. That will obviously be costly.
That's the 909 Automatic Racing, crossing the line in 12th.
Aston Martin's kind of having a miserable day today. The 143, I think we saw into the paddock 2 or 3 laps into the race, and the 909 just has not had pace this weekend at all.
It's a lot of fresh entries from old teams in this race. W2W's got a 490. What was it? A 498. Got to study up on that car number. ACP's bringing a 91. So it's sort of same names, different faces that we're gonna have to get used to.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and guess that ACP and Hammer both pitted this past lap or so. Judging by the gaps, that's promoted number 34 Hitman Racing to the lead. Number 99 Team GTR, BMW up to second. And it looks like the gap for third is very close between Team ACP Andrew and Associates in third, and the number 702 Round 3 Racing Porsche directly behind within a second.
Yeah, I'll try to track that down for us.
It should be going into about sector 2, I believe.
Was this a GTO or GP?
GTO.
GTO. Okay. I mean, the pictures look great. I'm a little jealous of Brendan being there because it looks like a great place. I'm not jealous of his internet connection right now, but
you had the chance to be here, Joseph.
But I'm not, and also we would have been in considerably worse straits if I had been.
Yeah, no, we would not be streaming right now.
Yeah.
This broadcast would not be happening.
So, we are a distributed team.
I want to sort of raise a point here.
Please.
We started half an hour later than we normally do, right? We started at 8:30, so we've really only just crested 2 hours. This is the earliest I've been down in a pit lane in the WRL. I've never been sort of relegated to this point this early on. And I see more cars down here in the paddock after just 2 hours of racing than I do really at any point later on in the day or later on in a weekend. The attrition at the start of this race has been almost unbelievable, and none of it is really down to driving standards or anything. I mean, you get mistakes and errors, and especially at a place like VIR that requires commitment and where there's a fine line. But the number of mechanical issues, the number of little off tracks that have developed into something more significant, really is kind of set apart from what we usually see in the WRL. I just spoke to one of the guys down at Split Decision Racing, the 484 M2 that went out of the lead. He was too wide at turn 1 with I think it was the Valdez number 75 Porsche Cayman, and he told me that all of a sudden, as he was getting to the apex, he heard a car locking up to driver's right. The car flung itself over the apex curb into the side of the 484, which sent the 484 into the side of the Porsche.
So it was a 3-car collision, basically.
It was 3 cars in one shot. Think of the United Autosports incident back at Le Mans a couple weeks ago.
Wow.
Just right up over the apex curb and took out 3 in one. And it's not to say that,
Hold on, I think
catastrophic.
That car might have a puncture down there. That was a very sudden little kind of whip from side to side, and then that was the. I couldn't quite tell. By the time it had gotten loose, I couldn't tell. It looked a little bit like a Hammer Audi, but I'm not certain. We'll wait for it to kind of crawl through here. Is this camera frozen? This camera might be frozen.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, it
Which
definitely is. The one looking at pit in, which is a shame, because we kind of need that one.
Starter stand or exit at turn 17?
Exit 17.
Yeah.
No, I'm like 100 feet from that. I'll be right back.
Did I say pit entry? It's pit exit. Or vice versa. It's pit entry rather than pit exit.
Pit entry frozen, pit exit's good.
Yeah.
All right, give me a second.
You are listening live to routine IT maintenance.
We've been at that for 2 hours.
There is a Miata parked to the right-hand side of this screen. I can only see the back half of it. So it looks like a bad photographer's Instagram.
Any chance that's a Marshall's car?
I don't know. That's what I was trying to figure out. I can't decide if I think that it has a cage in it or not. It looks like it's got a Mazda emblem over the rear wheel arch, so I kind of assumed that it was a race car. But I don't know.
Alright, so just real quick, in GP1 we have the number 44 PC Racing BMW leading the class, currently 19th overall. Bit behind, I believe, about a second. Oh no, less than about a half second behind is the number 24 Montgomery Motorsports BMW. So very good battle for the lead there.
It was definitely a slow Audi in that shot.
Yeah, there you go.
But that's 2 corners away from Oak Tree. That's not at the back half of the circuit. So I don't know if they've got some sort of recurring, maybe. That is peculiar. That feels like maybe a recurring electrical thing or something like that. One of those Control-Alt-Deletes that keeps having to be Control-Alt-Deleted, which I, given this morning, am wholly sympathetic to.
Yeah.
So it's a battle of attrition for everybody here.
GP2, number 525 Fab Furious Motorsports BMW leads over the number 21 Norfolk Motorsports BMW. In GP3, we see the 407 Craftsman Auto Care BMW back into the lead. Currently, the 944 Pressure Tech Porsche back down in third, with the number 175 AOA Motorsports Mazda MX-5 splitting the 2 cars.
going back to some onboards. I feel like we've been neglecting the onboards a little bit, so let's not do that. This is the Thunder Bunny 110. The thing that I always find interesting to listen to with these feeds is kind of just how much time they spend off throttle on downshifts, especially. Whoa! All sorts of squirrely coming out of Oak Tree. But you know, there's some cars I have no idea, to be honest with you, with some of these cars, how driver dependent it is, but it seems like you've got to be clutched in for quite a while with some of these cars to make the gear changes work. Probably best for the drivetrain. You know, you don't want to rush into it in an 8-hour race.
Yeah. Especially when we have another race tomorrow.
Right. Yeah. Now, obviously, you know, Danville being the center of industry that it is, it might be a little difficult to get replacement parts. Although, Brennan and I were talking about this, not being from the area, we had no idea how many racetracks are basically a stone's throw away. You know, we just talked about Bristol is there, Martinsville is even closer, South Boston for short track racing is right there. You know, we're not that far away from Greensboro and Winston-Salem. It's an awfully yeah, I don't get the sense that there's an awful lot here, but it's it feels like a really good nexus to be stationed in if you want to be close to a lot of different racetracks.
Yeah, that's definitely nice if you're able to run multiple programs at the same time as well.
Right. Yeah. For example, if you're Ron Hugate and you decide that you're going to run Camping World trucks and then hop over and do a TCR Audi the day after that.
Yeah, you do kind of want to be not traveling so much. All right, back at the front of the field, we still have Hitman Racing leading over Team GTR. Gap is currently 6 seconds, and Round 3 Racing sitting third place. Screaming Goat, we haven't really talked about much. BMW has been promoted up to 4th place, and the O2 Hammer Motorsports is 5th, ahead of the 52 Team ACP Tangerine Associate BMW. The number 2, which was leading earlier, I'm seeing down in 10th.
Eventually, I'll have time to catch up to... Did you make a point that the 175 it has pitted for AOA?
I've not. They were sitting second in class.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they've come out in second or if they've gone in second. I'm not sure where the pit loop is here yet. But either way, that'll be a relevant data point.
And I'm back. Sweet.
Congratulations,
you should have a turn 17 camera again, gentlemen.
Ooh.
Thank you, thank you.
And can I have one of you tell me in what position we might find the number 909 Automatic Racing Aston Martin?
I believe they were 8th. Let me double check that. The number 909?
Yes.
12th right now.
Okay. So, I'll tell you a story. this morning at about 7 o'clock. I was in the sort of the middle portion of the infield over the crossover bridge, and there sat the number 909 Automatic Racing Aston Martin, and a man with a computer and a very concerned look on his face. That car
I sympathize with that too.
6 laps yesterday they got done. Put in no representative qualifying time really at all. And just sort of decided to let whatever happened today happen. They've been chasing some issues. I just spoke to somebody up near turn 17, one of the engineers there. Apparently it's been something to do with the electronics and the way it's interfacing with the transaxle. It's not strictly a gearbox issue, and it's not, strictly speaking, an electronics only issue, but they're having issues with shifting, acceleration, traction control, the whole bit. So they think they've got something sorted out now, and the car is out there. No guarantees that it's fixed. They changed like 5 different things in the hopes that they could get it to run consistently. So 12th, considering all of that, is not bad.
Yeah, that is.
I'll tell you what is bad, not to pivot here. The 01 Audi is into the garage.
Huh, okay.
Cars up on the air jacks. The right rear tire is off, and a gentleman is elbow deep in the right rear wheel well.
Yeah, we thought that we had seen a slow TCR actually several times, so I wonder if it was, so maybe what I saw when I thought that they had a tire down wasn't the tire, but it was actually,
it's a shock.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well,
how many times have we seen problems this year for hammer and shock absorbers?
It's been shocking.
Okay.
Genuinely, this might be the 4th or 5th time this season already.
Yeah,
maybe more.
It seems, I don't know if they're just using too much curbs or if it's just more the nature of the car. I don't know.
So my guess, Brendan, was that it was going to be on the right rear. What corner are they looking at?
Yeah, if I said left rear, I meant to say right rear. It is the right rear.
Okay. That's interesting because that's not what we're used to seeing. Terrible way to say it. I don't know if there's a better way to say it. What we're used to seeing with those cars is if I remember correctly, is the front issues with the front suspension, because obviously that's doing all the work, right? That's doing the power, the braking, the steering. The rear wheels are just kind of there.
It is more frequently that, but not always. I mean, we definitely have seen rear shock issues. But I mean, shock issues have taken that car out of potential race victories in the past. You think back to Road America when the right front, that may have just been the whole suspension, but I think it was at least the shock was involved there. It did send the car off into the gravel in turn 6 out of the overall race lead. So this is sort of a thing for them. And in a world where you're prepping yourself to go, thrash around Sebring for 24 hours, it's not promising.
Yeah. No, it's a good point. So the reason we ran the Sebring, I hate to pivot like that, but while I'm thinking about it, there are still slots open for Sebring. I understand why there are still slots open for Sebring, but it'd be great to get that car count up a little bit, because it's going to be a really fascinating race. It'll be a tough one, 100%, but I will be really excited to see really how that goes. I wouldn't be surprised to see, obviously a lot of the cars in GTO are basically race prep cars out of the factory. But some of those cars in the lower classes are going to be set up to run a little softer. They're going to be a little more compliant over the bumps. I kind of even with modern damper technology, I kind of wouldn't be shocked to see, you know, a GP1 car, you know, punching well above its weight in that race. I think it'll be a really interesting 24 hours. Obviously, you know, the first 24-hour race at Sebring, I think ever, beating out Crevantic, so that'll be interesting. I think some teams are doing Sebring specifically because they're also, or drivers are doing Sebring for WRL specifically because they're doing Crevantic as the 24 goes around for Montgomery.
One more quick word about the hammer situation, if I can.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I just talked to Tim Myers. It is the first time they've broken a rear shock, so I'll stand corrected there, but still an ongoing issue.
Well, look at that. That's a W2W car running wide at 17.
All right.
And it's gone.
They're not convinced that this didn't have something to do with the puncture that car suffered on the first lap of the race. It was the right rear.
Oh, Montgomery involved in another collision. There's 2 cars off at turn 1. Two cars off. I'm not sure. We're looking at turn 1 now. I'm not sure if both have remounted. It looks like there might still be one off in the distance there. There was a second car. I didn't quite catch who it was.
Meanwhile, from the field, we have a new overall leader. Team GTR got around Hitman Racing, and has pulled a substantial gap over the past 2 laps, now up to 8 seconds. Number 44 PC Racing comes across the line, leading GP1. Not sure where Montgomery is, if that car started recovering, or if that's going to promote round 3 racing to seconds.
Yeah, I don't. We've lost the onboard on that. Basically, I suspect that in going off track, they've just knocked the camera off its mount.
I was going to say, can you go back to the Montgomery thing? Because I thought I saw a little bit of movement inside.
Oh, yeah.
I think they're stopped on track.
Yeah, they absolutely are. So that is the car that is off to driver's left.
Is that still a top 2 car in GP1?
According to timing, yes.
So that is, I see 1 car off on another onboard and only that 1 car off. So whoever the other car was that was involved, I'll try to pull that up for us.
Hard to hear, but there is radio communications with the driver and pit wall.
Yeah.
Code 35.
Yeah, driver seems fine. I didn't get the sense that it was a big impact. I think it's probably elevated his adrenaline. Got quite a bit. On board with the 525, yeah. Oh, sorry, this is the... I thought we were at turn 1-2, but the barriers at turn 1-2 are much further away.
Alright, so... assuming there's no other GP1 cars involved in this incident, this is going to promote round 3 racing in the second, and Thunder Bunny, the 110, up into third. Then 4th and 5th is going to be the 2 big Mission Motorsports cars.
So I thought that it was a...
A BMW, a Porsche, MX-5.
I didn't catch at all even the shape of the car. It looked like an orange flash.
Ooh. I'd missed it, but in GP2, the 89 Libre Racing got back into third, delegating number 28 HQ Autosport down into fourth, still ahead of the 87 RK Motorsports BMW.
Okay, I'll be able to pull up. I'll be able to pull up a replay for you guys. So just talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah,
like we do have a wrecker on the scene there now.
JT, a question as a man who is of considerable experience when it comes to Mazdas and MX-5s.
Where are you going with it?
If you were to put an MX-5 up on jack stands and then two people underneath the middle underside of the car, you would say they were looking at what? Like
dead center. If it's the case of my car, probably the seal to the transmission leaking.
Okay, so
because that tends to be an ongoing issue.
Right. So the number 15, which admittedly is an NC,
Okay.
but the number 15 black AOA car is up on jack stands with the situation exactly as I've just described it. Dead center, front to rear end, left to right. There is now one person, but there were two with ratchets and all kinds of things down there doing some work. The hood is up on the car as well. The 55, the team car, also an NC. This is the bright yellow one with the big honking wing. Is up on jack stands with the hood up, but zero attention being paid to it at the moment. So,
yeah,
the attrition continues down here. And this time it seems to have bitten AOA Racing in a rather more significant and comprehensive way.
So yeah, I'm going to give you guys a quick replay while I've got it. It's a really unfortunate basic series of events. Yeah, I'll avoid belaboring the point. Actually, make sure I've got audio fed to you guys, which I did not. Okay, good. But, yeah, so... Oh, shoot, okay. I'm a lot behind. Well, I'll come back to it.
In the meantime, we discuss, continuing the attrition discussion, the number 7, ACI Motorsports, the Porsche Cayman. Has the engine cover up at the rear, the hood up at the front, and I just heard him try and crank it over, and it went about 10 or 12 cycles, and nothing happened.
So for a reminder, that is the car that came to a stop on lap 52 of the leader. That's what gave us our third code 35.
Yeah, I was either suffering from internet issues at the time or had already come down to the paddock, but in any case, that is... that car is still stationary down here, has not moved since it was brought back into the paddock.
There's a big plume of smoke in front of the 89 here. Or is that permanently on the windshield? I might have missed it. It might just be glare, but that looks like smoke. Okay, anyway, I'm going to feed you guys the onboard from Montgomery. So they're going to get loose here, and it's just, the rear's just going to go on them. It's just gone. So, we caught this late. We caught this mid-spin. So he's going to get it back going. Remember the rear stepping out on him there.
Yeah, that's way too much speed in there.
But I don't... Well, I'm not sure it was the speed that he was carrying. Because watch what happens as he goes around turn 1 and into turn 2. Listen carefully here. The rear's lock, and he's just, at that point he is a passenger, isn't able to re-corral it.
Did we make a point that the number 152 BMW is also being recovered?
No, I was not aware of that.
All right,
Okay, yeah, that's the. I think it's the chump change cars. Just come back on a tow rope
Is
ahead
it like
of the
blue and
Montgomery.
orange?
It's red here, but yeah, red, blue, and white.
Yeah, so that's the car involved with the Montgomery car. So I just caught up with that. The Montgomery car braked almost a full brake marker later than the BMW directly in front. So I think that may have been a bit of a panic brake. So that might be why the rear stepped out.
Yeah, it's tough to say. We are on board the wrecker. Obviously, Jay's climbed out, frustrated, as you could hear in the audio, but seems to be fine.
It's worth noting here as well. I was told by RJ that Montgomery has a new car that's just been built. I'm not convinced that this is that car. This looks like the one we're used to seeing
The old
later in the
24,
season.
basically.
Yeah. So I'm hopeful that this is the old car anyway. A lot of dust on the car, and the front end of that car is pretty well scrunched in, pretty much right at the grill.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe they were running into brake issues. Because it was almost the exact same thing, like back-to-back corners. I don't know if you. There's also, drivers are human. He may have been just trying to make up for lost time.
Green flag?
He may have just been trying to make up for. Oh, that's okay. So I think that's one of the ACP cars is actually just about to duck into the pits. Some cars are getting the green flag message later than others, which is causing a little bit of a stack up coming into the S's. It's one of the Hammer cars, I believe. Is it the Hammer car, or is that the one that I think is the Hammer car, and it's actually the 81? But anyway, an Audi TCR leaving the pits. So now 2.5 hours in. Maybe there's a chance that we'll be able to settle into a rhythm here. Stop breaking cars.
I would like that very much.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing about these Code 35s too is if you think they're going to be long enough, it's a free pit stop basically. Not quite free, because obviously you're still losing the time it takes to refuel and swap out a driver or what have you. But the pit lane speed limit is, I think, also 35. So you're not losing anything just by traversing the pit lane, right? If it makes sense to get a stop done and maybe give yourself some extra time at the end of the race, it's kind of free time.
Well, yeah, it's time you're not losing out on track doing a green flag stop.
Someone's gone wide on the way into Oak Tree. That's the dust, and there's the car at the top of the hill now.
To make a quick point on the Code 35 pit stop situation, we've mentioned a couple times today, the only other place we've seen this is at Farmer, right, which is 2.3 miles around, and has a bunch of gravel traps, which means more likely than not you've got to run a tow all the way out through the gravel, bring it back onto the track, get it unhooked, and then either let it go on its own and clean up the gravel behind it, or tow it all the way back into the paddock, right? So that whole operation is is likely to take much longer, and even if they take the same amount of time, at Barber it's fewer laps because the track's over a mile shorter. Here at VIR, if you don't make it into the pits your first time around under Code 35, there's a chance you're going to have to wait 5 to 6 minutes.
Yeah.
To come back around into the pits, and by that point, there's a chance that the recovery operation is done. And just like we saw on our first full course yellow, our first Code 35, it leaves guys stuck in the pit lane while cars are accelerating back to race speed out on track. And that, more than anything, I think is what's creating these swings out on track with the gaps. And it is a fundamentally different sort of planning cycle than what we had at Barber. You basically have to commit to your pit stop as soon as the Code 35 comes out. Otherwise, you leave yourself very much at risk.
I think we've got another slow car coming out of Oak Tree. I'll try to find a good onboard.
I was just going to say, about this far into the race at Barber, we were on our 5th code 35.
What are we up to here? 4?
4.
All right, so
And
we're doing
hopefully
one better.
that car can keep going. Let's hope that car keeps going.
Yeah, quite.
Because we had 19 on that Saturday.
$19, really? I mean, okay, so one thing that was different about Barber was the track had a proclivity to catch fire.
Yes, at least 2 of them were from grass fire, at least in my notes.
Yeah, so that's not going to happen here. The grass isn't nearly as dry as it was at Barber. I believe that car that was disabled actually pulled into the like alternate pit lane, because there's actually a tow truck behind it. So I think that car is out of the way. I don't think we'll need to go code 35 for that. So well done to whoever that was. It might have been... Huh.
Hammers got by the Screaming Goat Racing.
Yeah, just on that lap, actually.
Yep, so that puts the Audi into 4th. And if I'm reading correctly, Kingpin Racing Porsche got around the number 52 Team ACP as well.
This is a really deceptive shot. It's kind of challenging for me because everybody who's not in a... Screaming Goat's actually lost quite a lot of pace. Or at least doesn't have the pace over the TCR. And it's another slow... No, it was a slow car. I thought it was a trick of perspective, but that's another slow car in the uphill S's. That's a tricky place to... There's no yellow flag there. You are free to pass, technically. Is it advisable? It's not my place to say. We've got a waving yellow up here now. What is happening? Oh, okay, there you can see the car. It looks like a Miata.
Yeah, a red one, I think. Looks like an NB, possibly.
Yeah, so that car is definitely ailing. I believe that was a... I'm going to call it a BMW. You could tell me it was a... From the angle that we've got, you could tell me it was a BMW or a Civic, frankly. And an older Civic, I would buy that.
Yeah, the closer one was, I think, an E46 3 Series.
Yeah, okay.
And then the further out Mazda Miata, I think, was the 09 Roberts Motorsports Industries in GP3. I believe they are currently 7th in GP3.
So we will be waiting here in part because it's a cool shot, and in part because we want to see if that BMW makes it back around. If it can get here, I think it's basically downhill all the way down to 16.
Yeah, until you have to try to get on pit road.
Yeah. There he is.
Yeah, so Limpin might have a flat.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It sounded a little off song, but...
And the cars behind tend to stack up a bit there. That was odd.
He should be coming into the pits now. So he's right under our nose. So he has made it back. Let's listen. Yeah, not a ton of power being output there. It didn't sound like. You could hear the cars next to it more than you could hear it. I'm showing the 175 for AOA is still in the pits.
Ooh, that would not be good. Last I looked, they were still holding on second place from behind the 407 Craftsman Auto Care BMW. No, my timing shows they're still there 40th.
Okay.
It looks like the Pastor Tech Porsche did get around, so they're sitting third. But it does look like they are same lap.
I've got them. It's kind of funny. I don't know if they're taking an odd line, and it just happens to hit the pit transponder. But I'm getting them as having pitted almost every lap, which is clearly not correct. Meanwhile, the 407. I don't know if this is quite right. Sort of conversely, I'm not showing them as having pitted at all. I don't know. I want to corroborate that against the Race Hero data. But I'm showing our GP3 race leader as having not carried out any pit stops.
I'm pretty sure they did about 75 minutes, maybe 80 minutes into the race, because they had quite a large gap over second place. And at one point, the Passer Tech Porsche was leading.
I don't think they've pitted. I'm looking at Race Hero. Race Hero doesn't have a pit stop registered for them either. So they at least have never crossed the. Yeah, maybe we've got something odd going on with the pit loop today, because we do have what looks like a green flag lap that should have lost them about 3 minutes. Unless that was the... It's possible that was just... Yeah, go ahead.
I wonder a little bit with the long painted paved area at pit in there, whether some of these guys are making late calls to pits, either under green or, under code 35. And the actual loop is before that. So if you're cutting across the paint, it may not actually be registering, across the pit in loop.
Yeah, it's possible. Are you back up in the booth there, Brendan?
I am, and I'm on my phone's hotspot.
Attaboy.
It's so bad.
The GP2 team, HQ Autosports, which I believe sits fourth right now, is also saying, pit loop is not being shown on Race Hero.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I might rerun if we have a dip in the action. I might rerun our timing. That's not a good idea. I was gonna say I was gonna say I have an option to kind of ignore pit information as it's reported from Race Hero, but we did have that long. The problem with that is it was tuned for Thunderhill, so it's tuned to basically assume that there's a possibility to stop anytime there's a yellow flag. So it's almost going to be less reliable anyway. Anyway, go ahead.
Do we really want to touch anything at this moment?
Been at this for 3 hours and we finally have something vaguely stable.
Yeah, you're sounding real good right now.
Yeah, thanks to AT&T.
For the first time that's ever been said.
Ironically, I think they're actually on Verizon wired internet here. When
Could
I do the
Fios.
speed test, well, I don't know, maybe it's Fios. It says Verizon. So,
I need to gain Brendan up. Brendan's quiet.
I can.
He's
adjust
fine
that
for
a
me.
little bit.
Okay.
It's fine for me. It's the first time anybody's ever called me quiet.
Okay.
Am I right in seeing the 99 has cycled through into the lead?
Yes.
This is ahead of schedule for them.
Yes, in that aspect. Hitman had been leading in the past half hour or so, but then Team GTR bumped up to the lead. Hitman went back to third.
2:04.8.
I know. It's fantastic.
2:06.9, a 10.9 from Hitman, a 7.6 from, now a 7.5 from Hammer. Screaming Goats in the 7s. That's remarkable.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we're looking at Screaming Goat out the front of a 111 right now, actually.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, and the 02 Hammer Audi should not be that much further ahead, I believe. Should be 2 or 3 seconds.
2 seconds ahead of Screaming Goat. Did we have the Screaming Goat on board? We did have one earlier.
I don't think it ever came up. I know it was posted. I don't know if it ever went live.
Coming across the line, Team ACP, the 52 car, and the 77 Kingpin. Great battle for 6. We're looking at within a second. That's 6th in GTO and overall.
Yeah, I don't think we have cameras for that. 228 is out of the paddock for the first time in hours. It's Team Shocker, 44 laps completed compared to the leader 71. So they've been missing for some time. A lot of ground being made up here by the 111 on the 29 Screaming Goat BMW. And I think he's about to get a bunch more of it because there is a ton of traffic into the S's here at turn 7. Not quite flat for the 111 as his teammate, the 350, comes into the pit lane here in front of me. Back to the throttle nice and early on the M2, up behind the considerably older M3, and they both go up the inside of another indeterminate BMW.
Well, that was, I believe, the car that was homed into by the 24. Wow, that is just blowing by. And that's not a slow car.
No, I was going to say, think back to Daytona.
Uh-huh.
The race that Screaming Goat won, where, I mean, it was faster everywhere, but it really was quick in a straight line, and it was excellent in the braking zone. And it, like, he was tied to a post. Who is this up ahead? So it won't be the Hammer car. The Hammer car will be third in line out front here. Past the Cayman, past BMW. That's the PMW car, I think. They're the 72. So that will have essentially been to unlap itself from the 29.
Yeah, right.
Ginger
yeah.
Racing Team will be back out on track.
That
lot less. Go ahead.
That very much feels to me like a watch this space sort of thing.
With this 111?
Yeah.
So I know you don't like it when I listen to our broadcast back to try and get information, but I was listening to our broadcast back.
Terrific.
As the 111 comes up to try and unlap itself from the 02.
No, I just think it's funny. That's all.
Do you recall at the end of the Sunday race at Road Atlanta, the 111 had basically found itself in the top 2 as a result of the convenient full course caution, and then there was an odd situation with a car that stopped right as we went back to green down at turn 10. The Thunder Bunny car heard green, 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 and went for it. Passed about 10 cars.
Yeah, and I wasn't thrilled about that.
No, nobody was, but it didn't matter because the car ended up with a failure within 3 laps anyway, and it ended up back in the paddock. So nothing ever came to fruition there. But that car, my point was, even if the result wasn't there, that car was very much in contention, especially by the Sunday at Road Atlanta. And even though it's a little behind here, I think they've got the right driver in. Is this the Hammer car?
Yeah, the 02, I believe.
No, that'll be the 01. I think, back from its shock repair. But that 111, the potential is there with the right driver in the car, the right pace. If they can find consistency from here to the end, they're going quickly enough relative to the cars around them that they could stand to gain quite a bit in this sort of middle phase of the race. 01 is now back into the pack. Makes a hard right turn, so whatever they fixed at the right rear corner is not actually fixed. .350Z is into the paddock again, or into the pit lane again, excuse me. Again, the top speed of this 111, and he's just gonna go for it on the brakes against the 02. I think that 02 has ABS as well, so that's really impressive. I get the sense, Joseph, and I don't drive a whole lot of M2s in that I never drive M2s. I kind of get the feeling that this is not your grandfather's M2 Club Sport. I think they've done some work on this car.
Yeah, it feels a little bit to me, and you've talked to more car owners than I have, but this M2 feels to me basically like the new standard, if you will, for the thing that that people are going to want to tune up and kind of club race at the highest level.
Yeah, I wonder a bit if those that are running it here in WRL specifically have sort of figured out how to make that car go more quickly than it otherwise ought to. Because the big talking point surrounding that car when it first debuted was, well, it's 400 pounds heavier than the M240, it's a lot less agile, it's worse on the brakes. It does everything worse except for the fact that it has more power. So it wasn't terribly popular relative to the M240s. That being said, they're newer cars, right? The support is better, and eventually the 240 is going to be cycled out to the point that we no longer have M240s. No, the Hitman car. Is that still the 240? Actually, no, I'm not sure. It is still the 240. Yep, the 34. I think that's the only one left in the field, though. And as we've gotten more M2s, it does feel like they've found a way to make them more competitive. To the point that on debut at Road Atlanta, the Slender Buddy car was just, was phenomenal. That being said, TLM had a good showing in the one, I think it was the 172. So, they have been competitive, but that's a more recent development than I think most would think. Oh, did you see the opposite lock at the apex of turn 10?
Yeah, Dabba Oppo.
Oh my.
Do we have onboard for the HQ Autosport BMW? Because they are within 1 second of the Libre Racing Toyota, battle for third in GP2.
If that onboard is up, I don't have it right now, but we may see them to driver's left here. There it is.
The pass has been complete. HQ has taken third place in class. Under the brakes. Yep. Yeah, so that is still being led by the Fab Furious Motorsport and the North Loop Motorsport BMWs. So now it's BMW 1, 2, 3 in that class.
It doesn't look like they have their stream up this weekend, which is a shame because they're normally very good about it.
We'll just blame it on ongoing electrical issues at the track.
Into the paddock for the 107 Mustang. That's the Fontana GT car, which I think are newcomers.
Yeah, GTO, I believe.
Yes. Yeah, back in 42nd at the moment. By the way, the 91 is actually the 9, the ACP car.
Okay, so I'm not an idiot. I mean, I might be. Oh, we're still side by side. Look at that. 28
that
loose.
Is the HQ car. I think there's contact there.
I don't think there was. I wouldn't call it contact.
I think they were just sliding quite a bit.
So the 28 just had it dead sideways on the throttle coming off 4.
Yeah, that was all sorts of squirrely. I don't think this is over yet. You can definitely see the cars make that speed in different ways. Clearly, this car is a little quicker in the corners. The 28 is a rocket on the straightaway. That's the closest I'm going to get to a good Hindhoff impression, by the way, so bask in it.
So as we watch this, I just want to make a quick note. The number 2 Team ACP BMW has just completely fallen down the order. It's down into 46th and continues to fall down. Just want to make a quick note of that.
Well, I mean, that was one of our contenders earlier on. Right?
Yes. They were leading.
Up there with the new light car, with the Hammer 02. To me, the timing, the leaderboard looks absolutely nothing like it did when I went downstairs.
That's why this place is a roller coaster.
GP1, I don't know if you guys have talked about it recently, but PC Racing has felt almost inevitable, has sort of tightened its grip on GP1. They're both in the race, and if they can hang on to that for the championship as well.
Yeah, they've done a very solid job after Moorhead Speedworks ran into that issue, you know, 70 minutes into the race.
Yep, and Moorhead has had some good finishes as well, to their credit, right? So it's not like they haven't been challenged, because that Moorhead car is very, very good under the previous guy's VRT Racing as well. But that PC car has just been so consistent. I mean, every time it comes to the track, it's, you know, if it's not winning races, it's coming very close.
Yeah, so the PC Racing still leading that class. You still have round 3 racing in the 701 Porsche sitting second, and then the 110 Thunder Bunny BMW third.
Yeah. GP2, Fat and Furious, the number 525 BMW leads the class from North Loop Motorsport, the number 21. And I know that North Loop car led early on. Fat and Furious has almost a 30-second margin now, but the last lap was 4.8 seconds quicker than North Loop. And if that can be at all sustained, there's an opportunity in this phase of the race to really kind of put its foot down and build up a little margin there. And that is typically what we see in the general production classes. Ooh. It's the number, is that the Bonsai car, the number 19, gets pinched down at the apex of turn 6. But in these production classes, you see, you know, a really well-sorted car that's very consistent, sort of put its foot down and kind of put its authority on the race, and, you know, build up a couple of lap margin. Now that it's a car off at 9.
Yeah, just putting 2 wheels off. Yeah, we've seen a couple cars do that.
It's a W2W car, 981. Yep. Anyway, but these production classes, it kind of seems like when something goes wrong, you're losing laps and laps at a time. It's not just a quick thing. So if you can build up a 4 or 5 lap margin, you ought to be doing that, right? To protect against, you know, endurance racing and the sort of randomness of it all. And this is the opportunity there. 172, I think, back out of the pits, the TLM USA.
Okay, good.
Good for them.
They had an issue earlier.
Well, la-di-da. See if I care.
When I first tuned in, they were running in the top 10, but then they dropped like a stone. Not sure what happened there. Going back to GP2 real quick, though, good battle for, I think it is 6th in class, between RK Motorsports, number 87 BMW, and the number 601 Porsche of Round 3 Racing. So just... Okay, so they are trailing RK Motorsports. It's within a set 2/10. Second. Last lap. So very close fight right now. And that's, you know, I think 20 seconds behind that battle further up the field. That was for third with HQ and Libre.
I'm actually going to pull up the 601 now. Joseph's going to step away for a moment.
Oh, I'm still here. And just setting the playlist gives me more like headroom to actually focus on the race.
No, that's fine. We were talking about the battle with the 601 and the number 87, and it is very much a battle. Good onboard feed from the 601. And much like timing says, so it's just under a second as we head down the back straightaway. So on some authority from Round 3 Racing, it's Hannah Grisham who's on board the 601 at the moment. When that car comes in, it'll be James Candelaria himself, Mr. Sentinel, getting on board the car. And I know we can't see it
from the onboard, but the white paint scheme on that car is because it is carrying Sentinel branding. Very nice blue and green accenting on that car to kind of set it apart from the blue and gray Haggerty schemes that most of the rest of the team are carrying. The really sharp looking colors.
When the AOA MX-5's in.
Rester Tech 944 off to the right, and as this battle develops, we should take a moment to acknowledge that Presser Tech number 944. They have a guest this weekend, I don't think we've mentioned it or anybody's mentioned it, although it was posted in the WRL Racers group last night. Kyron Mitchell is a guest of Presser Tech this weekend, 9 years old, and is in the midst of a pretty serious cancer fight. Rhabdomyosarcoma is the diagnosis there, and they've got him out at the track this weekend, just kind of giving him the treatment, so to speak. And Clay with WRL has been out handing out hashtag Kyron Strong stickers to be put on whoever's willing to carry them, and honestly, I've seen a couple dozen of them already. Rear wing end plates, wheel arches, hoods, you name it. There's a bunch of them for Kyron. Certainly wish him all the best, and it's neat to see, an opportunity being provided to anybody. Get somebody to the racetrack and kind of give them the opportunity to be in amongst it is pretty special. And appreciate everything Presser Tech is doing with 944 and the whole crew down there, and everybody in the WRL paddock kind of rallying around Kyron. It's been very, very neat to see this weekend. So certainly wishing Kyron and his family all the best. And thanks to Presser Tech and everybody who's been involved in hashtag Kyron Strong. It's been pretty cool to see this weekend. Slipping off the back of the Arcade Motorsports number 87 is the 601 now. The margin's out to 1.6 seconds. Libre Racing is into the pits, which means this battle is now a battle for 4th rather than a battle for 5th.
That should be a scheduled stop for Libre.
605 is into the pits. Sort of being urged to creep forward up to the very front of its pit stall, but no attention being paid to that car at the moment. So this will be the team car to the 601.
Yeah, so the 605 is a GP3. Bit down the ways, I want to say they were 8th in class.
Oh, I'm sorry. This battle is no longer 1.6 seconds. It is nose to tail. This is the 87 in front of us. I looked away to look at the team car, and as soon as I look up, it's completely opposite to what it was, and the pass is done on the way into turn 7.
So round 3 goes on?
For not being a passing zone, there's been a lot of position changes there. And some of that is just, letting the car go and realizing we've kind of been beat there, or it's not worth trying to defend. But in all honesty, it actually didn't really seem like the 87 was being held up or like they were having to work very hard to defend. It certainly wasn't costing them any time. They just got a little unlucky in traffic, and that was it.
Yeah, I think at that point you can see the writing is on the wall a bit. I mean, it's common sense needs to prevail. You still have just under 5 hours of this race remaining. It's not worth it fighting tooth and nail.
I was going to say that the rear camera out the back of Hannah Grisham's car suggested that the 87 was not lacking for pace. It wasn't like they're being beat down the straightaways and that car is going to run away anyway. He just chose to give it up there at turn 7, and and now it's tucked, or had been tucked, right in behind the 601. So we'll see what that margin looks like across the line here.
Yeah, it's one of those polite things.
It's now a battle for 3rd, actually.
Yeah, it's like, all right, here you go, take the position, now go.
Yeah,
let's go. Don't hold me up.
So across the line, it was out to 3.6 seconds. So I think that car's been actually held up pretty badly.
Yeah, so that's also HQ Autosport has pit.
Right, that's what's put this all up into.
Yeah.
Libre pitted, HQ pitted, and that's what's promoted this onto the 3rd step of the podium. I don't think, am I right in saying, JT, that these cars owe us another pit stop yet? The 601 and the 87.
I believe they do have one coming up. I believe a lot of the, like the top 6 or 7 of the GP2 field, I think is still somewhat on sequence with each other.
You know, it's interesting how differently the Code 35s have affected the production classes versus the way they've affected GTO. In GTO, it's been a pretty obvious call, you know, at the time the yellow comes out as the number 28 returns to the track. It seemed like a pretty obvious call to bring the car in under Code 35, get the pit stop done, don't sacrifice the time, and go. Whereas in general production, all 3 of the classes, the stints are so much longer that...
702 in.
Yep. That is your second overall, second place in GTO. But anyway, the decision is a little less defined because the stints are so much longer. You might only be, you know, 40 or 50% of the way through a fuel run when the full course of the Code 35 goes into effect, which sort of muddies that water a little bit. And with the classes being a little bit smaller here, it seems to... It just seems like it's resulted in less shuffling and less chaos than we've had in GTO. Now, that being said, I think the right cars have wound up in the right spot in GTO regardless. Even though we're a little over 3 hours in, you know, GTR, Hitman Racing, Hammer, Screaming Goat, Round 3, Kingpin. I mean, Team ACP was up there until they had the issue with the number 2 car. These are all cars and teams that you would expect to see in the top 10 anyway, which I think speaks to the depth of GTO. 89 at the pits. That's the FRS.
That's Libre Racing again. That's early.
That's our. Well, it's in the paddock actually.
Oh yeah, so that's going to be an issue.
Well, and that was a car that was just top 4, top 5 in GP2.
Yeah, it was a third in the number 89.
Back out. And exits the pits in 7th with, I think, a little gap here over the 522 from Choice Racing. They've got their new BMW back out again that they debuted back at Daytona. And there comes the 522 actually across the start-finish line. Yep, 20 seconds, give or take. I know you guys haven't seen it in person yet, but I really like that number 522. The paint scheme is fantastic. It sounds awesome. And it's really, really quick. I'm not sure they've got it sorted out as well as they had the old M3 sorted out. That previous generation of car, or their old car anyway. You know, we saw it on pole last year at Circuit of the Americas for the U.S. Endurance Championship, which was just, as GTO fields go, was ludicrously deep. And I think they took a step backwards in terms of how refined that car was and how well sorted they had it, and how dialed in it was. But I think the raw pace is there once they get it sorted out. And as long as they can get back to the same level of consistency that the old car had, that car will be really, really competitive for a long time here in GTO. I'm not sure that Sebring is the place to put that to use, though, or the place to go test that.
What?
I mean, it's a good place to test it.
Well, it's a good place to test, but it's not a good place to take a brand new car. Yeah, exactly, and you know, hope for a result. Unless your old car was like fundamentally flying, like Thunder Bunny here. They got the 111, the M2, a clear upgrade from the 350, which has just had a torrid day today again. You know, I'd take new car teething issues if I knew that the old car didn't have the consistency, didn't have the mechanical, you know, sound mechanical basis underneath it to be competitive, you know, all the way throughout an 8-hour, or for that matter, a 24-hour race. Sebring, I'm expecting chaos.
Don't lead with that.
No, it's awesome.
Beautiful
It is
chaos.
endurance racing. I mean, endurance racing is chaos. The reason, and I don't speak for everybody, the reason I love endurance racing is because it is unpredictable. Anything can happen at any time, and when it does, it's usually race changing or race altering. It's such a there are very few things where nothing happens for such long periods of time, and yet you are sat on edge waiting for the next thing to happen because you know it's coming. You don't know what it is or when it is, but there's every chance in the world that something race changing is about to happen, and I love that. And I think Sebring is basically going to be 24 hours of that.
It will 100%
presents
be a real
opportunities.
endurance race.
Yes, and it presents real opportunities for people that may not, always have them. I think there are a few cars that will probably stand out. GTR is one of them, especially if they end up bringing the M3 back, which last I heard was still the plan. The Screaming Goat car, as long as they keep their nose clean, is always super consistent. The Thunder Bunny 111 has been good. We know the car is quick. And, Joseph, and JT for that matter, we think back to our Thunderhill days. There is a real a cat and mouse game that can be played there. I guess Tortoise and Hare is probably a more apt descriptor, where you could have somebody say, hey, we're going to go try and open up a gap, build the margins so that inevitably when something happens, because it's going to happen to everybody, then we have the margin to kind of deal with it.
Leader in the
Somebody else
pits.
might say, yep, very good. Somebody else might say, hey, we'll take it easy and conserve the car as much as we can and hope that there's less to do later. So, I look forward to that. I do not have eyes on the 99 for what that's worth.
Okay, neither do I.
The 02
Is an Audi.
it is. It's just out in front of us here, but has not been through yet.
Right, you are, JT.
Yeah.
I'm watching GP3 right now. The AOA Mazda has reeled in the Pressure Tech Porsche. Battles within a second for second place. And so, speaking of cat and mouse, that's going to be cat and mouse throughout the whole race. As long as both of those cars can stay out of trouble, they'll be going back and forth.
This BMW car looks like a rough ride, I gotta tell you.
It's nice to see that one of the AOA cars, at least, is having a decent day.
Yeah, and the 85 is still running. It's a few laps back, 3 laps off the lead in GP3, but I believe he's currently sitting 6th in class. So
I think we have a
frozen
stuck
camera.
body camera. Yeah.
I hope it's a stuck camera instead of a stuck car.
No, it's definitely a stuck camera.
Yeah, it's a stuck camera. For sure.
Good, because Thunder Bunny's doing pretty well right now.
Hammer has come through in the lead, 11.5 seconds in front of the Screaming Goat 29. GTR slips to 3rd at the moment, and I think it will probably land there. I don't know that the 52 is close enough to pick up the spot.
I just, I'm going to be honest, Brendan. I think I'm more jealous of the drivers here than I am of you here. For lots of reasons.
You not be jealous of me here. No.
Like, obviously it's a great little locale, right? Oh, a little loose for the 601.
Yep.
It's a great little locale. Rolling hills and trees and everything looking particularly lush. Lots of green.
It is very green.
It's awfully green.
99.
But it looks like such a fun track to drive. And I mean, we know it from virtual racing, right? But we've never taken real cars around here, and so it's just all the undulations. You miss that, right? You don't get that, in a sim rig.
I'm at the risk of maybe going into overanalyzing here. I think the improvements they made to the track a couple of years ago, they repaved, they extended some of the curbs, and they added actual serrated curbs with some depth, right? It used to be just this couple inch wide angled piece of concrete like you see on the left here, and that was all the track had. I think it was 2012, 2013, just before ALMS came here for the first time. they added in these taller FIA curbs, the green and white painted ones on the backside. And rather than feeling like you were sort of playing pinball in between the white curbs, sorry, Hitman into the paddock. I interrupt myself to say that. 0-2 into the pits as well. Anyway, I think it allowed drivers to be more aggressive and to play around a little bit more on track with racing lines, and I think the track is actually that much better for it. Like I said, you can flow a little better, you can push a little harder, it is a place I would come and drive a race car very quickly if I had the opportunity. And I guess I do, right? That's what WRL is for. Although my commitments are up here. Anyway, so 0-2 into the pits, out of the overall lead. Screaming Goat now assumes P1, and we go code 35? Yes.
Question mark?
Well, I wasn't sure because nobody was going 35 miles an hour. But double yellows are out at start finish, and Race Hero has just gone yellow as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll try to track that down for us.
Yeah, remember these onboards are going to be on a delay, so
my suspicion from what I can see is that it must be on the back part of the circuit. I'm looking at another onboard, so I'll fill you in if I have information.
no, that's fine. I'm pulling up the log here. So the Hitman car, we just lost that. They're down into 10th, but they didn't come into the paddock. I didn't see any damage on that car. No reason to believe that they were involved in anything that's just happened. I think this is just timing. Turn 3, car 09 stopped driver's right. So I think, Joseph, trackside 2 will probably have what we're looking for.
In theory.
Or it may actually be...
Oh, no, I see it. I had missed it at first, but there it is. It's a very small, dark red car.
Yeah, it's the Miata.
The 09. Which
Yes.
is AT?
That is... Oh, I just had them a moment ago. Roberts Motorsport Industries in GP3.
There we go.
They were doing quite well earlier in the race, weren't they?
They were doing relatively good. They were, I want to say, 7th or so in class. I think they got up to 5th at one point. Yeah. Yeah, they've been trading places with the 85 and the 93 TC Klein car. And the 94 Motorsports Lexus a little bit.
Oh, the 555 is on its way back out.
Oh, wonderful. I wonder if their onboard came back. Because they did have an onboard.
They did, didn't they?
And we never get onboards of the...
Daytona.
Can we give people power to weight brakes if they give us an onboard? Because I really would like to see an onboard.
There's an idea.
There we go. BOP favors.
All I'm saying is a little bit of incentivization might not be the worst thing. I'm just kidding. That's not a serious suggestion. Please don't do this. So that car's been pulled away.
Coward.
Yes, that's correct.
We are helping to promote the brands. Best way to do that is onboards, more camera. They are doing a service for the series that they love.
The thing that is like always a little terrifying, like I'll say something stupid like that. I'm like, actually, please don't actually take that up because I don't agree with that.
I think you overestimate the amount of influence you have on...
Screaming Goat is coming in, by the way.
Yes, that will be because of the full course.
That's a good call.
I don't know that it is, because I think the incident's been cleared from 3. I think that's good. We're going to go green pretty quick.
Yeah, there you go. We're accelerating on track.
Well,
are we?
So
the message hasn't... That might have just been a downshift of the pit lane speed limit.
I think this is going to kind of be a net wash here. Because I think the only car that hadn't pitted by the time the full course yellow came out was basically that 29 and the 52 from the looks of things. But the 02, I think, was in and out before we actually went yellow. Yeah, his last lap was the outlap at a 3:43, which is about right. GTR had been in and out. The 702 had done a pit stop already. The 110 is in front of me. Oh, did we lose a camera?
I think we lost a camera. That's unfortunate because that's a very good camera.
It's pretty close to me here. I can go manage that situation.
I've reset it a couple times and no dice, so I think that's real. Everyone is streaming in.
Yeah,
Is there info on the? Or also, can you relink me to the race control log? Because I feel like you wouldn't do this unless you had information that it was a good idea to.
Do what?
Come into the pits like 5 minutes into a code 35.
There's a good train there coming in.
I think it's just, I don't know. I think, we talked about this earlier, Joseph. I think it's just, it's a code 35. It's a good idea to pit, and it's people not
It's not necessarily.
taking into account.
If you think that they're going to be relatively.
Taking into account the possibility that they're going to go back to green. And for some of these cars, this is probably the first opportunity they've had. I mean, we've only been code 35 for a couple of minutes, and a full lap here at 35 miles an hour is what, 5 something?
5.5, yeah. So Screaming Goat has made it out. They've done full service, or full enough service, and basically been in and out during the yellow flag. So they've come out of it just fine.
Yeah, they're really the only ones who are gonna come out of this looking a lot better. Everybody else had just completed a pit stop. Here comes 0-2 across the line. PC Racing is in and out. That's your GP1 leader.
Yep.
701 leaves the paddock, leaves the pit lane, as does the Stratus NP01. Have we had a Stratus update?
Yeah, it's currently sitting 9th. Times have been okay, just not front-running pace, but they've definitely been.
2:04.2 is the quickest time.
Yeah.
So about 2 seconds.
Fastest lap is a GTR.
Right, 2:02.6. So yeah, a little over 2 seconds.
Yeah,
we're green guys for sure now.
Yes, we are. I was waiting for JT to pick that up because I figured he was watching time.
JT.
I was still on the Stratus update.
Was that supposed to be a pun?
No.
The point was, during the course of a stint, it wasn't a front-running pace car. All right, green.
Boogity boogity and indeed boogity.
Did I not already call the 702 out of the pit lane?
I saw that car in another. And there it is.
Must have been the 701 then.
Yeah, had to have been.
Yeah. So that car just pitted though, under green.
Yeah, I was wondering if that one came in as well, because I thought I saw both Audis.
Oh, that's still frozen. That needs to come out of rotation.
Yeah, no, I'll take care of that here in a little bit. The not that anybody asked for a weather update or anything, but I think we're about to get some sunlight for the first time today. Is that what frozen too?
That's a good question. All right.
What is happening?
Onboards won't let us down.
How have we lost so many? Baffled.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, okay, let's go to the next one. Let's go to the next one. Wait a second.
I'm not sure why. Yeah. Actually,
Way to go, son.
Now might not be a bad time to go look at this. So, ooh, Thunder Bunny PB 2045.
Yeah, they did not pit recently, I don't think. Because they're up to 4th now.
I thought they came in. No, I'm not sure. I thought they were either due to come in or came in over the full course yellow. Maybe no, they're last in at 64. So one of the W2W cars is into the paddock, the green one, which I think is the 498. Struggling with the onboards here too. Everything okay over there, Joseph?
Yeah, I'm just plugging in a second screen. And then my second screen up, and I was like, that's a mistake. Now that I actually have things in a rhythm, I'm like, I should battle station it up.
Will the Win Porsche overtakes round 3 racing for 5th overall.
You say for 4th overall or 5th?
5th. I may have said 4th. I don't know.
I don't either.
It's 9 a.m.
52 crosses the line, a 2:11.6. Hammer, with our onboard on a little bit of delay here.
Boy. No, they came back out in 8th. Hitman is dropping down the order, though.
So, I'm not convinced that Screaming Goat hasn't had a penalty here.
I'm thinking they have as well, because I don't understand why they came back in 8th.
The lap time that they've lost is a full course yellow lap. They have no full course yellow laps for that previous cycle. They go 210, 207, 210, 249, which will have been the out lap, or the back to green lap, and then a 209.6. And if I pull up the log, fueling infraction, second offense, 1 lap penalty. So I don't know if this is a spillage or no visor or no fire extinguisher or what the case is there, but whatever it is, it's bit Screaming Goat Racing a second time, and this time it's cost them a full lap. And as a result, it's also cost them a position up at the overall and GTO podium, and it's pushed them right back down to 8th. Feels a bit like Sisyphus when that happens, you know? Spend 3.5 hours at the beginning of the race, you know, trying to find a way up to the front of the field. Everything kind of falls your way, breaks your way. The pit stop broke their way. The timing of the full course yellow, it just everything went right, and then 2 silly errors by themselves, unforced errors, have cost that car, you know, at least for the time being, a shot up at the front of the overall field.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that they always say, right, is that it's a team sport. That's obviously true in it's true in single driver racing. It's more true in a shared car, but it is still the case that it's no man is an island in these. It's you need everybody to be on the same page, and the risk of a penalty is not worth the extra lap or two that you might get from basically topping it off and then some.
PC Racing up to 12th overall.
Yeah, you know, I wondered if this was going to happen today. Not because those cars weren't quick. I mean, they obviously are quick. Go look at the grid from this morning. But we had so many GTO cars. And
we've got a car off at 17.
Nope.
They've cut just across the track, so we'll be able to figure out who they are.
Woo!
Good entry.
One. Yeah, I don't know. One something.
I wonder if that was the 130.
30? Yeah, I'm thinking so. 99 Porsche Boxster.
Yeah, I don't know if I can say that name.
Yeah, it's a little bastard. That's fine.
All right.
It's shown up on timing often enough that I think it's all right.
If the Steries will allow it, I will also allow it.
We're not under FCC regs. We're not going out over the airwaves.
Well,
You say that.
Yeah.
We're going out over air. That's not the same thing.
No, well, there's talk of an FM frequency, although that was never really sorted out properly.
Now we'll pause for 10 seconds for station identification here on DriversEye Live.
Tried to spin at Daytona, and it didn't work then.
I'm gonna keep doing it
That
until
was
it's
very
funny.
surreal, by the way. Driving around Daytona, working on cameras, listening to you and Scott was.
Nobody should ever be
experience.
subjected to that.
No, it was just very odd. Like it felt legit. We are a bunch of amateurs live streaming amateur endurance racing, and it should never feel that legit.
Our apologies to everyone listening.
Yeah,
now.
absolutely. I'm apologizing to myself. It was very weird. Fun, but weird.
Yeah, and now once we finally, God, get it. I'm gonna be completely frank. I was not at all used to the number of onboards that we were delivered this weekend. Like, I am so pleasantly surprised, and I wasn't ready for the workload, if I'm perfectly honest.
I think we've got kudos due to old James Candelaria, who
certainly.
is demoing some products. Did you see his special, by the way?
No.
The special he's running?
Yeah, like 10% off or something?
Yeah, do you know what you have to do to get 10% off?
Don't you have to go take a selfie with the car or
Take
something?
a selfie with the Sentinel paint scheme car, and then tag Candelaria Racing Products or Sentinel in the post.
Fair
Good
enough.
marketing.
And that's not a significant distance. Not to say that Sentinel's expensive, because it's really not, especially for what you get and how easy it is to use. It's a fine product.
Yeah, but depending on what kind of package you get, that can be several $100s.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, it's well worth it. And
Yeah.
Anyway, the point with James is that he is constantly demoing units.
Yes.
Screaming Goat is
Or-
back in, by the way. But continue the. I just want to make that point as I saw, but more talk about Candelaria. We're on board with one now, actually.
That promotes New Light to 11th. Or, wait, 10th. Yes, 10th. So they're back in the top 10. Stratus is up to 8th, so there's your Stratus update.
Every time.
In GP2, Fat and Furious Racing, I believe, pitted, so that lets Northloop Motorsport inherit the lead for now in the number 21 BMW. And then it looks like sitting third is still the number 28 HQ Autosport BMW over to the 87 RK Motorsports BMW.
So I finally have timing up. I finally... I was literally about to say, I finally have things to a point where everything is working. The racing gods are just toying with us.
Chaos Theory.
A single piston can create a hurricane.
You see who's leading GP3?
Scroll.
Tell us, J2, who is leading GP3?
J2.
J2.
J2 Brute.
AOA Motorsports has the lead right now.
Oh, what are the chances?
Yeah, by 32 seconds over Craftsman Auto Care. I am not sure that Craftsman has.
No, we've
not
talked
been in
about
the lead
this.
yet in the race.
Well, okay, so they have just. Yeah, okay,
just
so they
pitted.
have finally taken their first pit stop of the day, or at least first official one.
That can't be right. No. They had
No,
a
it's
green
not.
flag lap earlier. Lap
Yeah.
40, and that was at 7. No. That'll work out.
I don't
40
know that
was
they.
long under green, and that was 79.
Okay, all right. I was gonna say, do
no,
we
that's-
think that they? Hold on. All right. I'm back around. We're good.
So the hydrogen-powered BMW.
It's there's an electrical rail that runs through VIR. It's a pilot series, or it's a pilot program that they've started. Not a lot of people know about it, but that car is actually just being constantly auto-regened. Let's see. The 601 has... Has something happened to the 601? Because they've just gone missing. And I wonder...
Should be 5th in GP2.
6th in GP2 now, and and Salmon on Race Hero.
Okay, so that feed has now just it's come back, and they're in the pits.
Yeah, sorry, no, it was kind of behind the pillar here.
Yeah, okay, so that promotes NRG Racing Subaru.
I got the audio fade working, you guys. Oh, what's this? Somebody's gone off to driver's left at turn 3.
In a big way?
Not in a big way. They just ran it wide. I mean, that's an easy corner to go off on.
Left in turn 3?
Yeah, but remember, because the right-hand bend across start finish is turn 1, so turn 3 is turn 3 is that second apex.
Well, some potential dramas here for the 525 Fat and Furious BMW. A report of dumping fuel in turn 4. A quick review suggests that they were just in the pits 3 or 4 laps ago, so it may be a delayed update on the race control log, which makes some sense for overflow, especially when the car is loaded there, loaded to the right as it goes around the left-hander at turn 4, but something to keep an eye on there.
Were we aware, by the way, that New Light had the fast lap of the race? Did you make that point?
I don't believe that I did, no.
It was very early on before traffic was a factor. But I don't think I realized that they had actually put in that fast of a lap. Go.
We've lost Screaming Goat.
Well, you said they had come back in a bit ago and they were tumbling down.
Yeah, although I think now that I think about it, I don't know if I caught them coming in or leaving.
Slow and showing smoke was the report on the race control log at turn 13, which will have been the end of the back straightaway at 12:05, so 6 minutes ago. So things have kind of come unglued here for Screaming Goat. First the fueling penalty, and now whatever the mechanical issue is.
The 02 has just been overtaken by the 99, and that appears to have been on track. But that was an awfully... could it have been? I guess so. 99 for Team GTR is lapping about 2 seconds faster than the 02 right now. They are on a tear.
Last lap it was 4 seconds quicker. A 105.1, or 205.1, excuse me, is...
Oh, you're right. I was looking at best laps. Yeah, that is blistering.
And it's so 99 and 111 have been sort of on this tear. The 99 is consistently that quick. The 111 has sort of been confined to the stint where it's just been so much quicker than every other car around it. And I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure if that's down to temperature or just, guys finding a rhythm or dealing with traffic or whatever, but it seemed like, much like we saw at Daytona, the pace sort of generally dropped off into the, a couple of seconds higher than the ultimate race pace, except for 1 or 2 cars that were just still absolutely on it.
Cliff Brown on board the 02.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, sorry, Joseph. Go ahead. Finish that thought.
Seems maybe a newer driver to this car, still maybe getting his kind of finding his sea legs. Not quite positioning the car exactly where you'd expect. So we might see him pick up the pace in a few laps time.
And we should keep an eye out to the left or the right side of this car for a very rapid black and purple BMW M2, because the margin from 3rd to 4th was 3.8 seconds last time around, and we know that this gap is closing, in excess of 3 seconds a lap.
Yeah, so when GTR was sitting 3rd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, they all seem to have had like 4-second gaps splitting each other
in the braking zone. Sorry, JT, I wanted to point that out while we were seeing it happen.
No, yeah, I remember if you are following...
111 in the pits.
Yeah, right, you are. That delay's not too bad, actually.
And then
Okay,
going
so
back to the
yeah, go ahead, JT.
I'll just say, going back to the New Light Motorsports BMW, this stint had caught up and got around both the Choice Racing BMW and the Stratus Racing NP01, and is pulled away.
605 is still back in the paddock as I'm cycling through onboards, in case there's any kind of curiosity what's going on with them. So that is... it doesn't look like there's too much commotion around that car. The driver is still in it. But either they don't have it diagnosed, or they, or it's fairly terminal for the day. .702. Meanwhile, the team car up in GTO has elevated themselves into 4th. We've missed a change for position in GP1, top 5. The 151 for Team LMR has taken over the 4th spot from the 110 of Thunder Bunny. 605, I see on my monitor, is being wheeled back out of the paddock, so they should be rejoining the fray. Currently sitting in 10th of 11 in GP3.
I'm wondering if the Team LMR movement into 4th is just through the pit cycles. Because
it could be.
Because the 110 had been running 3rd, I think, with Big Mission sitting 4th and 5th last I looked.
No, I think that's real. I think that's on track, because I don't see a pit stop from the 110. The gap is 5 seconds, and the delta in lap time was 7 seconds that lap. So 151 put in a screamer, and the 110 put in a shocker. Looks like someone's gone off at turn 1. Not sure who. And not sure if that's actually an issue or if they've rejoined. No, there's definitely a slow car here. There's definitely a slow car here at 1. They're going to go out of shot as Brendan goes to, I think, mend some of our broken cameras. Unfortunately, all of our onboards... Oh, that might be a Team ACP car. That looks an awful lot like one of the ACP cars. Actually, the 52 is missing for us, so it may well be.
That was leading. That was our leader.
Now, did they pit? Not obviously. Again, we've had some iffy answers out of our
timing.
Out of our pit loop. The pit loop doesn't seem to be quite catching everybody as it should, so it's not 100% clear that the 52 hasn't pitted. But they definitely looked like it was a BMW in the style of an ACP car, and they were slow on their way into turn 5 there. That camera's
I'd expected them to pit during the last yellow when Screaming Goats did, but they did not. They inherited the lead. I figured, okay, that's a strategy call or something. But I'm showing them within 1/10 of a second of the round 3 portion 3rd. Yeah, look at that lap time from Team ACP. It looks like they had pitted 3:53.
I don't know. That's not quite long enough to... maybe it is. I'm not sure that's quite long enough to actually get a pit stop in. I think that might just be a slow lap.
Well, let's see. GTO's doing 2:10-ish.
Yeah, but it takes so long to get down the pit lane. I mean, even though it's not that long of a pit lane, you're still doing 35 miles an hour, so you're losing a lot of time there. Typically, it's a 90-second loss of time between. So maybe. I don't know.
Because we're looking at roughly 100 seconds lost.
Yeah, it's a possibility. Might have to, depending on if this affects our understanding of the race, we might have to transition over to just assuming pit stops, depending on how much we trust this pit loop.
So it just crossed the line, and then 4 seconds back, the will to win Porsche.
Yeah, big coast into this section coming off the back straight. So definitely still building confidence in this car is Cliff. But times are picking up a little bit. This last lap, I can't quite see it under the league logo, but it was a 2:10, and he's going to come across here and clock about a 2:9 based off of what we're seeing in timing. This is peculiar. It looks like the 407 has jumped back into the lead of GP3.
Yeah, that would make sense. The AOA car would have pitted.
Yeah, and they've just come in, apparently.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll see where it comes out. If it comes out ahead of the Pressure Tech Porsche.
Yeah, that will be interesting to see.
Because we did see the Mazda make the pass for position out on track, because it was a bit quicker there. I'm not sure how much a gap it was able to create after that. So,
well, I want to make the point really quick. GP3 is honestly the most competitive we've seen it in quite some time.
Wow.
I mean, we've got 4 cars on the same lap, and then 2 cars in basically within a lap of each other behind them. So that's TC Klein. I guess we must have missed an issue from them, because they were doing pretty well if memory serves, and they're sitting back at 6th now.
Yeah, they've been 4th to 6th, 7th-ish, depending on the pit cycle. Same with a couple of the other cars. So yeah, Pressure Tech comes out. I should say AOA comes out 12 seconds ahead of the Pressure Tech Porsche. So we'll have to keep an eye on that to see what kind of pace difference there is between these two drivers.
Now I hate to jinx it, but it feels like we've had a pretty clean run the last maybe hour or so. Looks like AOA, the 175 did come out in 3rd, so they were able to maintain that spot over the 944. Now, we established that this is a Toyota 86, right? This is not in fact a Celica as we thought.
Okay, good. Well, yeah, because I then found out on the timing it said 2014. It's like, what? No.
Yeah. A few fast laps actually coming in. RK Motorsports, the number 87, has put in a PB of a 2:12.065. That's 4th in GP2. No, I don't think that's a car that we've called out very much today. 94 Motorsports in the 83 is another one where they've just put in a 2:18.29, so they're into the 18.2s, but just barely.
Yeah, that's the Lexus. I'm expecting them to be pitting soonish. My understanding is they've been running a solid 4th place in GP3 today.
The gap up front is expanding, so that is the 99 continuing to pull a little bit of a gap on the O2. About 2 seconds, a little under 2 seconds.
Yeah, you got to be watching behind it for 3rd though.
Yeah, and actually, what is that gap while I'm looking at production?
2.5 seconds. Team ACP trying to reel in round 3 racing ahead.
Ah, okay. Well, then let's go on board with the 702. We're not gonna see behind us, but we're gonna be able to see to the left of us and in front of us. So we'll see the pass as it happens. And we're also gonna get to see just how badly they catch traffic, because depending on what the top speed delta is here, they could be in a little bit of pain here.
Yeah, the Mustang ahead is not pulling away. Or BMW, whatever.
I believe that's, is that Hitman? No, it's not Hitman. Is it Hitman?
I'm not sure.
No, definitely not. Okay, so this is bad news for the 702. You can guarantee that the 52 is going to be right on them at this point. Now look to our left.
Should be okay.
Yeah, looks fine.
Timing shows the Porsche was a little bit quicker that time round, going through traffic.
Yeah, that surprises me a little bit. But I guess the cars that they were able to clear were a little faster than the cars that.
Yeah, the BMW behind just might not have been able to do all 3
right.
of the cars to get through.
We'll stay on board here for a bit. Hey, you can almost feel how nervous the car is through those S's and how sort of approaching the limit you have to be with throttle input. I mean, you can hear it in the car. A little bit of a slow, it feels at least like a slow exit coming out of Oak Tree.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how fatigue plays a part, in the final hours of this race, and then especially tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty warm day out there. Everyone's going to have their cooling solution of choice, whether it's I think in most cases it's a cool suit. But it's it's mid 80s out there. I don't know how hot it looks as a viewer, but it's going to be toasty just standing there, let alone being in basically a greenhouse and having to exert yourself. It's not quite a walk in the park to do this. Another PB for the 87 of RK Motorsports, so they've got they're starting to pick up the pace there, down into the 211s, 211.9. The 605 sister car to this car, back in GP3. Yeah, also putting in a PB of a 218.7.
Yeah, so RK Motorsports was looking about 18 seconds behind HQ Autosport. who I believe still has third in GP2. But that pace difference, I don't know if that's HQ Autosport just dealing with traffic. It looks, yeah, maybe. But there is at least a few seconds pace difference.
Oh wow! So we should get back to this battle here because that is.
Or third.
Yeah, that was neck and neck. I shouldn't have really, honestly, shouldn't have been sleeping on it because the gap was a quarter of a second that last lap. And who is that side by side with? That's the 111.
And through.
Now that is not for position, but it is worth. Well done. Don't throw it inside there. That's not really the place.
Just looking. Just looking.
Yeah, I know what I got.
It's a good way to tell what car you're trying to pass. Is this for position? No. Okay, I'll stay back.
Yeah.
That's a proper rocket, though.
The 52 is, you can't tell, but the 52 is right on the bumper of the 702 here. The gap was under a tenth last lap. And here they are. Round the outside into 4 and 5. Loses the front a little bit. Now he's going to get held up in traffic. He's going to make a dive. I hope there's no contact. There isn't. Now it's a right-hand turn, and his exit is going to be pretty compromised. Wheel off on the dirt on the left-hand side. Now they're through the S's. He's going to get balked a little bit, and is the 702 going to be able to take advantage of it? Not quite. This is going to turn into a slipstream coming out of Oak Tree Bend. Wheel in the dirt, little Jack Brabham action. Whoa! Big oversteer over the crest. Manages to corral it. Now he's off left. He's off left. He's not going to be able to save this, is he?
Oh.
702 dives to the inside, and he opens up the corner, so there better not be anybody there. 52, awfully squirrely.
Yeah.
And it's going to happen all over again, because the 52 is going to come back to him. ACP is going to make a move on round 3 here.
And you know who's really benefiting from this? Kingpin Racing is directly behind as well. So in that's the Porsche, who just passes.
So that's a 77 that's just gone through.
77 went from 5th to 3rd there.
We've got a W2W Porsche coming out of the pit, so it's not in shot. Now let's see what happens to the 77. The 77 looks like they're just gonna walk this one.
That was very nicely done by Kingpin Racing.
And so much more stable. It's a tricky one for the ACP car because they need to, obviously they are under a lot of pressure there. They're trying to pull that position back and trying to avoid losing the spot to the 77. Unfortunately, they've gone 0 for 2.
Yeah, it just a little bit of a handful there. You know, the excitement of trying to make the pass work, and
yeah,
you know,
that is just a situation of
run away.
Well, it's a situation of knowing where your car is. To be honest, you know, the margins are so fine. To be honest, I'm shocked that it didn't just go straight off into the scenery. The gap at the line between the 702 and the 52 is only half a second, so he's still right there. By the way, that didn't lose him everything. It makes you think though how much of the 702's line was compromised by having to make room for what was a 52 that had several accidents in a row but didn't hit anything.
Yeah, and what's also important to keep in mind, especially over the next half hour, is the car that's in 6th place and only 34 seconds back, but is consistently lapping, quite a bit quicker. And that's the new light BMW.
Yeah, there are so many cars in contention at the head of this field. It's really difficult to pick one out.
So Kingpin pulls a bit of a gap there, a couple seconds over the round 3 racing Porsche, who still has a 1 second gap over the Team ACP Tangerine Associate BMW, currently 5th overall.
Back in GP3, we've got potential drama here because I don't know if you just called this out or not, but the 83 for 9-4 Motorsports
was due to pit.
They were not nearly due to pit. They only pitted about 15 laps ago. And then, oh no, the 702's gone around.
Oh no.
702's gone around. I think it was turn 4.
Hopefully they can refire, get going again.
Now, my worry here now is going to be, was there contact? It was a fast spin.
Yeah, that could definitely be the mitigating factor here, because it looks like he's not in a hurry. It doesn't look like he's in a hurry to refire it.
Well, it is fired. It's just not. He's not driving it anywhere.
That's not good. Is this going to bring us out of yellow?
I thought it was idling, but then I also thought I just heard ignition trying to turn the car over. I'm watching the replay locally. If I have something to present, I will do that as soon as I can. We are full course yellow. We are code 35.
There we go. All right, so real quick, as we're about to get a bunch of pit stops, maybe, who knows. Leading overall and in GTO, we have the team GTR, BMW, followed by the O2, Hammer Motorsports, Audi, and the number 77 Kingpin Racing Porsche, which just made some great passes a few minutes ago, going from 5th to 3rd. Meanwhile, GP1, we still have number 44 PC Racing BMW leading, as they have been for quite a bit now. Still over the number 701 Round 3 Racing Porsche. And now up to 3rd is the Team LMR BMW, as the 134 Big Mission Motorsports car has pitted. GP2, we still have the 21 North Loop Motorsports BMW leading over the 525 Fat and Furious BMW. And then not too far behind, we have the HQ Autosport BMW leading over ahead of the RK Motorsports BMW with about an 8-second gap. Battle for 3rd place in GP2 that we'll need to keep an eye on. Down in GP3, we still have the 407 Craftsman Auto Care BMW leading over the 175 AOA Motorsports Mazda MX-5. Behind them, the 944 Pressure Tech Porsche 944, I assume, sitting there in third as the 83 94 Motorsports Lexus had pits.
So I've got a replay that I can present. And this is going to be another one. I don't know if the audio is terribly helpful, but oh, hold on. I had it and I lost it. There we go. All right, so we'll pull this in. That is not a place where you tend to spin.
No, but it's hard to tell, but it does look like the BMW was a ways back when he was about 180 degrees. Because the Team ACP Tangerine is that bright orange car, right? It looked like it was still a ways back.
Hold on, I'm gonna try to get us
A freeze.
well, just another look at it, really. Should be
So
coming
watch
here.
as he spins 180.
That's almost like something's just broken in the rear of the car.
Yeah, that's not a contact from another car. It sounded like something snapped or went down, which might also explain why he. Yeah, you can hear him rev up as he tries to move forward, but is unable to move.
I'm showing my ignorance here, but I mean, maybe a half shaft?
Yeah, I'm not sure because I mean you can hear him try to apply throttle to get rolling again, but nothing.
Yeah, there's no drive. It's like it's completely decoupled. Yeah, I thought I heard the car idle.
Yeah, it's definitely. I have it up. It's idling and occasional throttle input.
You hear him try to diagnose it, yeah. All right. Well, I think we've kind of picked the bones out of that.
Yeah, that's just one of those really unfortunate things that's a part of racing is, sometimes you can really lose out to contact to a competitor or driver mistake, and sometimes it's just something breaking.
So I think... So I'm looking a little bit to Race Hero and also a little bit to my own tools. I am seeing... I'm listening to a little bit of radio communication there. Race Hero shows both the 99 and the 77 as salmon, which typically indicates a stopped car. It's a little trickier to try to be sure of that when you're under a full course yellow condition like this.
Yeah.
My tools also show the 77 as being missing. And that would be not great because I have them as having pitted about 22 laps ago. It would be early for a pit stop unless they were just trying to extend. O2 is coming in. So this may be one of those. Now, I'll cut back over to the 702. Oh, that camera may not be operating anymore. Because my point was going to be that I don't think that car has moved. I don't think it's been extricated. But if there's no, if I don't have eyes on it, then
A longer yellow. Yeah, so it looks like Kingpin is down in 5th, new light up to 4th, so I don't know, maybe they did pit, or timing's doing timing things.
yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a bad call. I was just a little concerned that they, I was just a little concerned that maybe they had an incident out on track, because it's a little unusual. But it does seem like the most likely answer is that they just haven't tripped the timing beam yet, for pit lane. As we mentioned earlier, it is one of those things where it's as close as you can get to a free stop because you're basically going pit lane speed, but around the entire track. Sounds like they've having a little more trouble on this stop.
Probably making sure cool suit's working, box is good, maybe refreshment, I don't know.
Well, it sounds like they're having trouble getting it refired. Okay, now he's good to go. And they've managed to do that all under the double yellow condition.
Come out right behind the 909 Automatic Racing Aston Martin, which is currently 10th. Yeah, timing shows Choice Racing promoted to 5th, Kingpin down to 6th.
Hammer, the O2 has taken the lead by pitting there. So the 99...
Pitted too early?
No, they've just come out. So they must have needed a... It must be something to the effect of they needed a full tank and the O2 just didn't and they were just topping off. But either way, the O2 has leapfrogged the 99 in this. There's about a 50-second gap. That's a long pit stop. That's a really long pit stop. That's an 8.5-minute lap for Team GTR.
Yeah.
Curious. I wonder if they took the opportunity to maybe change a tire. I mean, we have crossed over the halfway point. You know, it would be a good way to get the to get us back to green flag racing.
Heck yeah.
Let's run a Cooper ad.
Perfect.
They'll never see it coming. Alright, and we should... I'm going to go on a limb and say that we'll be back to green flag racing by the time that we run these ads. But watch them very carefully. There's a surprise at the end. There's not a surprise at the end. They're still the same ads, but they're really good ads. You should watch them. It'll be fun.
Here is a bit of wisdom from your Uncle Cooper. Tires exist on a spectrum. On one end, you got too much tire. On the other, you don't get enough. Here is a bit of wisdom from your Uncle Cooper. Tires exist on a spectrum. On one end, you got too much tire. On the other, you don't get enough. Both ends are rip-offs. You're either paying for more than you need or needing more even after you pay. So if you want a tire that costs what tires should cost and does what tires should do, go right for the sweet spot. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! your Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie, my niece, your cousin, and Goldie didn't know which tires were right for her. The first ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Okay, no more surprises.
I love that commercial. Now go to sleep.
Now, a curious thing is that even though I tried to tempt fate, we haven't gone green yet. So, unfortunately, we've lost our eyes on that turn 5 camera, and that's one of the things that Brendan's out working on. But it's a real shame because it's exactly where that car would be. So unfortunately,
Fortunately, we have to wait a little bit longer.
Yeah, we'll take this will be the closest that we'll get to a good view of things. Now, we're about to approach the accident scene here. That looks clear to me, so we should be going green pretty soon. Just a matter of getting the truck to a safe spot. Looking at the turn 17 camera, it looks like we're returning one of the pickup trucks back to the paddock. So that also feels like a good sign. What started out as a really cloudy and almost kind of dreary looking day has, oh, okay, Brendan's just giving us the information. It's an extended full course yellow, and that's because the corner workers need to eat lunch, which, fair enough.
To be fair, it's so they can get their lunch delivered. They will eat lunch. they'll swap out, but we need to get them water and food. It is hot out.
They'll be alright. No, well, I was just about to say, what started out as a kind of gray and dreary day. We've just gone green. Here, engines spooling up. So, we've had a really significant shakeup in the order with that long stop to the Team GTR 99. And, okay, do my eyes deceive me, or is that the 99 coming back through? It's either the 99 or a car that looks an awful lot like the new 99 scheme. I think they've had, tough to say, but I think they've had 2 long laps in a row. Because they have just come out... No, okay, that is not the 99. I'm not 100% sure who that was, I'm sorry to say, because the 99, that's the 111, so I'm an idiot. The purple one. We'll figure it out. But the overall point stands, which is that the 99 Team GTR BMW, which was leading by a pretty substantial margin over the 02 before that Code 35 happened, now sits a full minute and a half behind the 02. That may change a little bit. It actually should change quite a lot after they get their first, full lap of green flag running done. Oh, this looks like a gaggle.
Yeah, they just got hammered on during the pit stop.
Lots of people going close to 3 wide through turn 1, and I know it can be done, but you need a lot of awareness, and you need a lot of faith that the drivers around you have the same awareness.
Yay, everybody lives.
Congratulations. Yeah, I'm kind of just glued to timing here to see what the gap ends up shaking out to be. Okay, so it's 45 seconds now. So being under code 35 basically doubles the gap, or near enough. So it's a 45-second gap between Team GTR and the 02. And we'll go on board with the 02 for a bit, because this is going to be relevant. We're going to want to take a look at what the difference in pace actually is. If, oh God, that car does not look planted. It's always tough to tell whether or not that's driver or car, but that is, that looks like a little bit of a handful as the S&P pokes a nose in. Automatic S&P pokes a nose in under another BMW, not a GTO BMW. Everyone made it.
Woohoo!
But it'll be... this is going to be important for this phase of the race. The other thing I'm looking out for is that 111, that Thunder Bunny 111. I'm curious to see how they progress.
Because they can charge back.
Yeah, they've got a lot of pace, and so I don't know if it's going to end up being a question of when and where they can make up pit stops. They have pitted twice, so they just topped off on this code 35. That's what it is, code 35. So they should be good to go for, you know, if this stays green for another hour and a half, that's about how long they should be good for. Yeah, there's a lot of coasting going on. We've gone code 35 again. What's happened? Have we? Or is that just a glitch in timing? We're definitely yellow on timing.
I'm hoping that's just a glitch.
No, I think that's real. I think there's...
Yeah, I think I just saw the flag marshal with a double yellow.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure enough, double yellows.
Hand up to acknowledge it.
Or in frustration. Either way.
So it's... Oh, it's off at the marshal post there. It's up at the marshal post at the top of the hill.
White car of some sort.
Let me see if I can get us a better view of it. I'm not sure we're going to have anything immediately available. The 01 is back out. They'll be... Actually, we'll go to the 605. 605 should be next on the scene of the angles that we have. Now, Brendan's reporting that it's the 601.
Oh, that's their GP2 car. Currently 6th in class.
Yeah, I've got a frozen feed of it, basically setting off track to driver's right. I understand why they would have needed to throw the yellow there. To be honest, even if this weren't a track where they went to code 35, I think this would have been.
Yeah, it would have needed yellow.
And this sounds. I don't hear any fire here. Yeah, and you can see by the 59 going through shot that is not a frozen feed. That is a car with no drive to it. Really, it sounds like a cooling pump going maybe, and that's about it.
Yeah, the driver looks a bit somber.
Nothing you can do in that situation other than Stay strapped in and wait, really.
Yeah. So just a quick GP2 update, since we're featuring one of the cars on the screen. Fabulous Motorsport retook the lead during sequencing. Northern Loop back in a second.
And they're in the pits now, actually.
Yeah, there we go. RK Motorsports up to third with their BMW. HQ Autosport, I believe, pitted recently. They are back fourth place right now in their BMW, and NRG Racing Subaru fifth place in GP2.
So Thunder Bunny's back in. So they have fully committed to the idea. That looks like an air wrench. Were they going to change tires? Have they been changing tires on these? Is that what they're taking the opportunity to do? Because if they were just in 5 minutes ago under another code 35, that seems like a waste slightly. There is definitely going to be a crossover, which it's like, what are you gaining by stopping here? So I do wonder if we missed a tire change there.
Definitely quite possible.
They are hooking up a tow rope to the 601. So it's at least movable. It's got no drive to it. Yeah, Brendan confirms what we thought, which was a suspension failure on the 702. I thought it was a driveline issue, but no, in fact, it is just a regular suspension failure. That's the reason it wasn't moving, is because it was embedded in the dirt, unfortunately. It's been a rough track, VIR has today, and we're only halfway through day one.
Yeah, the nature of the track is very quick, very aggressive, and it can be quite abusive when you're pushing, getting on these curbs and getting towards the track limits.
Worth noting, that's the second right rear suspension failure of some sort that we've seen today, after the shock failure on, I think it was this car.
This or the 01, the 01.
Yeah, wait, yeah, certainly not the 02, because that's still leading.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't see which onboard.
Yeah, it's hidden in the
mile an hour sign.
Yes, which is this car is in fact not going 0 miles an hour, but ideally about 35. So this is going to be interesting. So the point you made about GP2 with the 525 being in the lead, they immediately then relinquished that to the 21 for North Loop. GP2, we've got about 4 cars that are kind of in that fight. So it's 21 North Loop, 525 for Fat and Furious, 87 for RK Motorsports, and 28 for HQ Autosport. Those are all kind of in it at this point. Still just under 3.5 hours to go. GP1 is a little... Yeah, it's a little spread out. Clear advantage. By the way, the 601 has been pulled off to an access road, so we should be getting back to green relatively soon. And actually, I should switch to onboard or to trackside so we can catch that when it happens. And it's just happened. It's a green flag. Looks like maybe the 130 off to a slow restart. He's got it rolling now. Has the 111, I guess I can find that out for myself. Yeah, I was going to ask if the 111 had come back out of the pits, and indeed they have. I think that's the... We've also got
not in front of me, Joseph.
Have you fixed all the cameras, Brendan?
No.
Oh.
No, I will attempt to do that maybe.
Onboards it is.
I'll tell you what, it's warmer than it was this morning.
Now,
Like
if
quite a
anyone
bit.
would like a trip through the through the forests of Western Virginia. No better place to be than on the back of a tow rope.
Poor entry.
This is VIR's new self-driving technology.
However, it is great to see that the camera is still working quite well when not directly on the track.
Honestly, it's a great view.
Is it trying to draw a track map on the right-hand side? I think it is.
That's very funny.
It is very...
I mean, it's...
Joseph, see, you didn't even need to be here this weekend. You just, pretend this is your drive into the track, and then, I'll send you back to the media center. We can move off this.
Yeah, I was trying to decide which onboard I wanted to switch over to. This is PMW, by the way. I'm pretty sure it's not Simon Foether in the car, because that would have put him in the car for 4.5 hours.
Yeah, this tends to be the way with Sentinel-equipped teams. They'll update the drivers for a couple of hours, and then after a few cycles, it's one of those extras that goes by the wayside.
I don't even know if it was one cycle. I think that Simon's just who started it, which is fine, but it means we can blame everything on Simon.
Have we? Apologies for being away. Have we had a pit stop lately from the 02?
Yes.
Okay.
And they did a...
Martin is actually pretty legit then.
It's fairly legit, but the 99 pitted the penultimate code 35.
Okay.
And they had a really long stop, and if you do happen to go down to the paddock, a little bit of investigative work would be really helpful there, because it was an 8.5-minute lap. It was code 35, but that's still way too long. So they went from at least maybe a minute lead on track to 45 seconds behind.
Yeah, they lost about 3 minutes in the pits from that, because it looked like everybody else had done like a 5:30 or something like that.
Yeah, GTR is usually on the quicker end of the pit stop length continuum. They're usually pretty consistent. So I wonder if they had been waiting to do something or to fix something, and that sort of extended full course yellow. I assume that was the long one, the worker lunch delivery, code 35.
Well, not just that one, but then they also then came in on the one that just came out for the 601 here. So that was the... Oh no, I'm sorry. I've got everything all mixed up. It was the 111 that came in, like thrice in as many code 35s. But we did see somebody holding an air in, so I kind of suspect that they're doing that as a way to basically change a tire at a time.
I wonder if there are more teams doing that than we think.
I wouldn't be shocked. I think it's a good strategy.
Yeah. I wonder, even maybe taking the car into the paddock to do all the tires in the back there. Fuel up front, tires in the back.
That's the way I go to the track. The number 77...
Pretty good.
Has just done their fastest lap of the race here on lap 111. So, at a 202.8, that's not quite fast lap of the race. That still belongs to New Light at a 202.1. But they're booking it, and we saw them overtake the 52 and the then competitive 702 in one fell swoop a couple laps ago. That camera is not useful. I will switch off of it, and I'll remove it from the playlist. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Actually, could you go back to that Thunder Bunny camera? I wanted to point something out here.
Which one? The 111?
The 111. Yeah, with the throttle position. There we go.
I love this, by the way. This is my apologies to the other systems that are out there, but I love the amount of telemetry that comes off of this.
It's very good, and when everything's hooked up properly, it's awesome. So one of the things that I had mentioned, and we briefly discussed through technical problems first thing this morning, was how this track relies on commitment, right, to be fast. And it allows you to be aggressive if you want to be aggressive, but if you're not confident in the car and your knowledge of the track, then it can bite, or you will pay the price in terms of lap time for being too conservative and not committed enough. we saw the Thunder Bunny car go absolute gangbusters earlier. I guess feet chopped up there, so move off of it. But you could see on the throttle trace there just how much more tentative the current driver has been on the throttle and on brake application, how much longer he was spending off the throttle, sort of between the two, how much more tentative he was on turn-in, and that was reflected in the lap times. You know, that 111 car was in the 204s just 2 hours ago, and now he's out there in the 211s, which in fairness is a little bit closer to, you know, most of the rest of the GTO field for this part of the day, and it is a little warmer now, but still, that is how much difference a little bit of confidence in the car and in the track and your knowledge of the track will go. And I think maybe more than any other track WRL visits in 2021, this is where you see that on display.
Yeah, there are very few kind of point and shoot corners on the track. I can't really think of one, actually.
No, it's all flow.
There's not a single. Let me think about this. I think that's right. Unless you're clever about the corner at the end of the complex at the end of the back straight, I don't think there's a single point on the track where you're actually braking in a straight line.
No, ironically, I think the most straightforward corner is actually this 11 and 12 complex. Like, okay, miss the first apex a little bit, straighten it out, and then bow it right back towards the apex curb on the second. And it's still not an easy corner, or a straightforward corner, but it is maybe turn one. The braking zone at turn one might be as close as you get, but then you pay all that back on the exit because it's so hard to get the power down.
Well, and it's also so it's higher risk than you think, because if you go wide there, you're off-roading it all the way through turn 3, basically.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
we mentioned that earlier too about how much of a price there is to pay here for relatively small mistakes, and we've seen that reflected in the attrition rate.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
And honestly,
I mean,
there's a mechanical price to pay as well. I mentioned earlier the new curbs that were put in. I say new; it's probably a decade ago now when ALMS did their first enduro here. But those curbs are tall, and you're bouncing off them from side to side. A lot of them you're running over when the car is loaded, and they do help your lap time a lot. But the 702 just broke a lower ball joint in the right rear. A ball joint, I guess, in the right rear, got up over the turn 3 curb, and it finally just gave way. And that was it.
Yeah, I mean, the point I made to JT was, we've seen 2 right rear failures here. Slightly different components on the suspension, but still 2 right rear failures from fast cars and pretty reliable cars too.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Sebring is going to be its own situation, obviously, with the bumps and the shock and the load that puts through.
that one is going to be. We're going to have to use the hashtag fear the bumps for that one.
Every component of the car, right, is going to deal with that same shock. But here, bouncing off the curbs, you kind of, especially through the S's, you're kind of ping-ponging through them. And through the second, the climbing S's, I think they're called, from turn 7 up to turn 9, these cars don't have a ton of downforce. They don't make a ton of downforce, right? So as you're settling in, the car is actually getting light over the first apex and then settling down hard as the car loads up on the left side so you can go through the right-hander at turn 9. And you do that 100, 200 times in a day. You know, that shock, that load is not nothing. You know, and then you add the curbs to that, and I think there is a case to be made that this is a significantly that this may be more than most of the non-Sebring tracks we'll visit this year actually does take a pretty significant mechanical toll.
Got a cameraman peering into the round 3 paddock.
I saw that. I also saw from the rear view camera down in the lower left the driver walking away rather forlornly back into the trailer, head down, helmet in hand.
Yeah, I'd love to know what was the failure there too, because there was absolutely no fire in that. Like I remarked to JT, it sounded like there was
is this a 601?
Yeah, it sounded like maybe there was an auxiliary.
Apparently, it was a misfire through most of the day that finally the engine just gave up the ghost up there at turn 9.
Oof. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, they did well to get it off to. I mean, it wasn't the safest place, but they didn't really have too many options, I'm afraid.
Actually, I have a small update on the 601. It's still misfiring. The engine didn't give up. The shifter came loose, unattached.
Oh.
So they're fixing that. The engine's still misfiring, so they're still going to have to deal with that, but it runs. So
Huh. Well, I mean, he was able to get it back into neutral, or maybe it fell into neutral and couldn't come back out because it got
it
pulled
seems
through the
likely,
woods.
yeah. Yep. I suspect that was more likely the issue. He was able to bump it out of gear, but couldn't push it into anything else.
We've got a slow
Yeah,
car
that
there
would
to the
work,
left of that
yeah.
Thunder Bunny. That didn't seem quite right.
Got a little battle on our hands for second overall here. The margin's 9 seconds.
Also wanted
2 seconds, Ted. The PC Racing leader in GP1 has gone, I'm going to say in air quotes, missing, but I suspect it's their turn for a pit stop.
Yeah, it's roughly every 35 to 40 laps for the general production cars, so that would make some sense. Although I don't know why you wouldn't have pitted under the last full course yellow if you were going to you knew you were going to need one now. It's only been a couple of laps.
Yeah, that would be my thought too.
I've seen a couple of cars in and out of the paddock here, but that wasn't one of them.
also in GP1, battle for third is a 2.5 gap between Big Mission Motorsports defending against Team LMR.
That's a good one actually, because I think LMR is closing pretty handily there.
Yeah, 2.5 last lap by.
Cliff here in the O2 has been slowly increasing his pace. That looks like Hitman in front of us here.
I think Cliff has been in this car for a little too long. 12 is in, new light.
By which? Oh, this is a 77 getting a lap back, by the way. And then the O2 is just going to drag right past and just kind of sneak in between him and the Hitman.
3 wide.
Ooh, approaching traffic too.
Yeah, well, that's why he had to get that move done then, because if not, he was going to be stuck as kind of picked in behind somebody.
Oh, and here he goes back on the inside. 77 right back through. So that's... I don't know. I kind of think it might be the same driver because we still have the same sort of hesitancy on the brakes. Now, I don't know. Maybe they're nursing something, or maybe... My guess is that it's level of familiarity with the car, but they could also be nursing a mechanical thing, or just trying to stay... I mean, like I said, there's... Not that it should matter in a race car, but all these braking zones, other than, maybe this one, like you said, you've got the wheel turned a little bit. So, maybe they're just trying to be gentle on equipment, but the 77 is gone. I mean, it looks like they've cleared 3 seconds already. And so the question is going to be here, Team GTR is not really taking advantage of it either, to be honest. They've actually just lost about a second to the O2. So I kind of get the sense here that this field is going to start to draw together.
Yeah, it does have that feeling to it. And we've been spread out a little bit by the Code 35s, but those will have less of an effect as we go on, right, as we draw towards the end of the race, because we will stop needing pit stops at some point.
Yeah.
Right? So from a strategy perspective, the Code 35s will have less of an impact on what we're doing. We're not going to get, a field reset as such because we don't have safety cars, but like you mentioned, the differential in pace is enough on a lap-to-lap basis between a handful of these cars, not just in GTO, but in GP1, 2, and 3 as well, that I think you're right. Overall, this field is going to start to condense again a little bit the closer we get to the end of today's race.
New light is into the pits. That seems to be about on schedule, but it will be a green flag pit stop.
I hadn't been up here when they were talking about resets, so I couldn't find them, but they are right there in 7th.
Yeah.
Stratus, P5.
Yep.
I don't know. Okay, so So look at the lap times here that Kingpin and Choice are running, right? Those two are the ones that, now obviously if Choice is running the same lap time as Kingpin, they're not going to catch Kingpin. But this feels like we've got a couple cars that are going to insert themselves into some battles here, as long as nobody breaks anything, right? Which historical trends are not in favor of that, if we're frank.
Yeah.
We could be looking at several pretty tight battles towards the end of this race. Even though there's a lap between them, I don't think we should count too many people out for podium spots here.
No, I think. Ooh, what are we doing here?
Just waving, just saying hi to the family at home.
You know, we don't talk about the mix of drivers very often because we don't have access to that information. So, you know, we haven't been like compiling a database of who's quick and what names to watch out for, even if it's just a mental, you know, series of notes about who to keep an eye out for. But the sense I've gotten over the course of this season is that there's really no team that has a car full of ringers, that nobody has a race-long set of drivers that is going to be quicker than anybody else, you know, throughout the course of the race. Everybody has their one guy, quick guy, their two quick guys they'll put in, but a handful of drivers that are also, you know, much closer to the class average on pace. So, as we were mentioning things coming together, you pointed out the lap times that Kingpin's running, and for that matter, the Stratus car, the 208s. You know, sometimes it's just a matter of, okay, everybody else has run a quick driver through already. Now it's our turn to have a quick guy in, and we'll pick up all the time we lost earlier on. And then when we all look up at the end of the race, everybody's had their quick drivers in for a while, everybody's had their average drivers in for a while, and everything just sort of evens out at the end. But there's a lot of up and down that sort of gets you from here to there.
This is
which is, I think, that's another example of what we're seeing now. Go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah, onboard the 605 here. They are round 3 has had a rough day in terms of mechanicals. This is another one running basically last of the runners in GP3. Unfortunately, it's the only GP3 onboard we've got today, I believe. Yeah, because the 601 is up into GP2 now. Oh, they've got one in each class now, don't they? Canny. Yeah, this will be one to keep an eye on. It's because it is such a race of attrition. It'll be interesting to see how much they're able to pull back. They're on lap 81. Their nearest competition is 8 laps in front of them. And then it's another sort of, you're looking at basically chunks of lap. Go ahead.
No, hang on.
Okay.
So you're talking about the 605, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
yeah, they also have one in GP1.
Sorry about
there you go.
that. There's a car in the paddock and I couldn't see it over the corner. It was a 143, but they've had a pretty lousy day already.
And then who do we have in GP2 in terms of cameras? I think just the 601, unfortunately.
Oh, how did I
no,
miss
that's
that?
not true. That's not true.
PC Racing is dropping down the leaderboard.
Yeah, JT, thank you for mentioning that. I was just about to. I was curious if we ever got that car back, and I think we did for a time.
No, I don't think we did.
You don't think we did?
I do not.
They're only 3 laps down, and I felt like we lost them earlier than that.
They were leading the class by 2.
Ah, so it's actually been closer to 10, 12, 13 minutes.
It's been a minute.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So, not that we're in a position to start hashtag championship implications, but a non-score here would not do them many favors. Or a lower score here would not do them many favors. And eventually we will start having to talk about this.
Well, the immediate beneficiary of that situation, you're on board with them now. That'll be the 701 for round 3 racing.
Yeah. Who suddenly finds itself with, is that a lap? Or close to a lap?
It should be a lap. It might have been 2. Race Heroes gives it a 1-lap lead. I think the 525's got issues. I'm not going to come back to that onboard just yet, but there's a little bit of hand waving, and I'm not sure that fuel's actually going into that car. I've been wrong before, though, so fingers crossed that we see them pulling out soon.
44 very slow down the pit lane. It's something like 10 or 15 miles an hour. Right hand turn into the paddock. I see no visual damage from that car, but it's
Have
clearly
they been
not
stranded
well.
out on track? Have we missed them stranded out on track?
No,
Why are they rolling through the paddock?
No, into the paddock from the pit lane. I think they came into the pits, sat in the pits for a while, and now they're, like I said, just crawling down the pit lane and into the right-hand turn into the back paddock. Is this Montgomery we're about to get back?
That'd be nice.
Speaking of cars we haven't seen in a while, the Valdez Motorsport number 75 Porsche that was involved in the very early incident between Split Decision Racing and another production car. That car has come back out on track for the first time in probably about 4 hours.
It feels... I sympathize with it. It feels like they've got to sort of baby this car around. It seems like they're terrified to break something, and I don't know how you couldn't be based on how the other, is it 2 or 3 cars have gone?
Well, look at you're talking about the 701?
Yeah.
They're really not using the painted curbs at all. They'll occasionally get up on the little white concrete. But for the most part, look at how tight he keeps it on the exit of turn.
No, yeah, everything's been super ginger, and it's not really costing. I mean, last lap was a 2:15. Their nearest competition is the 1:34 for Big Mission, whose last lap was a 2:14. So you can lose a second a lap. Well, you can't really, but you'd be close, or you'd be close to being in trouble by the end of this race if you did that.
Sorry, go ahead and finish that.
I don't know if I had much of a point beyond that, but I was just gonna say you hear it and you see it, right? It's not just that they're staying off the curve, which I would too at this point, but they're also, he's being very careful with the shifting to not throw it into gear when he shouldn't. There's an awful lot of sort of clutch in cloud of dust sort of thing.
Yeah. By the way, I've just looked at the track sides. The only ones we have are the ones that were mounted in the shade.
Interesting coincidence that.
Yeah, it is weird, huh? It's very warm out. Like unseasonably warm. 88. Oh, Montgomery Motorsports. Right-hand turn out of the paddock into the building.
Is their onboard working? Let's find out.
Also, can I make a note to something slightly unrelated to the race we have in front of us at the moment?
Please.
A slightly more personal note.
Is it going to be an Oklahoma score? I don't care.
Spencer Rattler, he ain't the guy. Not the guy.
Huh?
He's not the guy.
Wait, did they pull Rattler?
No, they should.
Oh, okay.
7-3. He looks terrible.
Well, yeah. Look at who we have here.
Team Caleb Williams. Anyway.
Doing well in GP2. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, JT.
Yeah, Fab and Furious is still having issues on pit lane.
So this is going to be interesting. I'd like to pay attention to this onboard because this is Montgomery, and this is going to be their outlap after pretty lengthy repairs here. So I just kind of want to
time for their outlet.
What's that?
Pull that up. Let me pull up their time for the 50-minute. No, I can't be right.
No,
it's a lot longer than that.
Why? No, 50 minutes is probably about as long as their service was.
No, they've had 2 long stops today. They had a 1 hour 28 something.
So I'm just curious. So it is a different driver. It's not Jay who had the rear come around on him at turn 1 and 2. It is Sean. We're going off of the kind of color key that they've given us here on the bottom right. It seems like he's got a little bit of confidence in it.
Well, yeah, sailing off through the S's at 115. Got to have some level of confidence in the car, right?
Well, but he was keeping off the curb. It felt kind of ginger for a bit. But yeah, it feels like he's feeling a little more confident putting the right foot down now.
By the way, am I correct in saying that the Moorhead Speedworks car is still in contention for a GP1 title, Eastern title at the end of all this?
Let's see.
I know you kind of peered at it yesterday.
Are we talking national or?
Let's talk Eastern for the moment.
And then. Sorry, what was the?
147 Moorhead, or ART. I don't know what it's listed under.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that they're the one. Yeah, and then they will not let us forget it. I don't think so. You might be thinking of Ginger Racing.
No, I was thinking the 147 just because they are so quick when they're out there, but I don't remember what their finishes, the actual finishes themselves were like.
The issue is that they just haven't done a ton of races this year.
Right. Okay. Well, so potentially then, because they don't. I mean, I assume there's no drops there yet, right?
No, they could technically maximize. So they've got a no. They've given up too many. Certainly in the East Championship, that is.
Well, you only need 8 finishes, right?
I don't.
And you're going to get 5. You've got 2 here, 3 at. Oh, car stopped on the left. Was that the 143 Aston Martin?
I thought it was a BMW.
Oh, maybe it was. I just saw it as we went past it there.
This is the part of the game where I scramble for onboards to try to figure out who's got a vantage point that I can use.
Sure, yeah. It was down at the exit of turn 3.
Yeah, I don't have anybody around there, unfortunately. If only we had some sort of device that we could use to...
Yeah, blame the sun.
That's what I do.
I blame you for not getting parasols.
They don't...
Blame the sun all the time.
$30 on a phone umbrella.
Okay, I feel like it would be worth it at this point.
It's an investment.
Fair. Alright, so we'll be looking to driver's left here as we...
Yeah, it was right on exit into turn 4 or 5.
Oh, it's
gone.
not there. Alright, well, problem solved.
Well, we'll see. It might be dawdling its way back, so it's... Are we code 35? That feels like... No, it just he's missed the corner.
Yeah.
Okay. But no, I want to make the point really quick that the 525 that was leading GP2 at one point still hasn't left the pits. I think... No, they're back in the paddock. That car is in trouble.
So we've lost a GP1 contender, a GP2 contender.
Not just contender, like leader, like active leader.
Class leader. Yeah.
A GTO, couple of them.
So the irony here is that I'm pretty sure North Loop started this race in or around the GP2 class lead. And has seen...
Second. I want to say they've been second most of the day. The past hour and a half or so trading with the 525.
Yeah. Well, if you're look too at like Libre Racing, right? We saw them into the paddock some time ago, and all of a sudden dropping out of top 5, top 6 contention in class. Now they're back into the top 6. Still only 10 laps off of the leader, but the cars in front of them are all sort of disappearing. RK Motorsports is salmon on Race Hero as well without a pit lane marker.
I think that's probably an expected pit stop. I have them as expected in 4 laps, so that's not crazy unusual.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
So apparently the pit projections do work a little bit still. Pit timing loop issues notwithstanding.
I'm sure this is exacerbated a little bit by having code 35 in effect as well. Or they become less obvious. Yeah.
There's a cynical view here. If you watch the London E-Prix, which I'm sure everybody here did, I'm sure it's a very popular series. But where the Audi team had a driver come into the pits under a virtual safety car, basically rolling stop into the box and tried to, I think it was Lucas Degrassi, and then basically leapfrog the entire field because it was shorter to go through the pit lane than to actually take the racing surface.
Yeah.
If you took a slightly cynical view, it would be marginally quicker to run through the pit lane. I think that would be stupid, and I don't think anybody should do it. But it does make me wonder if we have any sort of phantom pit entries from that, from somebody like trying to be clever in that way. Because obviously it is the inside of a curve, right? So it's, you know, shortest distance between 2 points is a slightly straighter line.
Yeah, it's like pit entry at Indianapolis.
Or the new Silverstone, right?
Yeah, or Laguna.
Lots of places, actually.
Yes, there are a lot of places you could theoretically just go through the pits at the same speed as Code 35. Not pit or anything, just drive through and gain time. Yeah, right. Daytona, as Austin Knight points out.
Yeah, and then what a lot of series do is they'll make a rule that you have to, you have to take service, basically, or else it's not a valid stop. I mean, there was a little bit of weirdness with IndyCar at Nashville, for that matter. Which is the most diplomatic way that I could possibly put it.
It's okay to say it was a nightmare. Where's the bloodline? We still don't know.
That nightmare is still probably fairly diplomatic.
Yeah. No, open the pits even though there's an active recovery on the pit straight. As it is, seems like a good idea. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyways, in GP3, I believe Craftsman Autocare pitted from the lead. That promotes the 175 AOA Motorsports Mazda MX-5 to the lead. Pressure Tech is still third in class with their Porsche 944. Fourth in the class is still number 83 94 Motorsports.
We did get the number 87 back out on track, by the way, after its pit stop, but it'll now be the turn of North Loop Motorsport, the number 21, that's come into the pit lane. So I think Joseph's assumption is correct that this is all time for routine pit stops and maintenance. 525 back out.
We had a car off at turn 1 that looked suspiciously. It was very so I think it was, all I saw was a flash of like Robin's Egg Blue. It was the same, like it looked like a Hyundai TCR, but I'm pretty confident it was one of the Aston GT4s, if that makes sense. Although it could have been that car that we just saw going through the shot. No, there's not enough time has passed.
Yeah, there are quite a few cars with a little bit of bright blue to them.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
It just feels a little... I personally feel a little nervous for them every time they bring the car back into gear, some of these cars. Yeah. They're like, okay, I hope the rear doesn't lock on them. They know what they're doing. I don't know what they're doing. That's PMW coming into the pits. Where are they? I haven't been following them as closely as I should have been, if I'm honest. They're down in 17th in class, 21st overall. Back on board the
BMW?
O2.
Because
O2,
they're
but-
6 seconds behind.
O2, by the way, as a quirk of our production software that we use, that will show up as the number 2. So you'll see the number 2, which is the ACP car. God, that feels that feels like a handful. You'll see a number 2 that belongs to the ACP car, and then you'll see another number 2. That's the one at the top of the list. That's just a function of our production software not being kind to leading zeros. So a 02 will look like a 2. So if you see a 2 at the top of the list, that is the 02, just to reiterate. Now, the reason I bring that up is because the gap back to the 99 has shrunk. Not as fast as I would have thought, to be honest, but it is down to about 33 seconds. It was about 45, maybe about 45 minutes ago. So it's going to be, to be honest, I thought that the 99 might have hauled up the 02 by now, but they've basically kept the same pace relative to each other, or close enough. The 52 has gone missing for us, which probably means they're in for a stop. I don't have any stops registered for the... Yeah. Timing doesn't have any stops registered for the 52, unfortunately, so it's tough to tell whether or not that was on schedule, but they are back out on track.
Looks like the 2 TLM BMWs are having a nice quiet run, sitting 12th and 13th.
Scanning through our onboards, by the way, the Montgomery car is ticking off the laps. I don't see that'll be the 24, and they're not really in contention for anything at this point, but they've done well to get that car back out on track. They've put in at least an hour of work in that car, so well done to them for sticking with it.
Yeah, they were definitely contenders early on. Very quick out there up until things started to fall apart, going into this turn 1, turn 2.
Yeah, and I would be curious to hear after the fact if there was in fact something wrong. It was one of those things that seemed like it could have been a suspension issue, could have been a tire, some sort of slow puncture situation. Because anytime you lose the rears like that twice in 2 corners, I don't know. I tend to lean on, maybe it's nerves, but it seems just as likely that there maybe was some sort of mechanical issue there.
Yeah, it looked like aggression to me.
Yeah, it's tough to say.
Entry speed into, what is it, 15 or 16? It just seems so fast.
Yeah, you still wouldn't expect to. I guess my thought there is you'd probably just let it unwind and miss the corner, right? You wouldn't tend to try to pull it in and then whip the car around, but a lot of people are seeing these cars for the first time this weekend. That's the nature of the sort of arrive and drive programs that a lot of these teams run. So only the driver knows the answer to that, really. Let's catch up on race control, see if we've got anything to to report. Now the 525 got dinged on their pit stop for dumping fuel.
Again, or is that same from earlier?
That was only about 15 minutes ago. They are back out on track now, having fallen down to 5th.
So I think that's the second time that they've got pinged for that.
I don't know if they've actually gotten pinged for it. I think they were just under suspicion for it, because it does say no action needed there.
Gotcha. It sounds like they're sharing a pit stall with the HQ Autosport.
Well, the 28 didn't get dinged for it, so maybe it was just maybe they were basically just on probation, and somebody was watching them and thought that because also you could have fuel spill and then have it all go into the pan, and that as long as you do that, then you're fine, because you didn't put any on the surface. You didn't cost the series anything in bringing out oil dry or anything like that. The 175 has come in.
Okay.
That is...
It's
a little ahead of schedule for that car. By about 10 laps. So just... Let's
Maybe
keep...
they're working backwards?
What's that?
Maybe they're working backwards?
Could be. I don't... With the possibility of a code 35, I don't see why you would do that. It's not impossible. Brendan is traversing the track and getting us cameras back, so as he does that, I will try to get them back also. We've lost the turn 1 camera.
No!
How does this keep happening?
Tell him to run. Go back, go back!
Okay, AOA is back out there. The turn 1 camera is in the process of shedding its mortal coil, I'm afraid.
Oh no.
At least we got our onboards, thankfully. Yeah, and again, I'm personally very thankful for all the onboards we got, because it's helped make our job a lot easier this weekend in producing something so it's at least somewhat dynamic. It's continues to be a struggle for PC racing. Did we ever see them come back out? Because I'm showing them missing again. I don't think we did. I mean, the fact that they've only fallen down to 7th is pretty remarkable. Although I don't know if they'll end up being able to finish enough laps to be classified today. We've still got Ginger Racing out on track. DBR 542 is behind them. Then Montgomery is going to be... I don't know if Montgomery is actually going to be... They might be able to overhaul PC Racing if they continue to turn laps. Not that that's worth a ton, but, points are points. And
yep.
There's always a little bit of personal pride in everybody you can, It feels better to say we came home 5th than we came home 6th, just those little things. NRG Racing in the other... Ooh. Counterpart to this car, basically. They're in a, I think, BRZ we decided, while this is a Toyota 86.
Yes.
They have gone missing for us, but I think that's about... Ooh, no, I think that's early. They've had a long lap recently. I think they've... NRG might have an issue here that's going to drop them out of the top 5. So keep an eye on the 67 here. The number 12 has overtaken... have they, or was that a glitch of timing? No, the Stratus car is falling through the order. I'm not sure we know why yet. It's a little early for them to stop.
They were 5th.
Yeah, okay. I think they've climbed back up to 4th, because I show on my timing monitor, I show both the 12 and the 522 as having gained a track position, unless they've been penalized.
Well, so yeah, they were 6th and 7th. The number 12 got within 7 seconds of the BMW ahead of Choice Racing.
Little hairy through, I think that's 15. Hey, look what we've got back.
Yeah.
Our intrepid reporter, Brendan Kazmarek. Il Comandante and IT professional. Part-time air traffic controller.
Part-time brewer.
Not even in Milwaukee. Yeah, Stratus has fallen down to 8th, but they are still circulating, so I think that's on purpose. Well, not on purpose, but I think that seems to have been a scheduled stop. We got this camera back. We got so many cameras back. Unbelievable amount of cameras.
Important ones too.
Yeah, the number of things that we've unfortunately kind of missed from these succumbing to the elements, as it were. A little unfortunate, but to be honest too, as great as it is to hear the sounds on board, I think this is pretty helpful for, giving you a feeling of kind of sort of being there and being trackside. That for me is half the fun of going to a spectator race, at least.
Yeah.
It's getting about time where, so this is going to be as irresponsible as the math has ever been. But I'm kind of curious to see what we've got. I want to see how we think things are going to shake out. Some of it's going to be just dead wrong on account of teams like... certain teams just never hit the pit transponder, or they've hit it like once, and obviously at this point, 5.5 hours in, we will have had more than one pit stop from everybody. Just by the nature of, the fuel tank rules, if nothing else. And the maximum capacity that you can have. So it's not going to be accurate, but it will be interesting. I don't know if that's the right way to advertise that, but
intriguing.
It'll give us something to talk about. That's not what we want. Kingpin has gone red for me, and I think that Not 100% sure, but that might be ahead of schedule.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's for me, it's ahead of schedule. I don't know if I trust. No, I think I mostly. No, that feels right. Okay, so the 77 will be pitting on schedule. At some point, the timing loop missed a stop, and so we just never caught it. This is on board PMW. This is also in GTO. That's why they're able to keep up with the Audi TCR in front of them. This is not for position. Dive on the inside on the way into Oak Tree. Are they going to clear both cars? No, not quite. Yeah, and the TCR and I think it was at the 111, both just kind of scoot right past the BMW car on that back straightaway. AOA 175 is retaken second place now from the 944.
Okay.
And I think that's on track. I don't think the 944 is due to pit here. No, in fact the gap was only 1.7 seconds, and I think that's all explainable by lap time delta. This is going to be really interesting here, and the reason I keep sticking with this battle is this is our overall leader that this car is trying to get its lap back from. In addition to the 111 here. This is kind of going to slow up everybody involved a little bit as they kind of disagree over who should be in front, basically.
And we've previously seen at Barber how important it is to keep a car from lapping yourself as you get towards the end of the race.
Yeah, I don't think the PMW car isn't really in a fight for the overall. It's not getting back onto the lead lap, to be clear. So all it's really doing, I mean, they're entitled to be on the track too.
Yeah, I was thinking more of the 11.
Oh yeah, the 111 is an interesting case. I'm still pretty curious about that. Let's see, when do we think they should be due? Actually, the 111 should be coming in basically now. So let's keep an eye on that if we can. Yeah, you can hear the tires crying for mercy. Okay, so HQ, the number 28, has pitted out of second in GP2. That's
Yep.
given that spot back up to the 87 for RK Motorsports. Similarly, PresserTech 944 has pitted. That's given third to the number 83 for 94 Motorsports. So lots of positions changing around for the podium spots in the lower classes.
Looks like Stratus is right on the back of the Will to Win Porsche, number 982, for battle 7th.
Yeah, and it's going to be kind of touch and go to see if they're able to make that move on this lap or not. The lap time delta was about a second even. The gap was 1.2, as I think you said. So it probably won't be on this lap, but it might be on the next that they can pull themselves back up into 7th. And let's see, do we have an estimate for... Okay, I don't have a good estimate for 59's fuel economy. Although I can estimate it. Yeah, so the 59 only pitted about 4 laps ago. I think we made mention of that, and they should be in I'd say 20 laps or so. Meanwhile, the 982 is basically in this lap, or close to it. So this probably this will probably dissolve just as a function of pit stops, unfortunately. And I think they've come in because that pass has been made. Turn 1 camera's back. Survived.
Yay!
But I think they've made a liar of me because I think that 982 is still out there. 111 has pitted though, and so they've fallen all the way back to 9th.
I wonder if maybe it was the 983 Will to Win that hit pit lane. Not sure. They're saying 11th. Yeah, Stratus gets by, pulls a 1.4 second gap.
I think it's time for irresponsible math. Give us something fresh to talk about. I think Brendan's gonna hightail it back to us. This heat soak has been horrible to these cameras, unfortunately.
Yeah.
99 into the pits.
That's from second.
It is from second. Is that on schedule? Probably is my guess. I have no way of knowing because they have not. They've tripped the pit loop exactly once. But
Man.
I feel like it's been in recent or long enough ago that that's probably about right. It also means that this projection is going to be completely wrong, because it's going to. So I'm going to say that it's going to overestimate the chances of the 99 pretty substantially.
Yeah, the lengths these teams will go to keep secrets from their competitors.
Yeah, just kind of chicane around the pit loop. You know, it might not be. Oh, we've gone code 35.
Oh.
And you know who this is going to be? Oh, is it going to be good or bad for the 99? I think it's going to be pretty bad for the 99. I think they've actually hit it at the worst possible point.
It's probably going to go well for the 02.
Yeah, it should be perfect for the 02.
And the 12.
So, I'm going to try to track down the source of this yellow. Is it off to... No, that's just a signboard. No, I'm sorry, that's a marshal post. That's Hammer telling Cliff Brown that when he pits, he needs to basically leave a wide berth for the... I think I heard that
Something
right.
about squaring up against the wall.
Yeah. Ah. So there's no car there. There's fluid that their sort of neighbor, if you will, put down on in their stall, and they're basically telling him, please don't put your tires in there, because that will go poorly for us a corner after you leave the pits, or if there's a driver change whenever they leave the pits. It feels, JT, like it might be time for a Cooper ad.
Yes.
How would you feel about that?
I always love hearing from Uncle Cooper.
Okay, I have great news, because we're gonna do that, I think.
He makes me laugh. Laughter's good.
Okay, then in that case, as we try to figure out what has brought out this code 35, and then also retrieve Brendan out from the ether that he's fallen into, we'll send you to some ads, and then we'll be back in about 2 minutes' time.
Hey, your Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie, my niece, your cousin, and Goldie didn't know which tires were right for her. The first ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now.
So big news, it was the number 77 for Kingpin that appears to have stopped on track. While we were running the ads, we saw it being carried around on a tow hook, basically. And so clearly nothing wrong with the corner. It's just the car lost drive and apparently not leaking fluid because it wasn't, on a flatbed with a tarp under it. So, but serious implications for the end of this race, because that was a car that was, it was absolutely flying. And now obviously will not be a contender for the end of this race. Number 28 had a long pit stop. I believe it was 520. It might have been the 525, excuse me. Yeah, I think that was the 525, although we don't have onboard for it anymore. But so yeah, that was the biggest news of that, and then obviously because we went to ad break, it was able to be cleared pretty quickly. We are back. That is a reminder, by the way, that Sebring registration is still open. It's going to be a really interesting race. And we're hoping to see a few more people out there. We understand, at least I understand, the trepidation to take your kit down there. But I think it'll be a really interesting race, and it'll be a to use a cliche, I guess, it'll be a historic race. You'll be the first. You'll be among the first teams to run Sebring for a full 24 hours, continuous. You'll get to do that a couple weeks before Herventic goes there as well. So one of the things that I was curious about when we went to that was it going to benefit the 02 or the 99 at the head of this field? I don't know that we have an answer to that yet. I thought it was going to benefit the 02, but they weren't able to come in until basically the end of that Code 35 period. What that meant was that they spent a decent amount of time actually in the pits there while the track was green, basically. And the answer to that is they are right on top of each other. It's a 4.5 second gap between the 02 and the 99.
Yeah, so it definitely sounds like Hammer lost out a bit there.
They lost out in a huge way. So that becomes another watch this space. That's a space that we're currently watching, because what we need to keep an eye on, basically, because we don't have eyes on the back of this car, we need to be looking at what are the lap times between the 99 and the 02. We don't have an onboard for the 99, so we don't know, is he soft pedaling it? Is he pushing it? We won't have that information until they come across the stripe, basically. For whatever it's worth, by the way, I think the pit loop is on pit out, or near pit out, because it's showing Hammer as in pits right now, and that's not correct. They're obviously on their out lap. They're not coming in.
No.
Let's see how. Oh, it's changed already. It's already. Yeah. So it must have been almost really as soon as the green flew. It's because now it swung on the order of 11 seconds now to Team GTR. To the point where I'm actually kind of wondering if it was done as the O2 was leaving the box, basically.
Yeah, just because of how the timing loop worked.
Yeah. So now we're actually kind of eyes forward to see if the O2 can claw time back on the 99. Excuse me. So I was all out of sorts. I think that's the team car. I think that's the 01 that's 2 cars ahead of us. Yeah, it absolutely is.
I returned.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
You've missed a lead change, and then yeah, I guess you've missed a lead change, a change back, and then a change back again. So you've missed a triple
I was
negative.
gonna say, this looks oddly similar to the way I left it, but I assume it hasn't been that way the entire time.
No, it's very much one of those situations. We've got 3 Audi TCRs in a row. Hold on, let's. Here we go. We're on board the O2, looking straight at the 81, who is right behind the team car of the O2 in the 01.
Ice Driving Canada!
Good to see them.
I'm not sure. I don't think they're the only team of Canadians in the field, actually. I think there's one other
Okay.
group that is largely, if not entirely, Canadian, but I don't remember who it is.
Can you ID the BMW that's just swung? Is that that's the New Light car? I see.
It is the New Light car, yep.
And so
They've
they
done well
are.
to hang in there today.
Yeah, they're on the cusp here of. They're still losing time to the 99. I was gonna say they're on the cusp of getting a lap back here. Getting a lap back is trivial in terms of the running. We don't have a full safety car. I mean, I guess unless a red flag or a black flag all were to come out, that would take everybody into the pits. That's the only scenario where a lap is going to matter on track.
Yeah.
However, if we've seen this in the past, we saw it at Barber, where if you're in a situation where you've been given a lap penalty and you have the opportunity to have it basically rescinded,
Right.
or if you're issued a lap penalty after the fact, or vice versa, that happens to one of your competitors, that matters pretty substantially. So it's not quite academic. It's academic in terms of how we run on track, but not necessarily in terms of how results may play out in the view of end of race penalties.
There's also 2 hours to go, so still plenty of time where you're putting yourself in the position to get that lap back, and maybe getting another full course yellow or something like that, something where you can gain time.
I think, JT, that would have to start now, if it hasn't already. If you've got a margin to make up, you need to be getting your guy in the car about now.
Yeah, now's the time where you need to be, counting backwards in a sense.
Yeah, and realistically, I think with GP1 in particular, for anybody, it's probably too hot to be doing over 2 hours in the car. I mean, it's going to be really physical for everybody. But B, I'm thinking that most of the production classes, especially, are only going to have one stop left. And actually, most of them have just come in, have they not? The GP1 leaders I'm looking at in particular have all just come in within the last 5 laps or so.
So I have irresponsible math.
7:01 into the pits, go ahead.
I don't think I trust it.
Okay.
Because of the issues that we've had getting cars to register at the pit exit line.
I'll allow it.
But I think it's still interesting. The main reason I think it's interesting.
Much like the Nissan LMP project, you don't have to be good, you just have to be interesting.
Yeah.
How did Derek Cox at home?
Okay, so the projection
Montgomery.
This is really curious to me because it's the only car that actually like has. It's the only car of note here that actually has a reasonable like
Pace?
record of pit stops. It's the number 12 is showing as having a good shot at this. That's one of those cars that we keep saying, keep an eye out for this car. But I think there might actually be something to that. I genuinely keep an eye on the number 12 for New Light because they've got a lot of pace over their competitors right now. So even though they're only running 6 and they're a lap back.
So I'm looking at the lap history for that car, and what I'm seeing is a lot of 5s and a lot of 6s. And even when that car has been slower, it's been 8s and 9s, not 10s and 11s.
The problem
would suggest to me that that map is probably reliant on that car being able to churn out 5s and 6s while everybody else is doing 9s.
Yeah, and that's really not the case right now. They're kind of mired in traffic, and Team GTR in the 99 is putting out consistent 8s. That they're actually they're continuing to extend their advantage over the 12. Now I say over the 12. There's 4 cars in between them, 5 cars in between them. I'm very curious to see how this plays out. Is how I'll say that, because the reason I switched over to the 01 is because we're on board a pretty quick GTO car here, and we're losing time to the 12 New Light car that's just gone past us, right? That they're the car that's the black car that's going into turn 5 here now.
Either I'm very behind or we're at turn 1.
Yeah, I'm in turn 1.
Okay, you're very behind.
On the 01, not the 02. Well, the 01 is still the, I guess, relevant car pace-wise. But I see your point.
Yeah. You guys are a bit behind for some reason. Good to know. So that's kind of the interesting sort of wrinkle in GTO. That is your what to watch for. GP1, how much do I trust this analysis?
GP1 feels remarkably stable because and I don't remember seeing this very often in past races, but the whole field has essentially moved as one. They've all pitted together, regardless of code 35s. There's been actually no change in strategy. It's literally all been pace and attrition. And I really don't remember seeing that very often before, if ever.
Yeah, the only thing I've noticed really is the LMR BMW splitting the big mission cars. Other than that, it's looked more or less stable. Occasionally, during the pit cycle, the Thunder Bunny will pop up there, back and forth, that sort of thing. But it is pretty stable.
My car to look out for here is going to be the 151 for Team LMR. They seem fast. Certainly, they've got the best outright pace in the class.
They're also the only one. Well, Thunder Bunny is sort of off the back of the 336 from Big Mission there, but they are really the only other ones.
Actually, let's switch over to the 110 here because they're actually in a fight for position with the car that I think is 2 cars ahead of us here in the Big Mission 336. Yeah, now we're right on them. Is he gonna do anything goofy? No, and traffic is cooperating. .110 definitely looks like it has a little bit more pace than the 336.
I think, Joseph, this position actually just changed hand, didn't it?
No, there's no way. There's
I show... Oh, then maybe my timing's behind on Race Hero.
There's...
Which would not be very convenient for everything I've said for the last 20 minutes.
Mine did freeze earlier.
Oh, what's happened here? Sorry. Okay. I think the answer is nothing, but the feed was choppy enough that it seemed like the 01 was slow. I think they're fine. 605 is
the Thunder Bunny cars is that it lost 3.5 seconds that lap, but it's only 1.2 behind Big Mission, which suggested that Big Mission.
What? Other way around.
Sorry. Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna disconnect everything and reconnect it. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Jesus.
We're getting there.
Today's been a mess.
It sure
More
has.
than many, it's been a mess.
Does anybody have a trial to Starlink we can try? But okay, so I would have expected the 110 to kind of sweep right back, or well, not back on, but sweep right around the 336 on this lap, and it hasn't happened. Although it might happen right here, coming out of turn 17.
He's got a good run, and the 336 is going to get hung on the outside on the way out.
336 has better legs, though. It has to be said.
That initial punch is really good. Really not much to choose between.
They're going to get hung out on the outside because of that slower car. 110's going to take advantage on the inside of now 3.
I wonder if there's a little case to be made, for the cars that have failed, while they were going to fail anyway. You can't keep this up forever, but I wonder if they're just kind of confident in the car's ability to handle that because, well, if it hasn't failed yet, is it likely to? I don't know that there's much to that, but...
Yeah, it's like
where you get a lot of failures very early on for the cars that were not engineered well, and some failures towards the end of the race for the cars that were engineered too well.
Yeah, I think the thing that's tough is
0-1 is slow and into the paddock.
Okay, that doesn't surprise me because I lost their feed and I wasn't quite sure why. So maybe I was right when I thought they were slow coming out of Oak Tree and it just sorted itself out.
There's a lot of crew members standing in front of me just sort of shrugging their shoulders saying... But they weren't expecting it, and yeah, they didn't expect it to come in, and then when it got there, they're like, well, okay. Yeah, the story is there.
I don't think we ever got the 147 back. No, that's a lie. The 147 is circulating right now as we speak.
Oh yeah, no, it came back out onto the track right about the time we lost the PC racing car.
Oh, that's right. I just never got their...
Yeah.
I never got their onboard back. That was the issue.
Your lead margin, by the way, has gone out from, I think it was down around 21, 22 seconds, out to 37. A 2:13.4 from the 02 Hammer Motorsports Audi, I assume is largely down to traffic. Although that car hadn't been going terribly quickly lately, more in the 210s, 209s, 210s, but even so, that's a big chunk of time to lose all at once. And it's not just that they're losing time to Team GTR, but now they've got to worry about the number 52 BMW from Team ACP, Tangerine Associates, coming up behind them, because that margin is down to 12 and some change seconds. And the Stratus car, who's put in a couple of decent laps and is within 36 seconds of that 52. So, game on here a bit for second, third, and fourth.
Onboard your GP1 leader. Was this car detuned or ballasted down to GP1?
No, I think there's a handful of Caymans that...
I could have sworn this car was running in GTO at some point.
The 702 is a GTO car.
I know it is, but I was thinking it was like a 2-and-2 situation. Like they had 2 GP3 and 2 GTOs at one point.
I think more recently they've just had one in every class. The sound from that car, by the way, it's probably just the way I had it turned down, but it sounds a little bit like a lo-fi video game recording of an old V12 Formula 1 engine.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Like, is this a Ferrari 312?
Yes, exactly, but it's terrible because it was recorded in like 1999.
Oh, going down the inside of their teammate.
By the way, the 02 for the pace struggles it's had over the last little while I was down fixing cameras, was sailing it off into the climbing S's at turn 7. Like grabbing gears right at turning, sailing it off. So wherever he's losing time, it's not through the S's.
Which car is this?
This was the 02, the Hammer GCR.
Yeah, I think it feels like he just hasn't figured the car out yet, to be honest.
And you know what? You made the point earlier about braking zones here, where you're never really braking in a straight line anywhere, ever. And, I mean, it's a front-wheel drive car, so, you know, you don't get a huge difference on braking. There is some, especially if you're trying to send it into a corner. But it almost seems like that's where he's been the most tentative, and we've seen that out of a couple of cars.
Yeah.
The Thunder Bunny 111 among those as well earlier.
It feels to me, as an onlooker, like outside looking in, it feels to me as though he doesn't quite trust the ABS.
It could be a bit, yeah.
Because that is one of those, you know, I mean, let's be frank, that is a not inexpensive car that you do not want to be responsible for dinging.
No, they've already lost one this year, haven't they?
So now I'm sure the people who are doing this, their pocketbook looks a little different from mine, but you know, still, I think depending on your experience level, you definitely don't want to go in like guns blazing, right? You want to ease into it and get comfortable with the car and really learn it. If that happens to be, you know, they got kind of free practice style running on Friday, but it takes a while to learn these cars, especially if it comes to driver aids that you're not used to. If you're used to pedaling around, you know, like a spec Miata, it's not going to feel the same for lots of different reasons. It's a completely different car altogether.
It's a completely different car. Anyway.
Yes. There's the 12. Who I think we're going to see... They're either on their outlap here, as we're on board with the 701. They're either on their outlap here, or we're about to see them peel into the pits. I haven't decided which one I think it is, but they've gone red for me, as has the 909 automatic Aston, which is probably paddle shifted.
Yeah, probably.
I don't think it's quite automatic. Okay, so that will be the outlap for the 12, I think. Yes.
By the way, not to draw too much attention back to the top of the field, but Hammer 52 and 59, 02, 52, 59, those gaps have come down from 22 and 36 seconds respectively to something like 18 and 27. So that compression that we expected to get in the battle for second overall is coming to pass here. Choice Racing not out of this either. They're not going terribly quickly at the moment, but within a minute and, within, let's say, 70 seconds of the Stratus number 59.
Similar engines, somehow different.
Is this is the audio slightly desynced from these cameras, or am I just bad?
It depends on the camera. This one is okay.
Yeah.
Are you talking about turn 3 a moment ago?
Yeah.
On the curbs? Yeah, I think
No, on the 701, it just seems like the throttle and brake applications are not where they ought to be.
Okay.
I tend to try to think that the people who are willing to take to the curbs, that's an easier sort of frame of reference for me.
Yeah.
So I don't trust the projections here. We're inside 2 hours ago. Let's see. GP3. Okay. Best odds GP and GP3 are going to the 407, which I buy. The thing that's interesting for me is that it's given the 85 and something is odd with the timing, which I got to figure out tonight. But and I don't think it's just the pit stops. Could be. I don't think so. But it's given a lot of attention to the 85 also, not necessarily for the win, but to run well. Maybe make its way up into the podium places. So keep an eye out for the 85 in GP3. GP2, the script likes the 87, which is curious to me.
In GP3, what does it say between 407 and 175?
It would be advantage.
There.
It would be advantage 407 there.
It's interesting. The 175 picked up 4.5 seconds last time around. The margin's down to 32.1.
Huh. I think it's time to run it again.
Yeah, I'm not sure what time the 407 was last into the pits because we're not getting pit stop markers from that car. But 175 was only in, from the looks of things, about 12 laps ago. So they're going to be out on track for some time, even to the point that I think their last pit stop is going to wind up being kind of a short one. They're certainly not going to get 2 40-lap stints out of the next hour and 52 minutes, so...
Yeah. We haven't had track sides in a while. Should have some track sides.
I assume all the ones I've tried to put back up are now gone again?
Not all of them.
No.
Turn 5, still alive and kicking. A lot of them, yes.
Yeah.
A lot of them did not, Yeah, that is...
Why can't it just be cloudy all the time? That's what I would like.
Sure. If only there was some way to make that happen.
Something silver nitrate.
Okay.
Is that what it is?
I was thinking of sunshades, but okay.
Oh, no, cloud seeding. We'll just stage a couple of P3s or whatever they use over here at the Danville Regional Airport and let them go to town over Alton, Virginia.
Uh-huh. No, that'll go well.
Is it Alton or Afton? I'm not confused because everybody just says Danville.
You were asking the wrong person by a mile.
Well, by several hundred miles, really.
Yes.
It's Alton. It's fine. Don't tell me that.
Lo siento. I didn't put him up. Blame the tech that put him up.
Tech? You're calling me a tech?
I am, yeah.
Fair. Even that's a little generous.
A team that I hoped we would see a little bit more of, in that I hoped that we would see them, was Loose Cannon, and I don't think they turned a lap today. I don't think they made it out on track.
No, I don't think they did either. This is a shame because they had a feed set up and everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know if they had something happen yesterday. You had mentioned, Joseph, I think to me last night, that we were expecting to see Chattanooga Tourenwagenmeisterschaft here as well, and they were not able to be a part of this weekend. So I don't think Loose Cannon is alone in this, although I'm sure for slightly different reasons.
Yeah.
No.
So what apparently happened to Chattanooga was it sounded like they popped the engine at a dyno local to the track.
Oh my.
That is going off of what's on the WRL Races Group Facebook page.
Sorry, was that they at the track they popped the dyno, or before they left for the track?
I guess that's a good question. I forget that they're obviously Chattanooga is not that far away from here. Wait, it's not. Was it probably 2 hours or so?
Being that the majority of WRL's leadership is from Chattanooga, somebody is about to have your head.
Still though, that's not. I mean, given how far away a lot of these races are from Chattanooga. I'm trying to remember. I'm thinking. Maybe I'm thinking Knoxville. But Knoxville's like north of Chattanooga, isn't it? I don't know.
This is just a pain to get to, more than anything. It's probably not far as the crow flies.
My estimate or the track?
Both.
Yeah. Okay, so my estimate is my script is stupid today.
Yeah, I think the code 35s and lack of pit lane, consistent pit lane entry timing loop is...
It has borked things, because it really, really, really likes two cars that, I'm sorry, are not really in it.
Like, hilariously not in it, or...
No, they're kind of like on the fringes. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if they pulled a little bit of a blinder. But I'd be pretty surprised. Basically, it likes the 59 and the 12.
Well, so the
So
59...
maybe, but...
The 59...
You think about it for a little bit, and you're like, like you can work you can kind of work yourself into some mental gymnastics and get to a point. Hello, that's a lot of opposite. This is not drifting.
How much? What percentage of laps does your script take into account for
all of them?
Pace? All of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
I don't do like.
Lap
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
Well done.
I'm gonna restart the mirror feed so you guys maybe catch up to me. Because it kind of sucks that you guys are like 5 seconds behind me.
It is a little bit hilarious that we're in sync but 5 seconds behind. I think some of that will be caster and how long it takes to
cast.
Yeah. Anyway.
GP1, if you trust my script, which I haven't decided that I do, GP1 could be a real dogfight at the end. Between between everyone who's between is when there's two. You use among when it's more than two.
Amongst.
Whomst among us.
It's a terrible game.
Seems kind of sus. But like everybody in the top three kind of has a shot at this, and that actually does feel legitimate.
No, absolutely. I think. Well, the 2-lap margin from 701 back to 134 is maybe a bridge too far on raw pace. Was that a 4-off for the 525?
I don't
was he
think
off
so.
in the grass or just out over the curb?
It's so remember here that since the repave, the exit curb actually extends onto the racing surface.
No, I know, but I couldn't remember how far that went, and he seemed like he was out there for a very long time.
No, I think he got his left sides off, and so the right sides were on the curb, which are still kind of like in the line. If you were to just kind of, if all you had done was ever turn laps in iRacing, you would have thought that was the way to go. I'll put it that way.
So, if I may, I do have an update. Firstly, as people have said in the YouTube chat, Chattanooga is a bit further than a 2-hour drive. More like 7 to 9.
7 to 9?
I told you.
Also, one of the team members
drive faster. You do drive rockets.
Motor on the dyno. They said there may have been an air bubble in the head between 5 and 6 and lost a valve, and that was dynoed there in Chattanooga.
I've driven through like Fancy Gap, which splits the difference, and I've driven through Chattanooga. And okay, I need to reorient myself. I need to do that live on the air.
Yes, you do. because now you've offended most of the city of Chattanooga.
There's like
the
4
country's
people there. It'll be fine.
As the country's preeminent gigabit internet provider,
Oh, you know what?
or
Okay.
developer, we can't afford this kind of slander. Ooh, God,
No.
he is not going to catch this one of these times.
Uh,
And this is gonna compound itself because now the rears are just way too hot.
I think my issue here, friends and family, is that I was thinking Knoxville was basically like due north of Chattanooga. And so, it still wouldn't be great. You'd still have to take 40 a ways. But anyway,
Yes.
I digress.
Good morning.
So GP2, back to things that I will also get wrong by the end of this. GP2 likes the 87 over the 21 at this point, which I also find curious.
Well, that margin is only a minute, and North Loop just did a 2:18.6. So if we're going to pick out a place where that might be accurate, that could be it. Which is actually really impressive for RK Motorsports because it feels like they've spent the better part of the day mired in like 3rd or 4th, just very quietly without doing anything, very obvious. And now all of a sudden they're, last time around they were 6 seconds quicker than North Loop. 2:24.6 from the number 21.
The thing that I don't trust about this, among many things, is that it gives the 525 a fighting chance, and I don't think that's... They're 5 laps back at this point. I don't think that's realistic.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm like, I think it's... Frankly, I think it's just giving everybody basically too high of a chance, and so I'm trying to not dive into... I'm trying to basically give relative odds that I think are reasonable to even think about. But it
stop for the Stratus. Go ahead.
It does still give better odds to the 407 in GP3. That's Craftsman Auto Care. It gives better odds to the 407 than to the 175 for AOA. So that is...
Is there any bias for recent lap times?
No. No, which means, if we run this late and somebody puts their ringer into the car, we can't really account for that. Like, if that's the first time we've seen them, it won't quite get that right.
You said it favors the 175 over the 407?
Yeah, by a decent margin. I don't give gaps or anything like that. It's just it's literally just, run it out 100 times and see,
So I do wonder a little bit if it's projecting the 175 to be able to oh, sorry, JT.
I'll get it.
Yeah, thanks. No, so the 407 pitted 5 laps ago. The 175 hasn't pitted yet, and I wonder if it's projecting the 407 is needing an extra stop as compared to the 175. Right, so that 175 can go, full course yellow, can go deeper enough into the race.
Well, and this might ruin all of this.
Is it because the 525 junked it somewhere?
I don't know. Oh wait, no, I'm an idiot.
A lot of vision and eyes pointed down at turn 1, Joseph.
Okay. Well, it's not the 525 because they're slowing for it.
No, I know. I'm just advising. And this is going to fall right into the hands of the 175 we were just talking about.
I would be able to tell you, Brendan, if we had a functioning camera at turn 1.
Yeah, I know. Oh, is that one down? Like in the starter stand?
Yeah, it's died too.
Oh, I thought you said it was dying, but was still okay. So I let
it came back for a little bit.
All right. Well, we'll see if we can pick it up here. There's a lot of yelling in the Hammer pits in front of me.
Strats is pitted.
They're going to do tires on the Hammer car.
701 round 3 has pitted out of the leading GP1. That'll be big. That has implications. That might be good to go.
Just about everybody is going to be in here because it'll be a second to last stop for most of GTO, and it's really going to shorten up what you're going to have to do under green if you're in a production class. And if this is a long yellow, might even get you to a point where you can make it without a stop.
Did we see anything here on the 525 feed? Nothing caught my eye.
I didn't. There is a surface flag out at turn 1, which I don't know if that means somebody's dumped oil or if it... Wow, that's a quick stop from the 02. Sorry. They did front tires on the 02 Hammer Audi and put fuel in it and sent it. Now, cast your minds back, gentlemen, to Barber Motorsports Park, when we saw almost this exact scenario in a battle between, I believe, the 02 again and the 99 again.
There's also a new driver. If you look, they've done a lot in that pit stop.
Oh,
They've changed the fronts, and there's a new driver, yeah.
Well, so Mark Bruminator was listed...
Is that his real name?
It can't be. I didn't notice on the side of the car, but it can't be.
It's got to be like Brummond or something, right? It can't be...
It is Mark Brummond, yes.
Okay.
That's it. That's exactly... Oh, you know what, Joseph? There's a car way...
Far left, yeah. It maybe clipped the grass and went left.
Way off. Were there two? Oh, no. See, this is the issue I was talking about, where the runoff is all off camber here.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's perfect for, you know, drainage. Not so perfect for cars that go off track.
We're going to go see where Liam Dwyer went to go visit a few years ago.
Oh, they've done this. They've put a couple cars in the trees over there. I mean, they've... Turn one here is not...
Yeah, you think it's not that severe, else we would have gone black flag all, which we haven't done.
No, that's true.
To be fair, they also took a bit of time at Mid-Ohio to do that, so...
Yeah, but everyone's kind of talking to each other here, which wasn't quite... We won't get into that.
909 and 19 at turn 4? No,
909
contact can continue.
909 would be automatic.
Yep, the Aston in 8th.
19 will be the... Is that Bonsai?
Yes.
Yeah.
Bonsai Port.
And they were not... They're both GTO, but they wouldn't have been racing for position. They would have been separated by at least a lap, I think.
So, crucially here, as we... no impact at turn 1 is what I've been told.
Yeah, and I believe that. So that's probably just somebody's taken a corner, someone's made contact and they've collapsed a corner or something and they can't move it.
Crucially here, the 99 I don't believe has pitted. 110 is in front of me.
I think they've got time though.
Do they want track position?
Well, there's no real such thing as track. Well, I mean, other than what they're not going to lose, I guess. But
yeah, because we're not bunching up the cars.
Well, yeah, but that also means that there's no loss of track position, right? I mean, other than, like, compared to...
Well, the question is...
waiting for a full safety car, that's not a thing to worry about.
The real question is, are they not pitting because they don't need to stop?
Exactly. So, at this point, do both them and Hammer need one more stop?
But, so let's consider this for a minute, because... ostensibly, you'd be taking the same amount of fuel, right? You're going to need the same amount of fuel to get from here to the end, regardless, right? So if you're going to make one stop and put all that time in, or spend that time stationary, because the entire field is doing 35 miles an hour all the way around the circuit, if you come in and put, let's say you top the tank off, that's fuel you'd have to be putting in the car anyway. And instead of spending those 15 seconds for those couple gallons or whatever it is stationary with cars going at speed around track, you'd be doing it with cars going 35 miles an hour around track. And it feels to me like, even though, okay, technically it's an extra stop, the stationary time is actually of a benefit to spend the time stationary under a yellow. It's all a moot point because they've just rolled past me in the pit lane here anyway. So we got ahead of ourselves. Imagine that. I don't think, though, that the 52 has pitted. Have they?
Not obviously.
So they're on the strategy of not pitting under code 35.
Yeah, that's what they did earlier as well.
First stint of the race, they did 33 laps and did not pit under the first full course yellow. So
it is really difficult to tell, though, because that is one of the cars that isn't tripping the pit out line.
True. So
yeah, but they did.
I don't think they were in at 139. I think they were only in at 128. Right?
let's talk a little bit about penalties here.
Okay.
Really quick. The only ones that I see having been given, actionable penalties. There's a passing under yellow that was delivered to the... Make sure I get that right. To the 147. So that would be not ART.
Moorhead.
Moorhead,
They're
thank you.
ways down.
And then there was a speeding on pit lane penalty that was given to the 28 for HQ Autosports, and that has race implications. Because otherwise they'd be right in this fight for first in GP2. There were a couple warnings that were given out for fueling infractions. Those went to the 981 W2W, 336 Big Mission, the number 9 ACI, and 151. And JT brings up a good point. Facebook users. 151 is Team LMR. But really, I mean, it's been... We've had...
52's come through without a pit stop.
We've had a couple penalties. Most of the I don't want to say harsher ones, but I guess more severe ones were given out in sort of the early, the first half hour or so of the race. That's when our sort of biggest contact, which makes sense, right? That's the densest time in the race. Not just in terms of they're all bunched up together, but also they're all on the track together. We don't have time for the sort of mechanical attrition to take its course. Another thing to point out, the 12 was given, I think we mentioned this at the time, the 12 was given a 1-lap penalty for passing under yellow during a code 35 early on. That's another thing that, without that, who knows how, who knows what the construction of this race would look like.
Well, and is that influenced or
What's that?
does that influence your script at all in terms of your projections?
No, I didn't even see it. The lap is gone, basically.
Okay.
We had a driver removed from the 111 for contact. Did you mention that?
No, I didn't know that was the case.
That happened. That happened early on.
Is that removed from event or
Just out of the car.
There was the penalty is contact.
back to green, by the way?
The penalty was contact. The consequence was driver change.
We've had that in the 498 as well. Driver change and 2-lap penalty.
So that was the 111 making contact with the 420. Although I don't see that they were given a lap penalty for that. Interestingly, maybe just having to pit to make the driver change is considered penalty enough. Or maybe there's a lap involved in there that is kind of implied.
Yeah. So when we come back to green here and get cars back across the line at speed, before the yellow, remember our margins were, I think, 18 and 27 between first and second and third overall. So that's kind of our starting point. I think the margin second to third is going to be a lot less. And that makes sense, right? Because the 52 didn't pit. Choice racing across the line, so they'll be a lap in about a quarter behind the 99, maybe a lap and a third. See the 99 just exiting the shot there on the right second of it. There's the 0-2. So your lead margin has gone from 18 seconds to 40, and that is probably reflective of the tire change on the 0-2. Now, it was a really super quick stop.
We were just on board here with the 525, and I think that's a pass for position, the 525 over the 28 on the way into turn 5. It was a...
No, they are... Well, they are in adjacent positions, but 3 laps apart.
Ah, okay.
Or 2.
Fair enough. probably not enough time to make that back unless the cars in front of them have some pretty substantial issues.
No, and unless the car is set up to be as loose as it is, it sure looked like they were just running the rears off this thing. So, oh man, you can't pass there. You can't do that.
Yeah.
Ambitious.
I saw it happening, like before he ever started turning in to 10.
He's thinking about it. You're like, no.
Yeah. And it wasn't even like it was set up for a pass. It was just set to cut over the apex curve.
I think he just wants to let him know, hey, I'm here.
Yeah, by being 4 wheels off the ground over the apex curve at 100 miles an hour. That is a good way to let somebody know that you are indeed there.
If you're in the car in front, you're going to be like, yeah, just go by. Go. Just don't touch me. Go.
It's like whenever you're in traffic and you notice that someone's like missing a front bumper, and it's like, yeah.
And tailgating.
Yeah, I don't think this is really... maybe I'll take this exit instead. Oh, boy. That wheel hop. It's not really wheel hop if you just launch it over the curb, I guess. It's a slightly different cause.
I just love those corners there.
Thunder Bunny 111 is into the pits, or on their outlap. That was out of... I think out of 6th? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's tough to say because I'm getting them on their outlap, so I'm probably missing the lion's share of the time loss.
Yeah, my previous data shows 6th was the last position I had for them.
Okay.
I need to update it.
Uh, 983 for W2. W also pits. That elevates their team car up to 11th. It's been a pretty rough race for W2W. Frankly, they're a team that we're used to seeing up in the top 5 fighting for wins, and they kind of struggling to get back up into the top 10 here.
Yeah,
so
they've
I'm sure they'll be hoping for a better run tomorrow.
Yeah, it seems it's been an interesting battle for 9th there. Those 4 cars seem to, ebb and flow a bit there between the TLM and cars and the Will to Win cars.
Will to wheel. Wheel to win.
They're going to get you a t-shirt.
Yeah, or a cease and desist order, one of the two.
Either or.
Yeah.
Preferably both.
I don't know about both.
Both are good presents.
Yeah, frame it up on my wall.
Exactly. What you wear, what you frame up on the wall.
Yeah.
How about a cease and desist they put on a T-shirt?
There you go.
That would be... I would wear that. If anyone feels like threatening me with legal action today, first of all, please don't. Secondly, if you do have to, apparel is best. I hear Vistaprint gives pretty good rates.
Hi to James Glickenhaus. Anyways.
How do you think he'd feel about the fact that I'm doing this remotely? 525 has just put in a personal best for the race.
Woo!
Shaved about 66 thousandths of a second off of their best lap. They are right on the cusp of breaking into the 210s.
Apparently, the key to making that car go quickly is just to burn all of the tread off the rear tires.
It's weight savings.
Hey, if you gotta go fast, now's the time to do it.
I mean, God, that seems like it's got to be a fun corner coming over the crest there, but also like a terrifying corner.
Yeah, it's leap of faith.
Yeah, a little bit.
I can picture where the car should exit and aim.
Yeah, it seems about right. I mean, that's especially if you're alongside somebody, right? Like if you're in traffic and you have to go to the left of somebody to cut to the inside, and you've got to now sort of make that adjustment on the fly, because you can't just lean on muscle memory there, right? Like it's it's not just like I know where my turn-in point is and I know where my braking point is. You have to adjust all that. You have to be, you know, you have to be quick enough on your feet to realize, okay, well, I need to take this much out, and still not lose that much time. It's maybe not as critical here as it might be in, say, a full-fledged IMSA race, but you still don't want to, you know, you're still kind of, you're pushing, you're still trying to minimize time loss, and you're competing. It's a competition.
And yeah, it's also how you can position the car exiting the S's there. You're carrying a bunch of speed, your positioning is not always the same, so your entry through that sweeper can be a bit different lap to lap.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even if your run through the uphill S's is compromised, that can have a big effect on how you approach that corner.
Yeah, everything from, you know, the entry of those upper S's to Oak Tree Hill is basically just a certain rhythm, and making sure you don't really step out of that to, you know, build like an accordion effect that can really slow you down or put you at risk of going off track.
I gotta say, I think, at the risk of stating the obvious, I'd feel pretty good about my chances right now if I were in the Team GTR camp. They've got a 55-second lead and growing on the order of 5 seconds a lap. It'll be a little more stable than that after the 52 overtakes the 02. Brendan.
Yeah, so what we failed to follow up on with that 02 tire change was that you kind of have to have a driver capable of taking advantage of the new tires. It's great if you've got fresh rubber and all that grip, but if your driver is, you know, stuck in the 9s and 10s, it's really not going to do you a whole lot of good, and I'm not sure that 02 has that guy on board right now.
I can't believe you would say that about the Bruminator.
Well, hopefully the new tires will help keep them on track.
Yeah, I mean, there's that. But, you know, I would like to know from people who have been on the track at different points of the race, is the track cleaning up, or is it getting dirtier? Are people bringing more dust onto the racing line? Because I could see either, to be honest. There's several cars that are taking pretty aggressive lines in some of these apices, and you can see dust being thrown up, and where else is it going to go but onto the ground? But at the same time, you've got people circulating, you've got people who should be sweeping the racing line. So I would be curious to know, you know, would you rather be out there, or, you know, do you make hay in the first hour or two of a race, or particularly when the track is cool, or do you do it now with the sun starting to dip a little bit, and with 6.5 hours of running under your belt? On board the 525. The 02 is capable. Whew. The 02 is capable of 04, as we saw in the graphic to the bottom right. 525 all crossed up. Keep it off the tires. Okay, right back up. Yep. Looking for a gear. Found it. Please don't get hit. Okay, I think he's managed to find a good gap in traffic. Oh, look at the... I don't know if that was there before. Hold on, I'll go back to that. Eventually. There was a wicked vibration in the wheel as he was coming up through the gears. It seems to be gone now. But I'm I'd like to take a look at it as he's coming out of turn 16. Oh, yeah, something's not quite right here.
Oh, yeah.
Is that vibration the cords on one of the rear tires?
I wouldn't be that shocked, but I don't know. I guess... I mean, I know the answer to your question is no, but I don't know if it's if the skid has flat spotted those tires a little bit. I don't know how prone these tires really are to that.
Hanging out.
Yeah, but look at the steering wheel. I mean, you can kind of see the judder in it. You don't hear a vibration, but at low speeds, it certainly seems like there is one.
I wonder if that's just because there's a bit more wheel input at slower speeds.
It seems too high frequency to be that. I mean, I know if you're amped up on the adrenaline, you could be making some corrections, but there's like there was a sort of a harmonic aspect to it that I don't think you would get from a person from just inputs.
There's definitely a bit of sawing the wheel back and forth, but I think that's more just trying to feel the front end.
Well, let's take a look at it coming out of Oak Tree, because I think we're talking about different things. I don't think the car is slow. I think he's just letting faster traffic through.
Yeah.
Look to our right here. taking Oak Tree a little more carefully this time around. Yeah, you can almost hear it. It's only at certain speeds. But there's definitely a little something there that's going to need to be ironed out before tomorrow morning. Could just be in the tire. Yeah, this is another corner where he had issues.
A lot easier now. Maybe, I don't know, is it maybe a sticking caliper or something? I don't know.
Maybe? It sounds like he's taking it real easy. Is he gonna bring it in?
Off it.
Yeah, he is bringing it in. No change at the front of the field, by the way.
Hopefully put on new tires.
Is that car, the 525, headed just to its pit box or back into the paddock?
So far just pit box. Seems like they've got...
I'm down here at the paddock entry now. If he decides... It looks like he's going to head into the paddock, although I guess I'll know before you guys do, given the onboard tonight. I'll keep an eye out for it, see if I can hear or see anything.
Yeah, it's... it's kind of funny. Guy in the high-vis, WRL official, with the speed gun, making sure that people aren't exceeding 35. It's always tough to tell with these things. You know, was there a driver error that caused the mechanical, or was there a mechanical that forced the driver error, and that's what we're seeing the result of. It's, again, it's one of those things that only the driver and the team will know.
No.
Okay, they are putting a new tire on the front left here, so maybe that's the source of the vibration? If
it might be the source of the vibration. I can't imagine it's the source of the driving style.
We've got a change for GP3 lead.
Oh, did the AOA pit?
Unclear, but it would have been about on time.
Okay, yeah, because now the 407's back in the lead. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think now the positions as they are right now is most likely what we'll see at the end.
Only the left front tire, as far as I could tell, went onto this car. No other work done. See on the bottom banner, confirmation that the 407 for Craftsman Auto Care is back in the lead in their class in GP3.
I always forget to look at the banner.
It's really helpful.
Yes, it is. Instead, I'm constantly watching timing, looking for any changes, and comparing to notes on a TXT file.
I mean, a variety of methods is always useful.
Yes, so is efficiency.
Yeah. I'll switch over to the 701 here really quick. Trying to make their way around the 28 for HQ Autosport, and they're not even in the same class. No, yeah, I wanted to double check before I said that. The 701 is in GP1, 28 is in GP2, and
yes.
it seems like the 28 is holding up the 701 just a bit. Through at the top of the hill. There's that shallow entry we were just talking about. Manages to navigate it pretty well. And now you can't quite see it, but underneath the timing tower, there is an NPO1 lurking in the distance.
Yeah. Yeah, I was surprised to see the NPO1 falling back, going into the straight in between the S's.
Yeah, I think that's a function of that
BOP.
Yeah, that power to weight sort of disadvantage that they've voluntarily given themselves. I mean, they're still holding top 5, so it's, they've done well in spite of that.
Yeah.
But you can see visually just how much more difficult that makes life for the NPO1, right? They've spent an entire lap. Oh, that could have ended really poorly.
Yeah.
But they've spent an entire lap held up behind a GP1 car, basically. I don't know if you can quite call the NPO1 a downforce car. Obviously, it does generate downforce. I don't know if it generates the majority of its grip through downforce. But it's certainly, it's a lightweight car naturally. And so cornering is where it should. Oh, okay. God, the mirror image isn't quite a mirror image, so it really threw me for a loop.
It made it look like it was going outside.
Yeah, I was like, that's not the right direction at all, really. But all's well. Got back to our O2 P2.
You should keep an eye on what's lurking in the background here.
Yeah, what appear to be the recurrence of the Team ACP number 52. A little bit of a wide line too. That's not going to help things for Mark.
Yeah, the rear started catching around there.
Yeah, I'm curious to know what exactly that feels like, because it's not like you don't have rear traction control on these cars. You just kind of have to counter steer through it and drive out of it.
Yeah, I experience it when I do iRacing, and it's one of the issues I have with this car. Is just sometimes that rear end gets too light and it starts moving by itself. It's very uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about all the important bits in this car are at the front. The engine's at the front, the transmission's at the front. The front wheels are the things that are driving it. So you're kind of... Oh, wow, there's a 555, yeah. And you don't even see it until it's past your bumper. I don't think I even saw it in the
mirror.
yeah, in the window net on its way through. So let's see, what's the gap? The gap is only fallen to about 4.7 seconds back to the 52. 525 on that new left front tires, putting in fast laps. So that does seem to have helped them out pretty substantially. Yeah, in a huge way actually. So they've just taken 0.8 of a second out of their best for the session at a 209.3.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah,
He tends to turn in a bit early. I know the feeling. You don't think the grip's going to be there, so you tend to turn in a bit early, and then you turn in too early.
Yeah, it's a tough one to manage too, because it feels a little bit like it's forcing him to. You make a mistake on turning, and it follows you all the way through the corner. So now he can't get on the throttle as early as he really needs to.
Yeah.
You can almost feel the car, yaw and then correct, and then yaw and then correct as he makes his way through these sort of longer multi-apex turns. It's a stiffly sprung car, it's a race-prepped car for all intents and purposes, so it's going to do a lot of things that are going to feel different from, most track day cars, unless it's specifically a track day car. I just imagine Tim Myers just wincing every time he hears a curb strike, Just every time he goes over a rumble strip, you're like, that's a part cycle. That's a part cycle.
Just a slight clench.
Tim Myers is down there in his red t-shirt rocking camo shorts.
So he's all right. He's like, throw another corner on it.
He gets to play with strategy for a little while. I think he's doing just fine.
All right.
Although,
so how's he going to strategize himself out of this gap? What's it? I
don't know. I mean, he's about to lose second here, like this lap.
It's under the gap is under a second now.
Yeah, this is happening.
It might happen on this straightaway, actually.
Yeah, because that wasn't the best exit there.
The number 12 is back in the pits, by the way, or at least has gone missing, and the 111 has overtaken it. So that moved New Light down to 7th, and moved Thunder Bunny number 111 back up to 6th.
Yeah, that's not even 30 laps since the last stop.
Would they be good to go from here?
Certainly.
He'd be close, yeah, I think so.
But if you don't need the stop now, why not hold out for Code 35?
They are in the box here.
Yeah.
Maybe they need a driver.
Need a hot shoe.
They need a hero.
I think the point to make here is that the Code 35s negate the idea of back timing.
Yes,
back timing
100%.
with yellow, right?
Yeah.
With the Code 35, there's really no reason not to wait as long as you can and hope that it works out for you.
Someone's put a wheel on up here.
A couple of wheels.
Not sure that they've actually rejoined the surface.
525 allegedly has gone around again, according to my eyes around the circuit.
It's real feast or famine for that car. It's either putting in fast laps or it's over rotating. Oh no, that's a problem. That's a mechanical.
Ooh. Yeah.
And he just missed pit entry. Was that just a bad shift there, or?
I was gonna say that. I don't know if that's
reaching for various switches, or was reaching.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, yeah. The rears just lock immediately.
Yeah.
Something's up. That's not normal operation, and I wonder if that's what caused the spin up at Oak Tree too.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's the rear left.
Yeah. There's rear issues there because it's not I mean, that car is on the edge of spinning out, not just on the brakes. I mean, that car turns in and it immediately the back end starts to come around. So I don't think.
To be honest, he did well to hang on to that into one. That was really sketchy.
Yeah.
But
The rear
I
end
can't imagine there's a
larger than the wing.
There's a driver that's been out there for this long, hanging on to that, like creating that situation himself without backing it down.
Yeah. Or that officials are comfortable with that car staying out.
I don't know. I'm not sure how tongue-in-cheek Brendan's being about running the rears off this car, but I really don't think it's just a tire issue. I think there's a driveline issue.
No, I don't either. Yeah, I agree with that. I think there is actually a problem with the car. Although I am a little surprised they haven't tried to stick a new set of rears on it. Audi in the pits?
Yeah, O2. O2.
Yep.
That will be the last stop they have to make, I would have to believe.
I'm going to see if Mark Brumman gets out of the car here.
Oh, he's slowing on the straight. Did he just lose drive? That was it.
Look at the vibration.
Yeah, it's back. It's back in a big way.
Yeah. Yeah, Brumman's out of that car, by the way. So
is that a Hy-Vee suit?
On who?
Whoever just got into the O2.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know if you had eyes on it or not.
By the way, I think wasn't Mark Brumman the master?
God.
Oh man.
Oh, someone's off to his right.
Somebody,
yeah, 12 new
yellow.
light. That's the new light car that's gotten half.
Why is he not pit?
Well, he couldn't at that point because he had the 111 bearing down on his right.
Well, yeah, I think he could have lifted it a bit longer.
I hate when people do that, though. That's always so sketchy.
Is it better that, he does that, or that he stays out and...
All right, well, we got a lap to find out.
Because that almost could have been real bad right there.
02's been sent, by the way.
Yeah, I see that. That car always seems to take a long time to go from being told you're good to go from actually going. So whoever's having to let that car go is like waiting like 5 seconds, and he's gonna need Tommy John surgery as much as he waves his arm to try to shove that car out of the stall. .525 feels. I mean, sitting on board with it.
Yeah, let's get up to a high-speed corner here, though.
Yeah.
He's up at 9.
Entry to Oak Tree.
You look at how far he's backed up.
Yeah.
It's a full downshift into the corner.
Is it possible, and I'm just theorizing here, that...
Oh, yeah, rears lock almost immediately.
Yeah. I was going to say, is he just going way too hard on the brakes, and he's actually flat spotting the front tires as well, just locking up all 4. But I can't imagine it would lock that quickly.
It doesn't feel like he's understeering, though, if it was the fronts that were the issue. It feels like the rears want to come around on him. It's almost like there's a stuck rear brake pad or something.
Yeah, he's checked up. Well, what's it going to be here at the crest?
He's fine now. When he coasts into it, he's fine. It's any time that he has to get on the binders, it seems to me like maybe the downshifts. He is downshifting a smidge early, but I don't think that's it.
No, because he was doing it. The car was braking on him even when he wasn't downshifting.
Yeah, it's just falling out of... Oh, he's lost drive, for sure.
Oh, yeah, revs are at 0. What does that say on there?
No, there you go. Did he just put in the clutch, or...?
He did, but why? Why would you do that?
Was it stuck out of gear?
Unless it's like a driveline vibration or something.
Or you think it's like knocking the transmission out of gear or something?
Have there been any comments in the YouTube section or anything to this effect?
I don't know. I've been staring at timing and this.
Yeah, I haven't either.
Just that the ABS gets funky when a sensor or pump is broken.
On the 525.
BMW in general.
Yeah.
I would amend that and say BMWs get super funky when anything gets broken.
Sure. So the 0-2 last time around a 213 flat, compared to a 2096 for the Choice 522 ahead of it. And the margin's 13 seconds there, but everybody else in front of this car is going to owe a pit stop.
Yeah.
Don't think it's going to be close enough for the 99 for it to matter. The 52 will be a little borderline.
The other thing to keep note of here, 02 is getting balked terribly in traffic. Just having the worst luck. The thing to make note of is that if we have a code 35 here, so if this car stops out on track for whatever reason, that is game over for the 02 in terms of fighting for the win. Not that it was
because it pitted under green.
Right.
It didn't need to, by the way.
Oh, okay.
I think they wanted to switch drivers more so than needing to get fuel.
Yeah, that actually hasn't been updated, so I wonder if they've got a ringer in that they're trying to play coy with.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep an eye on lap times as we progress.
This one will not be fast, as in the one that I probably will have just gone through timing. Will not be fast because he was held up really badly in traffic. Honestly, if this one is competitive, we might have ourselves a race.
Gentlemen, we should direct our attention down to GP2 because the lead margin is coming down by about 3 seconds a lap, and I will have an updated gap for you here in about a second. It should be down in the region of 9 to 10. It's 11.4, so near enough. So we're into the last hour now of the Saturday Enduro at VIR, and we've got a little fight on our hands here. Not just for the podium up overall, which is the more obvious fight, but GP2 class lead is very much still up for grabs here. And both, I think, are going to owe pit stops before the end of this. If anything, RK Motorsports is less likely to need a stop.
Yeah,
last 150.
This is another one where, let's see, I've got the 87 is coming in 24 laps. How much do I believe that?
I mean, that's close. 56 minutes is right on the edge, you know?
So... and that's a funny situation too, because you'd think, okay, well they get a code 35, and they're golden. They can just take the splash. Then if you get a code 35, you might not even need the splash, and so now you've got to make that decision on the fly. It's like, do we chance it? How long do we think this is going to be neutralized for?
Well, and you know, if you think about how much time we have left, if it's really that close, you can probably just back off and save the fuel that way. Especially if you know your competitor's going to need to stop.
The thing that complicates this is the 21 is another one of those cars that isn't tripping the pit loop. Yeah. So we don't know when it's supposed to stop unless you kind of just work it out from lap times. So if someone's feeling intrepid.
2071, just for what that's worth.
Okay.
Curbs, man.
Someone in chat from HQ Autosports says the 21 does need to stop. 87 is close.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were just saying. And thank you.
Yeah, that's good information.
Yeah, the 21 especially. That it's good to have confirmation of that because of the pit loop issue. But that clears that up. The 87, I don't know. I mean, I think I would be inclined to just back it off.
The thing is, unless you've got good live telemetry on what your fuel level actually is, you're going off of either a time or a distance number. So what does backing off give you? Because all you're doing is going into the unknown at that point. I mean, yeah, it does give you more, obviously, but I don't know. I would still be in their position. I would still be sketched out unless they have better information than that.
522 is into the pits. So that'll be the position change for third and fourth now because Stratus has taken the spot over from Choice Racing.
I think we've got ourselves a little bit of a ringer in the O2, although that hasn't updated yet.
No, the driver name hasn't, but it was a 207.
Well, and we saw somebody get into the car who, like, we saw a driver change on that last stop. So this is 100% not Mark, unless it was not Mark the last time around, and now that's correct.
And I wanted to make a point about Mark. I think wasn't Mark Brumman the name behind Tons of Gas Motorsports, the BMW M4s?
Take your word for it.
Yeah, I think it was. The driver's suit certainly seemed to kind of suggest that.
This looks a little bit like the who ran the number 15 and 16 Mustangs.
Wait, we gotta back up here because the 522 is back into third.
Yeah, they just pitted, right?
Well, they did, but
I've pit expected in 15 laps from them, so they definitely will need a splash.
So they didn't pit; they went missing, and then came back around and picked the spot back up.
Yeah, but their time looks okay, so it looks like it was just some weird little funk thing, because it looks like their last time updated and it was still 207, so it's not like they went off track or anything.
I don't like funky things, JT. I need concrete evidence that
Something
has or has not happened.
You go ahead and get timing to reboot right now.
I think that's your internet, Brendan. If I'm honest, I don't see anything on my monitor.
I mean, I'm not insane. Like that, the car definitely did drop 2 positions, for sure.
Okay.
No, don't do me like that.
If you say so, bud.
Are you
right.
okay? Have you been drinking water?
Yeah.
I picked up a 24-pack. I think I've got 10 left.
Of what?
Water.
Oh, okay.
But
Whoa. There was. God, it's. So everyone's up and running, but there was a little bit of a moment of congestion up at Oak Tree, well ahead of these guys.
Yeah, up from the 02.
See, this is the thing. This is the difference that comfort in the car and knowing what the car will do for you. You can feel it on this onboard.
Yeah.
He's picking up the throttle at the right points. He's turning in. He's making the most of the car. That was definitely a slow car to the left, right? Or am I seeing things now?
I've done that a couple times where he's gone past the south pit lane entrance and it's looked like a car has stopped over there.
Right, okay.
I don't know if it's an advertising banner or what, but...
It's probably an advertising banner for Haggerty. What have they ever done for us? Lots is the answer.
What's up, Brian?
Yeah.
What a guy. Oof, oof.
Wow. Buffalo gals, etc., etc.
He'd have been better off just letting it ride there. Letting the 15 go full pace through the corner. I think it cost them both a lot of time.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Lawless Allen is on board the 02 now.
Okay.
18th place finisher at Bristol in the truck race the other night.
so he might be tired.
Well,
Hey, it's updated.
And this feels more likely to me. Tim has put him in the car and said, go have fun. You've got more or less fresh front tires and an hour to go get as much time back as you can.
Go fast.
We've got
okay, let's do it.
You made a note maybe 15 minutes ago, Brendan, about our GP2 battle, and I would suggest that we don't have any eyes to put on it, unfortunately, but I would suggest that we keep looking at that.
The other way for sure.
It's at 4 seconds now.
Yeah, and this is kind of why I suggested backing off if you're in the 87 camp and trying to squeeze the tank through to the end, because the car in front of you is going to have to stop. Why risk having to come into the pit lane, getting a pit lane speeding penalty, a fueling infraction, or risk the car not restarting, with as hot as it is, and having the car stuck in the pit lane where you're because you've made an unnecessary stop when you're about to have something like a lap lead on your competitor. Like, it just feels like such an obvious play to me, but maybe they are backing off. Maybe 2:14s is a really conservative pace for them, and that'll get them through to the end.
Yeah, or maybe they just think, hey, let's just stick with them. When they pit, we pit, and we're clearly faster, so, get them at the end.
Admittedly, not how I would play that, but it is an option, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's 4 seconds off there. But the 12 has gone missing again. That seems early for a stop for them. That's probably off schedule.
It is not a stop. The new light car?
Yeah.
It is not in the pit lane here.
Okay.
Although somebody is just taking his helmet off, so maybe it was. I kind of missed it there.
Pit stop for TC Klein. That'll be back out on track, rejoining in 6th in GP3.
Round 3, by the way, the 701 just did a 2:13.7 in the lead at GP1. Next closest car behind is a 2:17 flat. So even with a 2-lap margin, they're kind of pushing on here.
Yeah, they're doing what they do.
Look at that. Turn 1 camera.
Beautiful.
It's a real trooper.
Sure.
Oh, did you go out and fix it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, we've had the change for position, guys.
Oh, there it is. GP2 class lead.
Yeah.
Up.
So that is the 87. That's through on the 21 in North Loop Motorsport as someone runs wide into turn 1.
Out of turn 1, in turn 1.
Turn 2, yeah. The thing that's tricky about this is you can never quite tell whether or not someone's dipped a wheel on the inside of 2, or they've run it wide and just kind of sailed off into the scenery.
Oh, the 12 is into the pits again, so that's not they were missing because they were in the pits. They were actually very slow out on track and just on a very slow lap.
Okay. That tracks, unfortunately.
So let's keep an eye on this GP2 battle here anyway. We know that the 87 has the pace, and now that the move is done inside the last 47 minutes, it would feel like you could put it to one side and call that one done. However, we do still need to watch the pit stops for both of these cars, and in particular whether or not the 87 is going to need one. We know it's close.
Well, but if the 87 needs... The 87 for sure needs less fuel, right?
Exactly. At the very least, it will need less fuel, but it doesn't mean it doesn't need to pit, and, any number of things could still happen, from here through till the end. So I think like I said, we'll want to kind of keep an eye on this.
407 is in the pits from the GP3 lead. Do we expect that? I don't think we do. I think that's too early.
Last in at 140, so 24 laps on a tank for a GP3 car is early, and we've already mentioned that the play strategy-wise is to wait as long as you can if you need to pit at all. So it is definitely in the pits. It's tripped the loop. The lead has changed hands over to the 175 AOA Motorsports car. Tim Myers sends a message here. Good on fuel to the end, which we knew. Everybody else is going to have to stop. And the margins being what they are, there's kind of no sense in predicting them because there are several minutes or a lap and some change. So we'll just kind of have to wait to see how these all shake out. My guess is that 99 is actually in very good position.
Yeah, just keep an eye on the times.
Outlap for the 407. Is that right? 350.9? I think that's accurate.
Or is it tripping the loop on the way out and that was its in-lap?
That was its in-lap. Yeah, that was a lap out on track plus a minute and a half or so in the pit lane. But that suggests to me, because A, he's back out on track, but B, a minute and a half for that car suggests to me that stop was just routine. last pit stop till the end of the race. We knew it was going to be close.
Yep.
16 lap, they pitted after 24. They can go 40. So 16 laps in the next 44 minutes would have been way too far for that car to make it. Again, I would have waited for a potential code 35, but that's fair. Oh, and the margin's only 0.8 of a second, so they've basically come out right behind the 175. Who I can't pull the lap time history up on, so I don't know when they were last in.
Yeah, that's one of the cars that... I guess I shouldn't say one of the cars. It's the only car that I've seen where they somehow... It's like the pit loop has taken all the passings away from every other car, and they've just put it on the 175. Because
So
if you
I
look
think
at the
I
early
do-
history of that car, it's just like a pit stop every like third lap.
So what I'm kind of gathering is that the pit loop may extend all the way to the paint.
Yeah,
Coming out of the-
that would not
coming
surprise
out
me
of
at all.
pits. So if you're clipping the painted green and yellow as you make the right hand, bend under start finish, that it's tripping that or not tripping that if your transponder is offset left or right. Back on board the 701. The budget Ferrari 333 SP.
Giuseppe Risi, call me.
In that it is half of a 333 SP.
It's a shame that we don't have weather, because this would be a great track map to break out the old cliche of saying there can be weather at one end of the circuit and completely dry at the other.
It is oriented north to south, which is nice.
That is true. You usually get them basically flipped because that's... You, like, read the start-finish line at the bottom.
Yeah.
They're so... It's so odd the way that you expect a track map to look. Like you don't expect there to be like conventions for something like that, but they're definitely when a track map feels weird.
Yeah, no, the orientation of a track map can completely change your perspective or your perception of the track.
Just take like a
It
track
is
map of like
strange.
Mid-Ohio and flip it 180 degrees, and you're like, that's odd. Are you sure it goes that way?
Why would you ever do that anyway?
Because it's fun.
It was 6:05 out of the paddock. It's not a car I had realized was in the paddock.
Yeah, for quite a long time actually.
Wasn't that one of the cars having a decent day?
If it was, it hasn't been for the last like couple hours.
125. Ouch. Craftsman Auto Care back to the lead of GP3. That's just changed hands on track.
Yeah, and the gap to P1 and GP2 is continuing to extend now, so that is firmly advantage 87. And I believe that is points for the prediction script.
Woo! Speaking of things that don't have a convention, look at... So, the way that Sentinel draws its track map, it zooms in on only the thing that it's covered so far, I'm assuming? Unless this is just going to be a really big version of VIR.
I kind of hope it is. I kind of hope it...
We're going to run out of room by, like, the S's.
This is so curious to me.
Oh, look at that!
Looks like E.T.
That's very clever.
We're just gonna stare at a
pretty
track
awesome
map
stuff.
for...
Yeah, but it's changing.
Here's a question for you.
Okay.
Sorry,
I thought you were just going to roll with that.
I had to burp, and it was very, Very unfortunate timing. That doesn't quite look like the track map exactly. And do you think that's
No,
so? Do you think that's the GPS trace?
So, I have heard. Well, I don't know what the
Ooh,
GPS.
that doesn't sound
No,
right.
it's not good. Nope. Well,
Remember, this is on its out lap, so they're almost certainly trying to feel it out, possibly shaking it down for tomorrow.
I know how I can solve this problem.
Were you just going to text Candelaria? Because that would be pretty straightforward. Or as they say on NBCSN, forward.
Thunder Bunny's gone by Stratus. Is Stratus in the pits?
They've got to be off somewhere. So 605 is pulling it in, so they...
Yeah, back in.
Yeah. So
The issue was not gearbox related, by the way.
For whom?
Pump related. The 605.
Ah,
That
okay.
lost it all its time. It was. I had wondered if maybe it not pulling the next gear down the back straightaway there was indicative of what its issue was before. It was not the case. 59 in the pits. I think we just were about to go past them there.
I think, yeah, JT made a mention to the fact that they'd just been passed by the 111.
Yep.
But we weren't sure why.
I think the triple is done with stops here. Maybe not.
No, I have pit expected in 2 laps for the 111. So you could not have been more wrong.
Time flies here.
Yeah.
59
Time
is-
flies when you're being dumb.
Indeed. That's why I love endurance racing.
Cloud looks like a cat.
What?
Maybe an elephant, like a Babar situation.
Are you looking at clouds?
No, I'd never.
So time flies when you're being
Time flies when your internet works.
RJ asked me, so how's it been going today? Earlier. And I just kind of made a face at him, like...
Just be like, just whenever, RJ, if you're listening to this, when you go and listen back to the broadcast after the race, I would recommend skipping the first hour and a half.
That's the best part.
Yeah. Improvise, adapt, overcome.
How much I did feel for a time like it was never going to feel like a race was actually going on. But it did eventually kind of settle down.
I've got my second monitor up. Like I feel tuned in. Which probably means that production is suffering. if divided attention is anything.
Nah. 2:11.2 last time from Team ACP. Choice has done a 2:07.8. They're going to owe us a stop soon, I assume, as well. They were last in at 1:57.
Yep.
So I think Hammer and Stratus are the only two who are good through to the end. Yeah. Might be a battle on here between Stratus and 111, especially if that 111 isn't going to need a full pit stop or a full tank of fuel. But 55 seconds for the 52 and the 522 at a margin of 3.5 to 4 seconds a lap does mean this one might still be in play. Especially if
we've got there's an Aston off to the left there. 909 probably.
909, for sure. Yep. Good catch.
I actually caught it on the 525s on board first, so I did cheat. I'll be honest.
Fine.
Just full disclosure that I'm actually not that good at spotting these cars. I'm pleasantly surprised, I think, that the dust dissipates so quickly, because there's an awful lot that gets thrown up, not just from cars going wide at turn 2, but also from cars, cutting apexes a little close.
Yeah.
Oh, JT, speaking of, boy, oh boy,
That's a way to pass.
And then the Integra behind it just cuts the apex at 8 for good measure.
Two could play this game.
Yeah, it's the Dale Earnhardt Riverside line. just go
really
straight through.
Rest in peace, Riverside.
Have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen the old footage when they would go to Riverside and they're just like, well, I understand that the turns are there, but this is 1985.
Yeah,
and
in
this car has
fairness,
as much grip on the dirt as it does on tarmac.
Riverside's course design, the S's design, left something to be desired. Right? When you could comfortably put half-sunken tires in adjacent to the track, when that was deemed acceptable, you could, that line made sense. But once you took away any sense of track boundaries or track limits, even if it was sand, the S's were they ceased to have meaning. Especially if you were somebody like Dale Earnhardt, which just send it.
What's a track limit? No, I love that.
There was no sand there. It was actually just brown paved tarmac.
It might as well have been.
Proto Bahrain.
Honestly, the thing that's ironic about it, pretty good layout for the little winding roads that you get through a suburb. So maybe that road's actually still there.
It is not.
Oh.
There are scholars who have studied the demise of Riverside much better than I. I'm sure that road no longer exists.
It's no Nazareth.
Maybe the last corner is just a cul-de-sac of houses.
I imagine living inside the banking.
I mean, you could live at the track here, right? The VIR, the villas.
That's true. 605's still going around, so they just had that installation lap, and sent it back out basically.
Yeah, I assume this will be A, let's get track time, but B, kind of feel everything out, make sure everything's good to go for tomorrow.
So I got a notification. It should come up on the banner also. All right, let's just send everybody into that turn. Notification that the 522 may be pitting within about 5 laps or so.
Yeah, that'd check out.
So that
PB
will.
From the 983, by the way.
No, we were just talking. I think you were away, but we were. I had bemoaned to JT how those cars have just kind of been. I mean, we expect to see them fighting for podiums and top 5s, if not wins, and it's been tough going just trying to get into the top 10.
You're talking about the team as a whole, the W2W team.
Yeah, I mean both entries have been kind of struggling. Maybe all 4.
Yeah.
I actually don't, or all 3. I don't know what the third entry actually is. That's how little we've seen it.
I don't know what this story is there. I don't know if they're just older cars that haven't progressed at the rate that some of the others have, or they're just running a true, sort of arrive and drive.
Even this season, I feel like even this season, I feel like they've done pretty well. It's just this round in particular, for whatever reason, just hasn't suited them.
Yeah, they were okay at Road Atlanta. Not superb, but okay.
It is 4 entries, by the way. I did go through the list. The 981 is also here. It's just, it's had an even rougher go, and so it hasn't really featured.
So the 982 was running 5th earlier, back when we had the, I want to say it was the 601 or the 70, maybe it was the 702, the GTO Round 3 Racing Porsche. They were running together, 5th and 6th, about midway through the race.
Can I just make a quick note? Again, about something slightly unrelated to the race, as the 111 Thunder Bunny BMW comes in.
You're going to make an observation?
I am going to make an observation. Imagine throwing 6 touchdown passes and still losing by 3 to Western Michigan.
Was this Oklahoma?
Nope. This is Pittsburgh.
Oh, well, that tracks.
Pittsburgh football experience. You beat the brakes off Tennessee, and then you go...
Oh, speaking of beating the brakes off of something.
big car or a big off there at turn 9. That's an FRS.
Big car.
That energy.
Big car. This is what happens when you start paying too much attention to pit football.
We got trouble, Steve. We got Steve trouble.
Steve trouble. Big car.
Trouble, Mike Joy.
Problems.
Anyway, I think that has resolved itself. This giggle fit hasn't.
No. Well, it will. Don't worry. I'm just tired.
Okay. Hold on. Look at this track map. Okay. I didn't realize this when we were talking about it, but it saves it, right? Like, so it's just...
Full course yellow.
Oh, okay, so that...
It does, yeah.
You know who this is? Oh, wow.
Well, so this bites Thunder Bunny because they've literally just come in and out.
Okay.
This helps 99, 52, 522. Anybody in GTO that hasn't pitted yet.
And it bites the O2.
Yes. It really bites the O2.
Unless it's going to be a very short yellow, and they did not box this time around.
It is possible. Do we know what this is for? Is this for that car up at turn 9?
I think so.
I would say almost certainly. Check
loop
the race control log.
Yeah.
Keep an eye for 67. Should be either 67 or 89.
It's the 89.
Okay. So that'd be Libra Racing, Toyota FRS, and GP2.
They're actually right next to each other there in GP2, 5th and 6th.
Okay, so while we have time, because we don't know how long it's going to take to clean up, let's run the ads real quick. This will be our last ad break of the day.
Koopa!
Yes. Okay. All right. We're gonna do the thing.
Here is a bit of wisdom from your Uncle Cooper. Tires exist on a spectrum. On one end, you got too much tire. On the other, you don't get enough. Both ends are rip-offs. You're either paying for more than you need or needing more even after you pay. So if you want a tire that costs what tires should cost and does what tires should do, go right for the sweet spot. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! Hey, your Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie, my niece, your cousin. And Goldie didn't know which tires were right for her. The first ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Unbelievably, we have not jinxed it. They are still recovering that car on the way into Oak Tree Bend.
Okay.
Still 25 laps, or 25, not 25 laps, almost certainly. 25 minutes to go now in the first 8-hour race here at VIR for the World Racing League. 522 is coming to the pits. They're on their outlap. We are still, I think, waiting on the 99 to pit. And I think we're also waiting on the 52 to pit. 525 has pitted out of 4th in GP2 and retained that spot. I think. Actually, I don't know if they pitted or not. I'm assuming that they've pitted, but I actually don't see a pit trip for them.
Your GP1 leader is in the pits. Of little consequence here because they've got a 2-lap margin, but that's a quick double yellow. Or code 35 anyway.
Yeah, we are going green.
Yeah.
So did we see GTR in the pits?
I stepped away
No.
briefly.
I don't
seen that. No.
No, we've only seen the 522 pit. I don't think we've seen 99 or 52 pit, and that could be, as they say, crucial.
So the 52 is Salmon on Race Hero now. I think they were trying. Well, I don't think they've made it a full lap under the code 35 is the issue.
Some orange BMW just left pit lane.
It was Choice. Yep.
Okay.
And they've got a fight on their hands because Hammer
Right there.
is strip timing 10.5 seconds behind them. So this is going to be kind of the last battle we've got here. The last podium spot overall. That's the 525, and he's going to make it to the tires. Just barely made it to the tires.
There was also a slow TCR in the middle of the track going into turn 2. It was the Canadian
The 81.
TCR.
Yeah, this car's now got damage, left front damage. I wonder if he's just going to pull over and stop here at the marshal's post. Or press onwards. Nope. That car will go no further. So,
And
curtains
does
for the
that mean-
525 today.
Does that now mean that we will have another code 35, and is that going to save the 99 and the 52?
Uh, 721 impact at 5 is what I'm being told. And there's our full course yellow. 721 is not a car immediate. Oh, it's the RRT RS racing car who's made it into the tires at turn 5. This is on board the 02. We come up behind a pair of Porsches. Obviously, we're still racing here because there's about a 20-second delay for most of our onboards. And yeah, there's the yellow.
And that's okay. That's the slow TCR, I believe, up ahead. So that's why they're passing.
Right. So they've actually gone past the 81 now.
Yeah, 2 of the cars have. I don't know if they were allowed to at that point though, because it doesn't look like the TCR was significantly slow.
So I'm going to assume here that this the 99 has pitted. They've had 2 long laps on a reasonably short
Yeah.
full course yellow. I think that second lap will have been a pit stop. Or maybe the first. And that was just an out lap. Oh, he's trying to move again. Interesting. Oh, you know what?
Yeah, he's
gone
behind
long
the.
lap.
Yeah, he's behind the station.
Ask him to pick up my camera on the way back. Corner marshal hard at work.
Yep. Sharon Water, good man.
We haven't mentioned at all today, I don't think. This VIR has a handful of enduros, but one that's gone by the wayside was the 13-hour, the Charge of the Headlight Brigade, which was an SCCA enduro up until I think a couple of years ago. They finally gave it up. But in its day would
They'd pull, 50 or 60 cars and run 13 hours from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. in like October, November, which is kind of a crapshoot when it comes to weather in this part of the country. I think the Saturday morning we woke up for race morning. I was here to Marshall, and it's like 37 degrees. It's ludicrously cold. No such luck here, because at least if it were 37 degrees out, the cameras would still be working.
Well, maybe. We've never run them that cold.
It's true.
You might need
6
to get
hours
space
of the
heaters.
Ring. Let's go, WRL.
Yeah, I'm sure people will get that reference.
Don't care.
We're sending out a wrecker, and I don't think that'll be for the 525, because it sounded to me like the conversation was, are you okay to sit here? Or am I okay to sit here? I'm not sure which direction that went, but I don't think it's to pick up that car. I think it's to pick
Should be the other one.
Oh, it'll be the 721, because that car made it to the tires at turn 5, which will be just to the right of this camera shot here. I forgot this camera was still up, by the way. I love this gap to lead stat down the tower on the left. That puts the distance or the time behind the class leader in real time.
I always want to know what the gap actually is. 7 laps to me is nothing.
No, I would watch, like, if this were on the screen all the time and this were the only thing we saw down the left-hand ticker, I would watch it constantly. I love this stat. It's so useful, and yet nobody uses it.
I know. No, the problem with it, and I think the valid reason why people don't use it, is that when you have situations like this, obviously the gap it's not a real gap, right? It extends and shrinks with the flag, with the track conditions. But it's still pretty useful, I think.
Oh.
Ooh, interesting. If I may, GP2 fight is not over.
Yeah, 87's in the pits.
Oh.
And 21 is in front. I'm seeing a 14-second difference.
That will compress to about 7 seconds when they go back to green.
This was everything the 87 needed, wasn't it? They got 2 full course yellows in code 35s.
That's true. They
weren't sure we weren't sure they were gonna need. They ended up taking, but it feels like they ought to have been able to get in and out and not give up the time. So how have they lost enough time to fall back behind the number 21? Because they had him on pace and on fuel, and now they're sitting behind him again. You're right. Joseph is right. That will compress down to a couple seconds, right, when they go back to green. So there's that. But it does feel a little like they shouldn't be in this position at all, and I'm not sure what caused this.
One of the guys from HQ Autosports mentions that there's a possibility that the 21 could have pitted a bit earlier under the last yellow. So they were theorizing that both cars could go to around lap 184, and we're on lap 81 for GP3 right now, or GP2.
Okay, so what other gaps? Well, that actually has blown up out to 25 seconds, so that'll be pretty substantial, actually. That's going to be tough to pull back. With, we're going to go back to green at... Oh, I don't know. I guess we have no idea. It looks like the...
Well, so I've just been sent a picture by somebody trackside of the 721, and it's going to take a second to get that car up onto a flatbed. It's made... Bizarrely, it's facing counter raise. It looks like it went off at 4, punched it into the tires on driver's right, and then that impact kind of bounced the car backwards and swung the back end around. So now where it's facing opposite direction to race traffic.
So Fat and Furious aren't streaming anymore. They've turned their stream off for the night.
Sure.
But I would be awfully curious to know if there was some sort of collision there.
I don't think so, just because the 525 has been on the ragged edge for so long. I think they finally just got up to the S's there with a little bit too much speed, and the car took off to the left before finally making it to the tires. Because I don't think the suspension was broken until it clipped the tire barrier there between 9 and 10.
20 seconds until track being cleared.
Wow, that's quick.
Eduardo
Right
Freitas,
after
is that you?
Bob's down at turn 5, yeah.
And that obviously is going to be a delayed call. I'm going to stick on here because, Brendan, in real life, you'll see the return to green before we'll see it on this feed.
Yeah, I'm looking to my right here. Down at start finish. This code 35 requires the flaggers to hold 3 flags at the same time, two yellows and then the blue code 35. It's a lot.
GP3 Battle for the Lead has a 29-second gap between the 407 BMW Craftsman Auto Care and the 175 Mazda of AOA Motorsports. Also something to keep an eye on.
Okay, well, it's been 20 seconds.
Yeah, the radio just said, get ready to go. Hammer radio, that is.
Now we find out, is it hammer time?
Oh, lots of shouting down in the pit lane.
We are still... Okay, now we're green.
Flag.
Yeah.
All right, so what we're keeping an eye on here then for the last 12, well, we'll call it 13 minutes, is the GP2 class lead battle, right, between the 21 North Loop Motorsport car and the number 87 RK Motorsports entry. That's sort of our primary concern.
Hold on, this is interesting. He's been told green over the radio, and no one's going, right?
Yeah.
The 81 certainly wasn't in a hurry to get moving, that's for sure.
Well, the 81's a new car, right? So there's no reason, like, they may not be plugged in the same way.
You're throwing in series protocols in addition to the new code 35 protocols here at VIR as well.
Right. It's a whole just a grab bag of things to be on top of.
Right before we went yellow, that car was breaking into turn 2 in the middle of the track, off pace. So the cars behind had to split that TCR.
The other one we're going to be watching here on board that 02. Sorry, as we cut away.
Oh, no, I'll go back.
Chasing down the choice racing margin up for P3 overall.
16-second gap
was
under the yellow flag.
Yeah, so
call that about
16 and 24 seconds on these two battles we're watching, Joseph, should be.
I would say divide that by 2 for both. We've got a slow
at least 2.
I think the 110 looks like it's slow. Is it the 110? No, it's a different car.
No. 46 maybe?
Stratus is 4.5 seconds behind Thunder Bunny, the 111. That's battle for 5th.
Oh, the 89's made it back out. That was the car that was stopped on the exit of turn 9 a little earlier. There's Choice Racing just come through out my window here. 99 comes through. There's a 02. This market's going to be like 6 seconds. Yep.
Meanwhile, GP2 RK Motorsports is 12 seconds behind North Loop Motorsports for the lead.
There's a 21. There's the 87. This again, like 6 seconds.
Gap from the 522 back to the 02, under 6 seconds.
This is amazing to me. The 87 has stepped its pace up even further, and North Loop has dropped its pace off even more.
That is, I mean, talk about dropping the anchors.
I know, and I can appreciate that the 21 had to deal with some traffic last lap, and the 87 maybe is going to catch that a little better, but to drop 9 seconds on one lap in the middle of, a class lead fight in the last 10 minutes of the race is brutal.
Now, this is the 99 that's 2 cars ahead of us. So it's 99, 12, and the 02 that we're on board with. So this is our overall leader.
The 99 is, yeah.
The 99 is, right.
GP3, gap to the lead, 18.7 seconds.
GP2, gap to the lead, 2.8 seconds.
I think that's going to change hands on this lap.
I think so, too.
Yeah.
That GP3 lap is going out though. Craftsman Auto Care, 6 seconds they pulled out on the 175 that time.
Thunder Bunny pulling away from Stratus that lap.
702's back out. That's all.
It is. Thank you.
I'm getting all the hits in since we have some cars back.
Well, so let's keep an eye on the margins. Oh, Facebook's gone down, hasn't it?
Don't know.
Iconic, yeah. Yes.
But final 10 minutes.
Yeah. I'll just send it live again. We'll make it work.
Just do one of those things that like SRO does, and it's like conclusion.
Yeah. That's the plan. Just keep an eye on those gaps while
Yep.
back up here.
Oh, they crossed the line together between North Loop and BK. That should be going into turn 2.
47 thousandths of a second on the way into turn 1. We'll watch them here.
Yeah, that's them.
We'll be back up on Facebook here in a second.
Oh yeah, that is nose to tail.
Yeah, and it hasn't happened yet, which is interesting. I thought for sure that would have been moved on as soon as he caught him, but that's not the case.
Just being careful. Just heads up, GP3, AOA Motorsports had a pretty slow lap. That gap has expanded from about 18.5 to 26 seconds.
Yeah, I suspect they realized they weren't going to be able to do anything with that and just told them to back off and bring it home. No real point in keeping the pressure on.
The O2, 6.4 seconds behind Choice Racing.
Yeah, and crucially, only, well, actually lost time back that time around. It's gone from 5.5 to 6.3. Hitman is into the paddock. That'll be their day done. And Choice Racing across the line again, 2:05.8. That is digging
Beautiful.
deep.
I mean, it's only
So
a second off of their personal best, and that was almost traffic-free.
Yeah, and the margin's out to 9 seconds. The 0-2 is tucked up in behind the 99, you can see there. I don't know if he's really holding him up. My guess is probably not.
When they were in traffic, it was a little dicier. I don't think you could make a case right now.
No, I'll tell you what, though. If he can get by the overall leader, I think he ought to, because that'll be one more lap he can use to try and chase him down. I don't think it matters, because I think that the 522 car has enough pace, like enough raw pace, that he can dig deep and pull those lap times out.
Change in position in GP2. The 87 RK Motorsports. BMW gets through.
Sorry, I thought that was it in front of us. It is not.
Yeah, I was trying to find an onboard where we could get close to it, but no luck.
Yep, half a second now in favor of the 87. So, inside the last 6 minutes, again, at a WRL race, we have a Class lead change hands. Again.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see that for the overall, yeah.
Nope, and you know what? That's fine, because we've got, I hate this phrase. We've got 4 different races happening at the same time.
And I can barely cover one of them.
No, I know. It's we, Joseph. We. It's a team effort. But it's a good effort from RK Motorsports. They ended up in a position I really didn't think they were going to be in after that most recent full course yellow. It was borderline as to whether or not they were going to need a stop at all. They ended up taking the pit stop and somehow wound up behind a car that I didn't think they should have ended up behind, but they did. And whoever's behind the wheel of that number 87 really, you know, pulled the lap times out when he needed them and was able to make the move on track, which is fantastic. And having this fight in GP2, GP3, it's not something that we always get. because sometimes these general production classes individually lack the depth of what you get in GTO. So mathematically, the chances of having a battle like that is, reduced. But they are just as exciting, just as enthralling as what we've had in the past in our battle for overall positions and overall victories.
Coming across the line, 2/10, battle for 10th place between the number 172 BMW of TLM USA and the number 982 Porsche of
Of what, JT?
Will to Win Racing. I'll take a t-shirt.
Just spell it out in the registration.
I mean, literally anything would be easier than saying W to W.
Dub to dub.
Dub to dub. I like that.
Dub to dub, innit?
So that is for 10th place, and hey, points are points.
Thunder Bunny, I think, is having to reach a little bit here to defend from the 59.
They've been pulling away.
Oh, have they?
Yeah, past 4 laps. It was initially a 4.3 second gap. Now it's 4:15-ish.
2 seconds again that time.
Yeah.
Nice work from the 111 to kind of pull a top 5 out of this. I think they've had a penalty in there today as well. And to bring it home 2 laps off the overall leader with at least a 1 lap penalty from earlier, which is from memory, so I could be completely wrong, but that's a really solid run. If they can clean that up, that car is certainly competitive enough.
Got a couple garbage time PBs thrown in. The 542 for DBR 542 back in 7th in GP1 has just improved their personal best by almost half a second. 983 for W2W has improved their PB by over half a second.
If the 02's smart, he backs this up a little bit and tries to get the launch off the last corner, because the 99's tucked up in behind a production car.
There is a practical matter here. There's 2 practical matters, actually. So if anything...
Post-race.
If anything post-race happens and the 99 gets demoted, that would be a position, not a win, but it would be a position for the 02. Secondly, if the 02, if Hammer thinks they've got a shot at the 522, which I think they run out of time. But it basically, if they want to maximize their chances, they want the 99 right to take the checkered flag ahead, behind them.
I'm being told here there's 2 laps left.
Yeah, that should be.
Yeah, I was curious as to whether or not the 99 had made it across the line under 208, 207, but it doesn't seem like he has. So we are going to go the full 8 hours and then a little bit.
Yeah, they're going to let him race, which is good to see. A lot of times the track...
What are we going to do here? Yeah. He kind of got... Not that he got hosed there, but he needed to pick his line a lot earlier than he did.
Yeah. You got to be decisive.
Yep, I completely agree. It could have been done there at 7, but I think he's realized now he doesn't have...
Yeah.
He doesn't really have much of a shot there. Every time I see R3R, my brain converts a little to R for R.
To increments.
Alright, so that 982 Will to Win Racing Porsche did get by the BMW of TLM USA. So that gets them their top 10.
GP1 still led by 2 laps.
Oh, yeah.
Round 3, 701 over the 134 from Big Mission. The GP2 class margin's gone out, exploded out to 14 seconds.
Yeah.
And the GP3 margin is now 40, which is remarkable.
Also, same deal, where in both cases, second place of these production class are running like 222, 223 laps.
Our best vision, I think, of the leader here, Joseph, is going to be on board the 02. He has begun the last lap. White flag is out at start-finish. And actually, we can't even see the leader anymore. That's how far Lawless Allen has backed off the pace in the number 02.
Yeah, I think that was all down to that being held up by the slower class car.
Yeah, I think so. They are letting the teams out over to the pit wall, which is nice. I don't think we've seen this a whole lot recently. As that's happening, the 107 Mustang comes into the paddock. So they release everybody across the pit lane to the start-finish line wall, and then immediately are greeted with a blue Ford Mustang.
Insert your tasteless YouTube joke here.
Yeah. All things considered here, this is... we had quite a bit to play for in the last hour here.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a ton left on offer here. So, oh wow, but look at how much the 99 has dropped off. So maybe the O2 will get another lap out of it.
I can't remember if they'll let him go. He's really backed out of it.
He's letting him go.
I wonder if the 99. Well, maybe they're just telling him he's in a battle for third. Let him go. But it's a little late.
Yeah, it's like 10 minutes late for that notification.
I agree.
The proverbial horse has bolted.
Yeah.
Darn it, Joseph, those carrier pigeons.
But your point about anything post-race...
Yeah, it's nice.
Because remember, the top 3 cars are going to go through tech.
Well, tech is just a straight DQ. It's more about, does anything show up after the fact? Are there any pending incidents?
Yep, 522 is across the line. 02 should come through. Here is the 02, and then immediately behind him, the blue BMW from Team GTR, the number 99, and M4, is going to win the Saturday race at VIR. 8 hours of racing complete, 198 laps, and it felt a little more decisive than a lot of GTR wins tend to be, but they were pretty thoroughly in control for the last 3 or 4 hours, and that is what they do best. So congratulations to Team GTR, the number 99, everybody down there, that crew. I think they've started to figure out that M4.
GP1 is won by the 701 for round 3 racing.
It is. That is the one bright spot on round 3 racing's day.
Yeah,
they've got the GP1 class victory. Otherwise, it's been a just brutal day for round 3 racing.
Yeah, I mean, this car, which was in contention for the win overall.
Yeah. It was decisive as well, which is important, I think, if you're going to try and find all the bright spots you can out of today.
Yeah.
RK Motorsports picks up the win in GP2 by, I think it's going to end up being around 20 seconds. Here comes 21. A good fight from Northloop. They kind of kept it on there until right at the very end. Even though pit stop-wise it felt like an inevitability, pace-wise it felt like an inevitability, but the move still had to be made, and Northloop put up whatever fight they could to try and prevent it from happening. In the end, RK Motorsports brings home the GP2 class win, and shouts to Fat and Furious, who, after just the most bizarre last 2 to 3 hours of a race I've ever seen, is actually going to get a top 5.
Yeah, Northloop put in a strong performance, but they just could not hold off the RK fire.
That's a joke I don't get. I could tell you had been revving up for that, but I didn't.
Arcade fire.
Arcade fire. I get it now.
Yeah.
Thanks for explaining it. It's not funny anymore.
Yeah.
That Fat and Furious thing, by the way, finishing P5, the same number of laps completed as the number 89.
Huh.
I actually better hope the 89's sticking.
Yeah, that's that's where I'm like,
Look now. I think
this will be the last.
Home
This will be the last car to cross the line. Will be the O2.
It will. Yes, you're right.
Well, close to it. He's passed a car on this lap.
That is done, and then Craftsman Auto Care, the number 407, which again is not a name I remember saying in the World Racing League, is going to pick up a GP3 class win by 51 seconds, which is going to feel a lot more decisive than I think it had any right to, just based on how close it was, even 25, 30 minutes ago. AOA Motorsports in second, the number 175. We had mentioned earlier in the broadcast that I think AOA felt like they had maybe underwhelmed a little for how much they bring to races and what they put out on the track and the pace of their cars, but a second while in contention, I think, is a really good result for the 175. The 94 Motorsports, the number 83 Lexus.
Yeah, I mean, after being so dominant last year, it hasn't been nearly as easy a path this year. Stout competition. Maybe not the consistency that they would have hoped for.
No, maybe they just need a different, perspective on attacking the series. Change their angle of attack.
Okay.
Okay. Didn't like that one either. Well,
we're gonna. I'll actually, you know what? I'll switch in between 7 and 1. This is the only class leader that we've got, or class winner that we've got an onboard for. The O2 will escape tech by virtue of not finishing on the podium.
Yeah.
Race complete per race hero. I agree with that assessment.
Yep. Very good.
And
trying to decide whether or not I should listen into that or just talk over it so that we don't pick up anything.
Hey, again, FCC.
Yeah, no, fair. In any case here, we've made it to halfway. 8 hours down, 8 hours left to go tomorrow on our Sunday. VIR delivers on day 1, which we'll see what happens on day 2.
I mean,
let's
make this point.
At least one in the WRL. So
really quick, let's make this point. I just saw on the timing tower to our left, the gap to lead. We had no full safety cars, no red flags.
Yeah.
4 cars within about 2 minutes of the win. I mean, that is unreal.
Yeah,
to be able to have that without any stoppages.
The lead gap ended up being 1 minute and 36, which, as much credit as we'd been giving the 99 for sort of putting its foot down on the race in the last 2 to 3 hours, is still really darn close after, 600 some miles? 700 miles, something like that?
Yeah.
That's a really good effort from all involved. And I was thinking about this earlier, too, once we got to about the last half hour and took our last break. It felt like the top of the field was maybe a little thin. Our GP1 leader still only finished 13th. We still brought home the top 12 GTO cars in the top 12 overall positions, which is, I think, a testament to the way everybody kind of kept fighting and brought the race to a conclusion, because after the first hour or two, I think the level of attrition was such that I certainly didn't expect it to the overall order to look like this.
No, the thing that's unusual about this race, or at least to my eye, is that we're kind of used to the lower classes having the breakdowns, but it was really the GTOs that were decimated.
And it was the GTOs early.
Yeah, and it really, I mean, it took the wind, as much as the technical issues that we ran into did, it took the wind out of the sails of the race in a big way.
Yep. Well, as they send out stacks of tires to go fix something, I assume turn 5? Oh, turn 1. All right, that explains it. And I think they bring some EVs home. We are going to wrap things up here from Virginia International Raceway. The Saturday 8-hour race is complete. Award ceremonies to come in something like 1.5 hours to 2 hours. We've got a lot of time to get through between now and then. Some tech, but the beverages will be opened here. We'll get the cars up on the dynos, and everybody can go celebrate a finely run 8-hour enduro from VIR. 8 hours again tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Finish up at 4:30, just like we did today. Hopefully without all the internet problems, and maybe with any luck, I'll be able to use wired Ethernet instead of running an entire broadcast off of my phone's hotspot. So, with my thanks to Joseph Mudrock and JT Tammy, no thanks to Scott, who decided he had better things to do today, and Ryan, who was committed for family thing, but we don't make allowances for that either. And everybody over in the WRL race control room for getting us set up here as always. Thanks to all of you for joining us today. And we get to go do the same thing again tomorrow. Congrats to all of our class winners in GTR, Team GTR number 99, for the overall race win. 8:30 a.m. Facebook and YouTube tomorrow morning. For now, so long from us.